Elvon Ahmed suffered a severe knee injury following a hip drop tackle by a fellow teammate in practice. That tackle now considered an illegal move in the NFL. This injury could have him sidelined for the entirety of the season. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Back at it, start of a new work week. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Dustin Fiocco on the updates this morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, John.
Good morning. How was your weekend?
Good. Yeah.
Little Tigers viewing. Did you get outside at all?
Yeah, beautiful weather. Oh my gosh, like mid-70s.
Oh, we were outside all weekend. It was an awesome weekend. So much fun.
Beautiful from Friday all the way through yesterday, and it was cool mornings. In fact, both Saturday and Sunday morning, woke up, opened up the windows, got a chance to cool down the house naturally, which was awesome. Get a little fresh air going, and it was as good of a weather weekend as we've had since sometime in the spring.
I know you were outside.
Oh, yes, I was outside yesterday. Yeah, played a little softball.
You?
Down at the corner ballpark.
Now, which team were you on?
So actually played for both teams.
Oh, you were like back in school, they'd have the all-time quarterback who would switch sides?
Yeah, well, so Darren McCarty and I were both down there, and it was the Battle of the Badges. 10th anniversary of the Battle of the Badges. It was the Detroit Police Department versus the Detroit Fire Department, and it was they put it on as a charity game for it was a canned food drive. So if you brought some cans, you got a chance to get in free. Supporting the Capuchin Kitchen. And so Darren played for the police department in game one. I played for the fire department. Fire department won. So in game two, we decided, we're going to switch so that, we can both play for both teams. So
then when you were on the police department side, who won?
We won.
Okay.
And Darren and I prefer to say the four-time Stanley Cup champ lost. And so the announcer, as they're announcing the game, that they were kept doing the comparison that we both had one hit, and then I had a couple of extra hits, but every time he'd come to the plate, they would try and build up this,
narrative.
Who's doing better, but every time he would come to the plate, they'd be like 4-time Stanley Cup winner Darren McCarty, and I'm like, I got nothing.
Yeah, but you're a national champion.
Yeah, right. Right, one, and it was college.
Yeah.
I lose in that regard every single time. And Darren was great. We had so much fun. And then the third game, which was to decide who took it down, who took home the trophy. They went, instead of batting everyone, and instead of having us play, it was just cops versus firefighters.
Who was the best?
And the police department won.
So did Darren McCarty win game 1 or 2?
No.
No. You are brutal.
So you had a good time then?
I had a great time.
Good.
It was both teams. Everyone they were happy that we were there, and they were fun. There's a rivalry, obviously.
Yeah.
And they're playing for a trophy. And I didn't stick around to see the end of game 3. I had to get home and make sure I was ready to watch the Tigers. It was a long day. But it was so much fun. The guys were great. And it was the absolute perfect day. And here's the best part. They allowed Jack to play as well. Now, he didn't get a chance to play in the field or bat. I batted, but in softball, you can have courtesy runners, right?
Yeah.
So I'd get on base, and then my courtesy runner would be Jack.
Oh, you passed that off on him. You're like, I'm not legging this out.
Yeah. I'm trust me, I'm playing in that game with guys that are, at this time, and it's hard to say this, half my age. And so I'd get on, I hit a double one point, and I'm like, okay, I'm not out of breath, but I just knew that if I had to,
tag up.
Yeah, it was going to be better for someone much younger than me, and so they allowed Jack to come in and run, and it was fun to see him be a part of it as well.
That's actually really cool. I thought you were going to say the coolest thing was the hat, the helmet they gave you.
They gave me, so the cops gave me a badge, and I'll bring it in tomorrow. I meant to bring it in today, but I was just a lot going on this morning, and it's one that they give out at some of the football games, and it says Kings of the North. and it's got the police badge on the other side. And then the firefighters gave me a legitimate firefighter's hat, and it was their helmet, and it was a yellow helmet. And on the front of it, instead of obviously, the badge number or, house number or anything like that, they put a Block M. It was badass. And they did the same thing for Darren. They had a red fire helmet for him, and they put the Red Wings logo on front. I thought, you know what, I might just go to sleep in this. I was wearing it around all night last night. It was a kid's dream. And when they handed it to me, I literally was 8 years old again. I'm like, I want to be a firefighter. I get to wear the helmet.
Speaking of a kid's dream in firefighting, Heather, did I see Brooks got some photos in a fire truck?
Oh, he did.
Oh, yeah?
He got one of those plastic firefighter hats.
Oh.
So not nearly as cool as yours, but to him,
Yeah, but he would have held.
very cool.
It's a much heavier than. It's about the same weight as a football helmet, so might have been a bit heavy.
It probably would have been. But
for
yeah,
Brooks.
he got to sit in a fire truck, all sorts of trucks, dump trucks. There was tractors.
Where did you guys go?
It was an event at one of the parks near our house. It was packed. There was a lot of people there. So
Yeah.
it was hard to really enjoy it. We didn't stay too long, but Brooks had a blast. A police car.
bet.
Got to put him in the back seat.
Oh, boy. Hope that's the only time.
Yeah.
He also got to drive as well. So
Oh,
that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Trucks and
I
sirens
also
and
met Elsa this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was
wow.
yeah, I know.
Oh, let it go.
It's a big weekend.
Big weekend. Sean, you said you had to get back for the Tiger game.
I did get back for the Tiger game, and it was fun to watch Morton pitch because I know that you were especially hard on the 41-year-old.
He did not need a cane to get out to the mound. I was impressed. And then he did throw a gem. I mean, 6 innings, 6 strikeouts. At one point, he struck out 5 consecutive batters.
Yeah,
I was
and
impressed.
At 41, when you're throwing mid to upper 90s, and you've got the spin rate he has, the curveball was nasty. It was fun to watch him pitch against a really good lineup.
Well, he came out piping 96. And I'm
Yeah.
like, whoa, okay. And then that 4th inning, he struck out 4, 5, and 6, kept it going, struck out the next 2 batters in the 5th inning, and actually gave him a shot to win that game.
Yeah.
It's not his fault they lost that game on Sunday.
No, I mean you pitch, you allow 1 run, and all total they allow 2. You should be able to win that game. You got to be able to hit the ball. You got to be able to get guys across home plate. Now Philly did make a great play at the plate.
Yeah, going home.
Yeah, and so hats off to Philly. It was a great series. It was well played by both teams, and we'll talk about the trade deadline and the results of it. But I'm curious if they face them in a World Series, because they're one of the teams that could come out of the National League. Do you think they were competitive enough to have a chance in a 7-game series?
Oh, I think they'd have a chance. I just think Philly's better.
I agree.
I think Philly specifically is going to feel great today about the closer they added.
I think just about anybody coming out of the National League is going to be better than anybody that comes out of the American League.
I think I'd take the Tigers over the Cubs if we got that matchup. And we've seen that this series. It was a competitive 3-game series at Comerica Park. But you're right. If it's Dodgers, if it's Phillies.
Did you see Turner's walk-off?
No, I didn't.
Oh, in Wrigley Field?
No.
Yesterday, I got home just in time, so that the Tigers weren't on yet. So I turned on the MLB channel and I was scrolling through. I'm like, oh, let's see this game because it was 9th inning, tied 3-3, and Turner gets up with 1 on, and it's amazing to me the stats that are at the ready when something happens because he hits and it was a no doubter right off the bat, a home run to left center in his career. That's his first walk-off.
No kidding.
Yeah.
He's played forever.
Yeah. And I mean, over 200 home runs, and that's his first walk-off.
No kidding.
It was awesome.
So
Great moment.
Morton looked good. Finnegan looked good on Saturday, and yet they did not win the series over the weekend. The Phillies have to love what they got in their closer. I mean, first of all, that intro, when they're the tarantula on the video board, and he's coming out, and
It's so cool. It's so cool, and we mentioned it last week. And there's a lot of local baseball fans that maybe they've heard about it but didn't necessarily see it. I got texted last night as he was coming to the mound. That walkout is second to none in Major League Baseball.
And he shut the door Friday night. He shut the door on Sunday night. They paid to get him, and I'm sure they're happy they got him. Look, we're going to revisit the deadline a little bit. 6:35, do you feel better or worse about the deadline? A couple guys stood out, played well, ultimately didn't make enough of a difference for them to beat a World Series contemporary in Philadelphia. 6:35 on that. John, talked a little bit about what you did this weekend. A little sample of what Heather did. I'm
still intrigued by the trucks and the police car and everything that
It was
Brooks
awesome.
got to do.
It's a cool idea.
Emily loved
I'm
it
a
too,
little
but
jealous.
Brooks was really, I mean, he loves cars, so it was really his thing.
I was out and about, and I saw one of the more egregious examples of someone using ChatGPT to solve something.
What do we call them? Sloppers.
Sloppers.
That's right. I was trying to think of that term this morning.
I saw a couple sloppers doing their thing over the weekend.
Did you call them out? Did you say, you are being sloppers?
No, instead, I bit my tongue and decided I'll air it out on the radio at some point on Monday. So I think that's later in the show, but, honestly, rewind. If you miss it, you can go back and listen to it. We got a busy show today. Coming up next, Hendon Hooker did not have a great preseason game number 1. We'll hear the evaluation from the man himself. That's next, 97.1. Guys, if you're looking for a straighter smile without the metal braces, if you've been thinking about Invisalign for you or your kids, the perfect time to make the move is with Brightside Dental. Invisible, comfortable, and now, most importantly, more affordable than ever. Start your Invisalign journey for as low as $59 a month. Free consultation, no pressure, just answers, and if it's right for you, they get you into one of those plans. Straight teeth, straightforward pricing, something to smile about. Mention Jim Costa in the morning show. Lock in that price. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Phillies take 2 or 3 against the Tigers over the weekend. Revisit the deadline, 6:35. Couple new faces pitched well, but the new face for the Phillies shut the door both Friday and Sunday. 97-1, we're going to get to that 6:35. John Hendon Hooker, not pleased with his performance in his first preseason game.
Nor should he have been.
He's going to get the start on Friday when they play preseason game number 2. Hendon Hooker, how would you rate your performance? Let's go scale of 1 to 10. He said that over the weekend as the Lions are back out on the practice field.
Well, good for him for being self-aware, self-critical. You've got to realize that, and you're going to have bad days. There's no question about it. And he came in the second half, didn't play well. He's going to have the script, the initial scripted drive. He's going to have all the 1 reps leading up to this game. And it's very important that you don't put, especially in his position right now, 2 back-to-back performances that are, sub-0 out there, because he's in a fight for his job.
Let me ask you this. From a roster standpoint, did the Lions want to carry 3 quarterbacks? No, right? Nobody wants to have to carry 3 quarterbacks.
No, and they probably don't want to carry 2 at this point.
Well, that's what I was going to get at is if they're only carrying 2, he's got a lot of work to do if he's going to be one of the 2. Otherwise, I mean, John, is he a cut candidate? Is he a... I mean, are we looking at that?
Yeah, because no one's going to want to trade for him.
Right.
It's now he could be a guy that is, his performance might be one where nobody else really wants him as their number 2. So
you get him as a practice squad.
Yeah,
guy.
you put him on the practice squad. That's probably the path that he is on right now. Now, he has control of that. He could change that narrative. He could change the path.
Go out and throw 3 touchdowns on Friday night. And
I don't even care about the touchdowns, right? It's just being an effective leader on the field. Manage the offense. Throw the ball where it's supposed to be. They'll lead to touchdowns, but sometimes you got to have guys catch it. You got to have right routes, but you just have to command the offense and look like you're an NFL quarterback.
But does he have a long way to go in the sense that they did not feel comfortable with him at the end of last season? They are yet again chasing the Super Bowl. He'd have to do a lot for them to go, yeah, we're carrying 2 quarterbacks, and the only one not named Jared Goff is Hendon Hooker.
Yes, he would. There's a large mountain to climb. So it may be he needs to go out there and have a dramatic performance of, like you mentioned, 3 touchdowns.
And I get your point. Like, it's not just the stat sheet. He's got to look the part.
Right. He's got to be able to manage the offense, getting guys lined up, getting in the right formations, making sure guys, they're very aware of the snap count. Use the snap count to your advantage. Do all of those different things. And then once the ball is snapped, everything changes, and you've got to be able to manage it at that point.
I would question right now if either of the Lions' backup quarterbacks should even be in the league. Like, I think if Hooker got cut, he'd get picked up and brought in because he's so young, and he would start going down the road of Kyle Allen, their other backup, who's already been on 6 teams.
Yeah,
I mean, to me, this is a look. If Goff goes down, you got to have somebody that you can bring in and survive and trust. We're going down. David Boyle. What was the guy's name again? Blau. I'm good. Tim Boyle.
Yeah, Tim
David
Boyle.
Blau.
Yeah, you put them together. Yeah, you put those 2 together, and again, you don't have
it's still not a quarterback.
Yeah, you've got Hendon Allen.
Exactly. Where's Jamar at, by the way, in Westland?
Yeah, you know what? We need to hear from him this week. Like, they're in a position, I don't want to do like overreaction to a backup quarterback because it is ultimately still a backup quarterback, but it's a spot they could upgrade and should upgrade. Carson Wentz is out there.
Yeah. I mean, it's an insurance policy. We talked about it the last couple of years, and going into the season with either of these guys as your number 2, all you need a guy to do is go in there and get you out of a game. To start 5 or 6 games,
nope.
That's not what you need a backup quarterback for. You may need him to take those snaps if something catastrophic happens.
But in that world, your season's off the rails.
Off the rails.
Yeah.
But you need somebody, if you have Super Bowl potential, and that is your goal, you can't lose games that you have a lead in, and then your quarterback, maybe he takes a hit and he's got a concussion, right? Enters protocol.
Well,
not coming back for this game.
Or how about even just the playoff game we watched last season where Goff wasn't knocked out of the game,
No.
but he didn't play a series. You don't want to throw away possessions.
No, you don't. And it's every game, especially this year with the way the schedule sets up. You don't want to lose a game that you should win, that you're in position to win, and your backup quarterback comes in. All they got to do is run the clock out, manage the offense. And right now, neither of those guys can manage the offense.
Nope. Right there with you. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, you guys, there was actually kind of a scary moment that took place at the Katy Perry concert last night right here at Little Caesars Arena.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so during her Choose Your Own Adventure part of her show is where she chooses fans to choose what songs they want to hear. She was scanning the audience, right, looking for a few fans to invite on stage, and she spotted all the way up in the very top corner of the arena 2 young girls that eventually made their way down and got to go on stage with Katy Perry, which was pretty cool, right? She gave them a hug, kind of walked them over to the other young girls that were up on stage. They were going to have shakers and perform this song with her, and right before she was about to perform, one of the girls that she just invited down collapsed.
Oh.
Right there on stage. Katy Perry was one of the first to notice. She and her crew quickly rushed to this girl's aid. She had to be carried off on a stretcher.
Oh, boy.
So very scary situation.
Is she okay?
Yes. Katy Perry, she did a little prayer with the girls up there before she started singing. And then later on in the concert, you know how she flies around on this butterfly? I don't know if you've ever seen her, but she goes up over the audience. Well, she was up there performing a song.
You'd think I would know that.
I don't know. Well, there was a recent news story about it because it tilted and she almost fell off of
you
it.
did have that.
So,
Yeah.
And that's why I thought maybe you would know. Not
Now I do.
outside
yes.
of the news.
Yes.
But
now I'm cool.
as she was up there floating around on this butterfly, she pointed to where the other girls were sitting and said, by the way, the little girl's name was McKenna, is doing great. So
Good.
Sounds like she's okay. Didn't hit her head on the fall. I don't know why she collapsed.
A little too much excitement. I mean,
Maybe she just fainted. Maybe she was hot and excited and overwhelmed, and or maybe she has a medical condition. I don't know.
Videos of weddings where all of a sudden a best man or a bridesmaid just they go down. You're like, what happened?
So thankfully, she's doing great. Despite some rumors that said Mel Owens was out as the next Golden Bachelor after he made some, I guess you could say, cringe-worthy comments to none other than John Jansen. Your podcast is everywhere. When I saw this article pop up, it was like, there you were yet again. Anyway, he has started filming, and he is still the next Golden Bachelor. He is not out, and he has issued an apology for what he said while he was talking to you, John. So obviously, we've talked a lot about this. He said he didn't want to date women over 60. He didn't want anyone with fake hips or fake hair or what. He had a lot of comments about what he wanted.
He had his own criteria.
He did, and now, he got shredded for all of those comments, and I think he's kind of backtracking and realizing, okay, wait. Let's think about this a little bit. And he said while he started filming, because it's already started, the first thing he did was walk in, addressed what he said, addressed his comments, apologize. You have to.
No, I know, but I just love that John is the one that created this situation.
I know.
So he had to come out and address
did not
John's...
create the situation.
Well, Anyway, so he's apologized to these ladies, and he said what was great is that one of the dates, they always go and do these weird different types of dates, and one of them was a roast. The women had to get up on stage and roast him, and they had a lot of fun giving it back to him specifically for these comments that he made. So
that's fun.
And he did say he wants to earn back their trust and earn it back. So
Okay.
So what I would say is
he's got to say those things, right?
He's allowed to have preferences. I want to be clear on that.
Oh,
we all have preferences. The one that got me was you're going on the Golden Bachelor, saying you wouldn't date a 61-year-old woman
and
when
he
you're
is how old?
66. That's the only one. Like if you don't like the fake hip or the your hair preferences, that to me that's fine.
It is fine. It's the way there's people who are much younger who have had their hips
Of course.
And guess what? They're still doing CrossFit and they're still out there running marathons. That should not matter. It's the way that it came across, I think. to me, it was still implying the age thing, and like, oh gosh, if she's got a hip replacement, guess what? She's probably not.
Yeah,
You know
she's
what-
walking
She's
around
walking
with a
around with
cane.
it. Yeah, like
Yeah.
You know what it is? John just brings out the worst in people. That's what it is.
I tend to do that sometimes. Yes.
So the WNBA is warning that anyone who throws objects onto the court will be ejected and face a minimum 1-year ban.
What kind of objects, Heather?
Well, it could be anything, but the warning did come after sex toys were thrown onto the court in 2 separate incidences this last week.
They were very similar, though, weren't they?
The
Both
2
green?
toys.
Yeah.
I only saw one photo, and I'm guessing they were probably very similar. Yeah, and I don't know if they were the same individuals. Probably not, because the one who threw the first one was arrested,
Yeah.
and that happened on Tuesday. The second one happened on a Friday. So
Yes.
unless he got posted bond and got out and did it again, just for.
Making bread.
Yeah, who knows, man. Olympic gold medalist Sha'Carri Richardson was arrested for allegedly assaulting her boyfriend, who
Not
is
good.
also a fellow athlete, Christian Coleman. So she was taken into custody at an airport in Washington State after a TSA agent actually reported a woman assaulting a guy when they were leaving the checkpoint. But the story is pretty crazy. So the officer who reported to the scene said they looked back through security footage, first saw this verbal altercation, and then it escalated into a physical one. She apparently shoved him hard enough to send him crashing into a nearby column. And then after that, after he tried to walk away, she followed him, pushed him again hard enough that it sent him flying a few feet away.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow, right? And then it continued. He still tried to get away. She threw a pair of headphones at him, hit him, and she was arrested. However, she was charged with 4th-degree assault. During a police interview, both said no physical altercation took place, and he did not want to press charges. So,
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, check in with Tiger fans. You feeling better or worse after the deadline after this weekend? It's 97.1. Tigers win on Saturday. It's the only win they got over the weekend. Revisit the trade deadline with me, John. How do you feel? You feel better or worse?
Well, I didn't feel as bad as you did. So I guess I feel a little bit better now that you finally see what it is that you bought and how they're performing. And I thought Morton did a masterful job yesterday against a really tough lineup. And so I like the fact that we have another starter. And I feel better about the starting pitching than I did maybe a week ago. Now, and this is on the heels of losing Reese Olson, who I thought was the number 2. And with Finnegan in the back end, along with Vest. Now, Canely is still a gigantic question mark, but I do like the pickups.
So Morton was surprising on Sunday, right?
To you.
Well, I think to anybody. I mean, that was one of his best outings of the entire season. I mean, he had a rough month of July. The 5 previous starts didn't indicate that he was going to come out and dazzle to the degree he did. So I would say I was impressed with Charlie Morton in his first start as a Tiger. I thought 96 on the gun in the first inning, and he kept that velo for the most part. The curveball, I think, was the key to him putting up a 6 strikeout total on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Finnegan, 4-out save on Saturday. So 2 of the guys they added looked good.
But they lost 2 of 3.
Yes, it wasn't good enough.
And
they couldn't even get to Finnegan on Friday because the bullpen is still not built up, and they were shut out on Sunday. And I know they don't need any bats, right? But they were shut out. So I don't feel better. I feel like it's, again, a deadline that's going to keep them from winning a World Series.
Well, and there's only one way to find out.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Philly, a team that is more aggressive in that pursuit, takes 2 or 3 and does it with, their big addition leading the way.
Right. But it's also on the heels of, like, how did everyone else do? We're focused on the matchup with the Phillies because, and some of it's with Dombrowski and some of it's Scott Harris, and it's who they added, who we added, and you end up, that's the head-to-head matchup. But you also look around the baseball and you think, okay, well, who was one of the other aggressive teams? Seattle won 2 of 3, and their bats were on fire. They're a team that is making a push for a World Series championship, and they're still right at the cut line of the wild card. So we'll see how that progresses. But it was also the Yankees. Yankees went from leading their division to trailing Toronto. Now they are 3rd in their division, and the additions that they made on Thursday, we got a chance to see all 3 of them Friday night. Jake Bird, who he allowed 4 earned runs.
He got bombed.
3 hits, base on balls, home run in 0.1 innings pitched.
They didn't last, so they had to go to the pen again.
Yeah, so they went to David Bednar. I thought, okay, well, hey, this is the guy everyone wanted from Pittsburgh.
Dude, right?
He allowed 2 earned runs in 1.2 innings pitched, 4 hits, and a home run as well.
Not great.
So let's go to everybody else's favorite that they wanted, Duvall.
Yeah.
All right. He allowed 3 runs, one of them earned.
Oh, boy.
Because they still can't defend.
Yep.
In 0.1 innings pitched, he allowed 2 hits and a base on balls. So by my math, that's 9 runs by the 3 predominantly big-time relievers that everyone wanted.
Yeah, the 3 controllable arms they added at the deadline. They got swept by the Marlins over the weekend.
Yeah.
Now they have a bunch
where are they now? They're a half game in front of the Seattle Mariners for that last wild card spot.
Yeah, they're right on the edge. Look, I think in New York, there's a pressure cooker there, and if those guys blow up, they blow up. I would still commend them for going out and adding those guys, right?
Sure, and that's one game.
And that's the key, too, with the bullpen. They're volatile by nature. You're going to have to judge not only what the Yankees did, but what the Tigers did in the postseason. Like, this is not a plant the flag.
If the Yankees make it. Yeah.
Right. This isn't, hey, Harris screwed up or Harris won the deadline today on a Monday. We're going to know that in October. Mm-hmm. Like, they got to catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe this Morton thing, they can catch lightning in a bottle. He's 41 years old. He has a relationship with A.J. Hinch. I'm sure you heard the story from Buster Olney, who said, A.J. pulled him aside when they were on opposite sides and said, just have fun out there. And if they can unlock the curveball to go with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, he could be the number 5 starter, right? Catch lightning in a bottle. They're going to need to, because while I think Finnegan's a real major league arm, everybody else they added they're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle with. It's not like they're coming in as proven commodities.
Right, but if you have him and say he's your fifth starter, you move him to the bullpen, and now you've got, for the postseason, now you've got somebody that can actually get you from when Skubal comes out in the sixth inning, or when anybody comes out in the sixth inning, you got somebody that can go 7 and 8 and get you to Vest or Finnegan.
Yeah, I mean, the guys we didn't see are all the reclamation projects, so it's hard to know what we're getting out of those guys.
Right, but they're not the ones that we're relying on. The ones we're relying on are Morton and Finnegan. And so they added 2 arms that can be very productive, not just in the regular season, but very productive in the postseason, which is that's what the goal is.
That's the whole thing. They're going to get in the playoffs. The Detroit Tigers will be a playoff team. If you guys have looked at the month of August, by the way, I know they lost over the weekend 2 or 3. This sets up for them to clean up this month. Mm-hmm. They got 25 more games in the month of August. 22 are against teams with losing records. They're going to play the Twins twice. They're going to play the Royals in there, the White Sox. They should make some noise in the month of August, really build that lead up. In September, they're going to face both New York teams and Cleveland and Boston, but this should be a playoff team, and then we'll judge in the postseason whether they did enough at the trade deadline.
Right, and when they play the Mets, just like when they played the Phillies, and earlier in the season when they played the Padres or they played the Giants or they played anybody that was a team in the National League that we thought, hey, you could possibly face this team in the postseason, there's going to be a direct one-to-one comparison, just like we did for the Phillies, we'll do for the Mets and the Yankees. When we get there, it'll be in New York. It'll get a chance to see how these guys react in an environment like that. And it's not just the additions. It's who are going to be the bats.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Did they screw up by not adding a bat? Because they got shut out yesterday in the swing game against a World Series caliber opponent.
Right. Well, okay, you're going to get shut out from time to time.
Right, but again, they're going to be relying on Vierling's bat, Ibanez's bat. Like, these are the guys in the lineup against lefties. Like, these are the guys who will be there in the postseason, and they're going to have to hit, right?
Yep, and they're going to be relying on Tork's bat. Now, I know no great shakes, but he was 2 of 4 yesterday. Jahmai Jones was 2 of 3. They just weren't able to get guys, runners in scoring position. They were 0 for 5.
Yeah, that's fourth inning. They had a couple guys and a chance to make some noise, ground into a double play. Mm-hmm. Like, they didn't feel like they needed to add a bat. I question that. And I question whether the bullpen is rock solid enough.
Right. And but coming out of it, and we're going to do this throughout the course of the rest of the season, and we will do it ad nauseum when we get into the playoffs. Hopefully, we'll have some great Lions talk to kind of counter what we're talking about on the baseball side of things. But it is who gave up the most at the trade deadline. Obviously, Yankees, one of them, and the Tigers didn't. They still have all their top prospects, and they were able to get Morton, who had a great start for him. Mm-hmm. It's one very small sample size for the Tigers. It was Finnegan, but what does it mean moving forward? What are they able to do when you get to September and ultimately October?
Do you feel better or worse about the deadline after watching this weekend? Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Morton is going to be this team's Kenny Rogers, a vet, high-pressure experience. He's averaging a strikeout every inning, so you get swing and miss. He's still got it, and he's going to dial it in now that he's on a contender back with A.J. Hinch. Mm-hmm. Tigers should have done more, but the difference between the Tigers and the Phillies is simple. They are World Series or bust. They are at the end of their window. Tigers are at the start. This person may be right, but you got to compete with the teams that are in their World Series or bust window, right? Like, those are the teams. There will always be someone more desperate than you if you're never going to go for it, right?
Sure, but so look at the starting pitching right now. And let's just take that for example. Obviously, Skubal, Flaherty, when he is on, is a good number 2. You got Paddock, that's a replacement for Olsen, and Mize, who has been up and down. But again, you start to get into September, and these guys hopefully are rounding into form, and then you throw in Morton in there. That's 5 quality pitchers that you're throwing out there. and then move one of
into
them
the bullpen
into the bullpen
with Melton, who we haven't seen in a reliever role
Right.
yet. The people were excited about him throwing 98 out of the pen. Texter says Vest is crashing, right? He gave up some hard contact and runs both on
but
Friday
now
and
he doesn't
Saturday.
have to be the only guy.
Yeah, but if Canley's also crashing and Vest is also crashing, and Finnegan's good, but you only added Finnegan.
Right, but hopefully it's not every time you get to the ninth inning, it's Will Vest or bust.
Right. There's also one Tiger taking a bunch of heat on the ticket text. Tell you about him coming up next. I think Tom said he had a big, bold opinion from the weekend. We'll do all that round the hour. And then at 7 o'clock, John, you want to kick it old school?
I do.
We'll do that. 97.1.
Hey, it was a beautiful weekend, and if you're looking for a nice cold beverage, let me tell you about Founders Brewing Company, because they've been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Their focus has always been on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, maybe you're just kicking back on the back porch, grilling, hitting the beach, hitting the boat, kicking back, it doesn't matter. There's so many great opportunities, especially at this time of the year. It's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
The 2-2, ground ball up the middle, charging, backhanding Torres. He'll flip across his body to Torkelson. Into score comes Castellanos. He's take a 1-0 lead. Marsh is at third with one out. The 3-2, swinging a fly ball to the gap in left center field. That's trouble. Veerling on the run. Riley Green lays out, and he made the catch. Incredible. Riley Green, Veerling both going for the ball. Riley Green never gave up on it. He makes a sensational diving backhanded grab. Working from the stretch, third base side, sets a hold, holds the glove high. The 1-2, swinging a line drive to left field. Riley Green over and in, dives, and he makes the catch. Flying through the air, Riley Green takes another extra base hit away from the Phillies. Two spectacular catches from Riley Green tonight. The 0-2, swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Trouble. Veerling back, looking up, and it's gone, a home run.
One of two outstanding plays on Sunday by Riley Green in the field.
Flashing that glove, it was beautiful.
Some good foreshadowing by Greg. Riley Green's actually getting some heat on the ticket text.
Oh.
0 for 13 with 3 strikeouts. Such a star. John Cookies, OMG. Green is driving me crazy with his at-bats. 0 for 13. He doesn't look good at the plate.
There are times when he does look lost at the plate, like he's guessing what's coming next, and he's guessing wrong.
He is still by far, with the slumps, the best hitter on this baseball team. And he makes plays like that in the outfield. I don't know. I can be a complainer. I very rarely complain about Riley.
Okay, so he's got obviously more home runs than Gleyber Torres. Gleyber Torres is the one
from a pure hitter.
From hitter,
okay.
yeah.
But like magnifying, like, hey, doubles are worth more than singles, homers are worth more than doubles, like factoring in the slugging, yeah, I think he's their best hitter. With all of the slumps and streakiness, and I rarely complain about Riley Green. I mean, he's to me the least of the problems. Do I worry he could go cold in any given playoff series? Sure, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I'm more concerned about, the guys who aren't Riley Green when they heat up, that are surrounding him in the lineup, that were part of the shutout performance on Sunday.
I would somewhat argue, though, that Gleyber Torres should be the guy that is the best hitter on this team because of the experience he's got postseason experience. He's the guy that really brought him out of that, losing 12 and 13 games. He, led off with that home run, and he's just a guy that's been more consistent throughout the course of the season. His slumps haven't been as prolonged as Riley Green's.
Yeah, I get what. Yeah, maybe I should phrase it differently. Like from a hit tool standpoint,
right?
Gleyber Torres is the best hit tool, but factoring in like power,
sure, he's got half the home runs as Riley Green does.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
And don't dismiss. I know you mentioned there, but the defense last night. I mean, he's a very good defender.
Yes.
So my takeaway from the weekend, and I guess I was probably at this point anyways, but I thought this series summed up that this is why they won't win the World Series. Going up against a lineup like this, a bullpen that look, Finnegan did well, but Vest is iffy at times, I think. I think he's good more than bad, but I also think the bad will find itself against a lineup like this or other NL lineups like the Dodgers and stuff. And then last night would be the way the Tigers would get eliminated. Couldn't get enough hits. This is why I wanted a bat so much. Like, last night was an example of steal a game with a home run with a Suarez in the lineup.
Right, both teams had 5 hits. The difference is, they got one of their runs with one swing of the bat.
Right, exactly. And this isn't that's what I didn't think they were going to win the World Series before the deadline, during it, and I don't after. I think they can get there. I think they should be the AL favorite, but I still wonder if they can win a 7-game series.
Yeah, to me, it feels like they're going to be relying on finding lightning in a bottle, right? Like Morton at 41 years old, you're hoping, hey, lightning in a bottle. Outside of Finnegan, am I getting good Vest, good Canely? Is the second Montero going to give me enough swing and miss without walking guys? Is Sewald going to be healthy, and is he part of this bullpen? I don't know.
Right.
It feels like they're going to rely on lightning in a bottle. And then offensively, they don't have a ton of guys who are going to go yard, right? So they're going to have to string together multiple hits against quality major league pitching, not once, but in a 7-game series and then another 7-game series if they're going to get things done.
I think it's going a little, like, to just say this, they lost 2/5 of their rotation. This is a baseball team that lost 40% of their starting rotation, and I think they've put a decent Band-Aid on it.
Sure, Paddock and Morton.
But I still think it just comes down to when you play against these good teams, your pitching's going to get a little more exposed. I mean, look, Saturday Skubal gave up 3 runs. He's not perfect. He's not going to have a 0 ERA, but against better teams, they're going to get to him a little bit like Cleveland did last year.
They are, and we said it, and I know it's somewhat semantics. You said a bat and an arm. I said an arm and a bat, and they added arms and didn't add a bat. So you're going to probably see a lot of these as we get playing some of these better teams, and you get to the postseason, a lot of 2-1 scores, a lot of 3-2 scores, and it's imperative that guys like Riley Green, guys like Gleyber Torres, Torque, who was 2 for 4 last night, these guys need to find a way to put bat on ball and do it with runners in scoring position.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Texter says, what did Suarez do this weekend, Cookies? Did he go over or something? Like
I didn't look at him.
Do you read?
They won, so.
Am I reading Smarm into that correctly? He's like, well, what did Suarez do this weekend? He went 1 for 4 and 1 for 4.
Okay.
And they won. And they won both games. No home runs. Okay. Is the person's point that we're fine at the plate? Is that what that ticket text is implying? Like, okay, let's say Suarez wasn't the right fit. The answer was nobody. They didn't have any bats.
Right, and you got sub 600 Veerling leading off last night.
Right, who went over.
You know, when it is getting to the point where he needs to turn it on and get. If he can become the hitter he was last season, that will definitely provide a little oomph for them.
How many at-bats has he had so far? I'm trying to...
Veerling, what are we up to now? Because you don't want to overreact, but at the same time, like
right.
It's becoming... I mean, it's not a trend at this point. It's just kind of who he is this season.
He's had 78 at-bats, so he's getting close to that mark where that 100 at-bats where he needs to be where he was, where he's been throughout his career.
You know, against a lefty leading off where he didn't he play in Philly?
He did. That's where we got him from, I think.
Providing a spark maybe for, Sunday night. AJ's trying to get him going. I kind of understood it a little bit, but he didn't do anything.
Yeah, he was part of the outfield in Philly when they played in the World Series. Yeah. He also didn't hit in that postseason either.
Didn't hit last year either, did he?
No, he didn't. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Scott Harris is to blame for the loss. We can't hit a lefty that's any good. If we got a decent right-handed bat, it may have been the difference for the rest of the season.
I mean, okay, it's not breaking news
they
could have used a right-handed bat. They didn't get one.
But it may be like Scott Harris seemed confused at the question. Like we played a little bit of that audio last week where it was like, well, hold on, we mash lefties. Outside of a rough stretch there for a couple weeks, the numbers suggest we're more than good at hitting left-handed pitching. Like to him, it is breaking news that they need a right-handed bat.
Well, it's the same thing with Brett Holmes, where it seemed like it was breaking news that we want another edge rusher, and he says, I don't understand the question.
Well, and it's wild to me because they're both good at their jobs. Like I know that gets lost, isn't it, when we criticize these guys? Like they're very good at their jobs,
right? And it's okay to criticize them. And Scott Harris is going to have a team that's in the postseason 2 out of the 3 years that they've been here. Brad Holmes has found the Detroit Lions and made them a perennial playoff team. They were in the NFC Championship game. They had the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah.
But you still can be better. But again, in football and in baseball, in any sport, there is no perfect roster. There's holes in every roster. Now it's up to AJ to, like we said on Friday, got to wave that magic wand. Find those matchups. You got to make the subs when they matter most. Kerry Carpenter came in yesterday, and it didn't work.
248-539-9797. A glimpse at the Tigers post-trade deadline. Lost 2 of 3 to the Phillies. In the 7 o'clock hour, Micah Parsons demands a trade from Dallas. What we're not going to do is shoehorn him into this team on the Lions.
No.
We've done that discussion a million times. It's not likely. It's not going to happen. However, the Micah Parsons trade demands do impact our Detroit Lions indirectly. We'll get to that at 7:35. We'll go old school next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Charlie Morton looked sharp in his Tiger debut, going 6 innings and giving up 1 run, but a blank Tigers offense gave Detroit the 2-0 loss. Tigers looking to bounce back with their 5th straight win at Comerica Park tonight as they host the Minnesota Twins. First pitch at 6:40 will be carried right here on the ticket. After a rough showing in the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, the Lions have their second preseason game of the year on Friday against the Falcons. This time around, Hendon Hooker will be the starting quarterback. And while the University of Michigan was considered as finalist for 3 big class of 2026 recruits, the Wolverines go 0 for 3 over the weekend in gaining their commitments. Instead, 5-star cornerback Devon Benjamin commits to Oregon, 4-star defensive tackle Collins Hill commits to LSU, and the 4-star linebacker Anthony Davis Jr. pledged to Ole Miss. In the NBA over the weekend, Luka Doncic agreed to a 3-year, $165 million extension with the LA Lakers. And it was also a good weekend for Cameron Young, who won his first PGA Tour title by winning the Wyndham Championship. He does so by shooting an impressive 22 under. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Good morning, 97.1. John, before the Tiger game, saw something else on my TV.
Yeah, it was the Little League World Series, and this is something I always try and catch as much of as possible. It's so much fun, and you know, we talked about it last year with the Tigers playing in the Little League World Series game. That's really where we kind of point to that moment as it turned the tide for the Tigers. But for these kids, it's so much fun to watch. And before the game last night, ESPN had on the Little League World Series, or at least I think it's the regionals right now. One of the pitchers for East Texas, they were down 7-2, and he's on the mound, and they were talking about his knuckleball. And they were showing, and he's throwing the old school, all four fingers knuckleball, and it was just dancing around. Kids couldn't hit it. It was magnificent. Now there were some control issues as well, and they were down 7-2, but they made a great effort with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. They score 3 runs, and then the little pitcher's at the plate. One runner on, could have hit a home run and tied it up, set it in extra innings, instead he grounds out. So it's a little anticlimactic. But the point was, he's throwing a knuckleball. That is as old school as it gets. Throwing the knuckleball. That's, as kids, we always used to sit there and throw knuckleballs and kind of watch it dance around. And we thought, we got no control over this. I'm never going to throw it in a game. Here's a kid that's actually doing it and being productive on the mound. So what old school thing in sports would you like to see come back? Because you don't, every once in a while you hear them throwing a knuckle curve, but there's not a lot of knuckleball pitchers. I know that there's one in the Tigers, and I can't remember his name right now, in the farm system that throws a knuckleball that it seems like nobody can hit. You see those catcher's gloves that are, catching knuckleball pitchers, and they're gigantic mitts.
Well, I remember when Tim Wakefield would pitch for the Boston Red Sox.
Right.
You have a special catcher for it. Not only the mitt, but a catcher. Yes. Right now, I quick Google says Matt Waldron is the only knuckleballer in the majors right now, and he's with the Padres. It's a lost art.
It is, and it's one of those pitches, whenever there's a knuckleball pitcher on the mound, I like to tune in because it's so rare, and it's so strange to watch that ball go from the pitcher's hand to the plate, because you just really have no idea where it's going. Neither does the catcher, and I'm not sure how much the pitcher knows either. The batters certainly don't know.
No idea. So in sports, old school stuff you want to see come back. We've seen a little bit of this in the NFL, the run game renaissance.
Yeah, we saw it last year, obviously, with Saquon. We've had it here with Sonic and Knuckles. Derrick Henry has been that guy. He was that guy for the Titans. Now he's that guy for the Ravens.
The Bills leaned on a heavy ground. In fact, 4 of the top 5 teams in the NFL, I think, are teams that have heavily gone to the ground game.
And those guys are all wanting new deals. Except for our two, right now.
Yet.
Yes.
It's just, does that mean we're going to get a fullback resurgence at some point here?
I would love to see the fullback make a comeback. and it was what's his name? He was in San Francisco. Jasinski or
Juszczyk.
Juszczyk. Yeah, it was close.
Had a J in it.
Yeah, it was tomato. It's all how you pronounce it.
I know who you meant. They use him creatively. It's not just hey, put on the neck roller and run into somebody.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see the resurgence of the fullback. Michigan has it a little bit in Max Bredesen. Where he goes, the ball goes, and heavy damage occurs. But that's just kind of one of those things where when you have that lead back, because you don't ever see 2 backs in the backfield anymore, where it's a power I formation and that fullback goes into 24 blast. I would love to see that come back into the NFL.
Because the Eagles don't really use a fullback. We don't really use a fullback. The Ravens don't need to, because Derrick Henry is a running back and a fullback in one.
Yes.
That'd be an old school
So that'd be
thing.
one. An
Yeah.
old school. I would love to see. Okay, I know 2 points is not 3 points, but post play in the NBA.
The low post.
The low post, a little, hook shot,
Yeah,
drop step.
The problem is they've run the numbers. They crunched the numbers.
Right, I
and
know.
It's a wasted.
But I'd still love to see.
It's an art form, though.
Research. It is an art form, and I'm not talking about the sky hook from Kareem. Like that would be
Am I
awesome.
doing a show with Stoney here?
Yeah.
George Mikan. We need to get back.
Come on. Yeah, the old Mikan drill. It's good. So all it is a conditioning drill now.
Yeah, I don't know at this point. I mean, but like Hakeem Olajuwon had a real skill set, right? I mean, when
Yeah.
he got the ball in the low block, there was an array of moves. Guys, there's no incentive to even learn that anymore.
No.
It's a lost art.
It is. It's a lost art because it's a lost part of the game. And just like the fullback, it's a lost part of the game. And the game, all the games have progressed, right? And they found other ways to be productive. And obviously, hey, the forward pass, eventually it was going to take away some of the running game, and it has.
Well, and teams have gotten good about if we do wider formations, spread out formations,
Right.
it lightens the box. Well, the counterpunch is we're going to run it.
Yeah.
But what they're not going to do is get back into super tight formations. It's just the evolution.
Right, and I talk about Max at Michigan, and he's more of what they classify now, not a fullback, but an H-back.
Yeah.
Right, where they can line him up as a tight end, they can line him up in the backfield, they put him in motion, they don't just set him right behind the quarterback and say, hey, C34, put your helmet right between his numbers. So they're using guys in different ways that would have typically been your fullback.
How about this one? The resurgence of the return man in the NFL.
And I think we're going to see more of that with the tweaks that they've made to the kickoff
Well, they're
rule.
hoping. I mean, that's Jason and Lyndon's ticket text. The idea, they want to tell you now, you have to kick it to the returner. And if you kick it out of the end zone, it's the 35-yard line now.
Yes,
So
which
they're really,
changes the game.
They're saying, hey, you better let that return guy make something happen.
Because the excitement that comes from taking it to the house.
So to me, I think of Devin Hester.
Oh, sure.
And I think of how much fun that was in the game of football and how it's nothing like it without him or those plays.
And it's really, I mean, it's like you take out the fullback, you don't use a roster spot on it. And for a while there, why would you waste a roster spot on a guy that his number one skill set is being able to return kicks, where he's just back there watching it sail over his head out of the back of the end zone? Now all of a sudden you have a job opening because, hey, if this is your one skill set and you're really good at it, you could change the game for us. Even if it doesn't go to the house, but if you can return one 45, 50 yards, get it to the other side of the 50-yard line, now all of a sudden you've changed the game. It's created excitement. It's back in the NFL.
We saw a knuckleballer in some of the Little League games.
Yeah.
Want to know about
Texas East Lawmen. Great name.
what do you want to see old school make its way back to the new school? 248-539-9797. Collisions at home plate from an unnamed texter.
I mean, being the meathead that I am, obviously, yes. And there's the whole can't block home plate as a catcher is really an awkward rule, because there's been some times where they've called that this year. In fact, there was a game that was won. Was it the Phillies? I can't remember who it was. It doesn't matter. That I thought the catcher's not blocking home plate. But however the rule is written, they were. And I know for the safety of the catcher, for the safety of the runner, there could be some catastrophic injuries, but God, those were awesome impacts.
Epic plays.
What about the surprise bunt? Every once in a while. I miss that.
You're saying
Come on.
like bunting to get on base.
Yes, defense is playing at average or bigger depth or whatever. And do one. Lay it down.
We
Drag
saw
bunt.
a whole bunch of those when they were running those Ichiro Suzuki highlights. He was maybe the last guy that would utilize that, and he was so good at it.
Yeah, it's like especially fast guys. Like I understand why Parker Meadows wouldn't bunt once in a while.
Long strides, lefty.
Down the third base line and average depth, he's on no matter what.
It's a good one. Ticket texters saying old school NBA defense. Bring that back. Hey, the Pistons are doing their part. They're trying.
Yeah.
I want the trapezoid gone in hockey on the ticket text. punishing goalies who can play the puck. Fighting in hockey. They want to see
Yeah.
more fighting back in the sport.
That's one I would love to see. And again, I get player safety and head injuries, which is why you don't have the impacts at home. That's part of the reason, in terms of, somebody coming home and the collisions at home plate. Fighting in hockey, that is for some fans why they watch.
See, I think the fighting...
Or why they used to watch.
The fighting when it's like real animosity. Like we got a taste of that with the Avs and the Wings, where the backstory and there's history and you're waiting for a moment where someone takes liberties. When it's just fighting to fight, it's not quite the same.
So it's like yesterday when I was around Darren McCarty.
Oh, yeah.
And Jack is he obviously he wasn't even born yet, right? And I'm telling him all the stories about Darren, and it's like he's like, well, hockey's just not that way anymore. I'm like, yeah, I know. It used to be awesome. It used to be awesome. I'm like, go just ask him some questions about that, and let him tell you some stories.
Oh, he'll tell stories.
Oh yeah.
248-539-9797. Old school things you want to bring back. This one just says the Detroit Red Wings. More on the ticket. Text your feedback.
I think that one was either written by you or your wife.
Did I tell you the story of that, by the way?
No.
So for the upcoming season, the home opener is there for full season ticket holders.
Right. Yeah. Oh, so you told me this. Yeah. You don't get it for half season.
No, we have the option to buy it. And she was like, after this off season, I don't want to buy the opener. She's more frustrated than I am. Wow. Anyway, we'll get some of your thoughts on this old school stuff that should make its way back into sports. Micah Parsons won't be a Lion, but he could end up being a problem for the Lions. We'll talk about that at 7:35. Get back into Tiger baseball as well as we keep rolling. It's 97.1. Tell you about KG Law. If you're injured in an auto accident, take control with Lawrence KG and his team. Personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that has won over 5,000 personal injury cases. 98% success rate, and KG Law knows how to win your case. It's simple as that. You want a law firm that cares, going to fight for you, go the extra mile. That's KG Law, KAJY. Phone number's 877-KG-CARES. You can check them out online, kgcares.com. 1 run's all they needed. Phillies 2-0 Sunday Night Baseball win. Talk Tigers 8 o'clock. Feel better or worse about the deadline after watching some of the guys this weekend. 7:35. Micah Parsons. No, he won't be a Detroit Lion, but he could be our problem. We'll get to that. He wants out of Dallas. John, we're talking old school right now. You saw a knuckleballer throwing for the Little Leaguers.
I know. It was a 12-year-old throwing a mean knuckleball.
Brought up fullbacks and real defense in the NBA. Things you want to bring back. Fighting in hockey. 248-539-9797. Matt in Ann Arbor. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Hey, I like stirrup socks. You know, the old school, used to put them on in high school. Got the big arch in the front. You got the smaller arch in the back. Don't want to put them on backwards. But got a nice clean pair of sanitaries underneath. Pull them up tight. I like the high sock. Don't like the Latino style with the pant leg too long. But baseball, crisp stirrup socks coming back would be great.
I agree with you, Matt. I think it's a great look. And I think even before that happens, I just would like the uniform to be as defined as uniform.
What do you mean?
So that everybody is wearing if you're on a team, everybody wears the same style of uniform. If it's long pants, it's long pants. If it's, below the knee, it's below the knee. And, bring the stirrups back. I think it's a great look. I just don't like it every time somebody comes up to bat. It's a different look for every player. There's some guys that have it cropped above the knee, and they're just wearing long tights as their socks.
Well, wasn't it Cabrera that had his underneath the heel? So he ran his legs super long around the cleats. So, I mean, it goes both ways.
Yep, it does.
Does it bother you guys to have different accessories? Like, guy wants an elbow guard, or like in the NFL, someone wants to play with like the sleeves, or
Oh no, I don't mind like the sleeves and stuff. But I just if it's supposed to be a uniform, and everybody's supposed to be looking the same. That's why there is a uniform policy in the NFL, right? You got to have your shirt tucked in. You got to have the right length of pants. Nobody wears knee pads anymore. Nobody wears thigh pads. I don't care about that, but it just on appearance, it should look like it's all the same.
I mean, Carlos Santana of the Guardians is basically wearing compression shorts out there.
Right. That might be who I was referring to.
Some ticket texts. Bring back more manager-umpire arguments. Bring back steroids in baseball. Let's see those monster men blast homers into the middle of downtown, baby. Text says get rid of the designated hitter in baseball and have pitchers bat again.
No.
No.
I don't think there's really anyone that wants that to come back.
Just this guy. Barefoot kickers, John in Sterling Heights.
All right, now I got something on this. In practice a few years ago, I didn't coach football, but it was before practice, and we're fooling around with the kids out there. And I took my sandal off and kicked one barefooted, punted it.
Did you break your toe?
No, because I used to do it as a kid for fun, and it was like it stung a little bit. Obviously, they looked at me like they never see
Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, he's trying to prove he's tough. Yeah. I could do it barefoot.
And then also back just to the knuckleball, the original. I've actually thrown a few at the kids just from time to time just to screw with them.
Yeah, I do it. I do it with my kids all the time. Just even if we're playing catch, right? I'll throw them a knuckleball at the plate every once in a while, like I'm throwing BP. It's harder for me to do with Ellie because everything is underhand, and I got no control that way. But when Jack's at the plate, about every 1 out of 10, I do throw a knuckleball.
Quick phone call, Noah Goodrich. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Oh, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
What's up?
Awesome. Well, I want to bring back the traditional starter. I'm a Division I baseball player at Cornell University, and all that I've been taught since I was 16 is to let the numbers on the iPad tell you whether it's a good pitch or not. And I think that's definitely found its way into Major League Baseball, and that's why we're seeing guys who are so talented like Jacob Mizorowski, who are being held to 75 pitch counts because they throw. Everything's 100 miles an hour, and that's great. But if you're only effective for 12 outs out of the game, how effective really are you?
Oh, trust me, I've been beating that drum for a while.
Preaching to the choir over there.
Yeah, I would love to see we're never going to have a Nolan Ryan, a guy that is just an Iron Man well into his 40s. But am I missing somebody, Greg?
No, I mean, can I have Justin Verlander or a guy like that? I mean,
right.
He didn't go as long or as Nolan Ryan went, but he was a guy who was efficient and
Could go through a complete game.
Longer, yes.
Meanwhile, Skubal only went, 98
Eight
pitches on
Yep.
Saturday.
Right, which nullifies his efficiency.
Yeah, and really the value, but that's down the road. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So last week it was Pokemon cards, and this week it's comic books. Yes, police in Madison Heights are working to try to identify the person who broke into a comic book store, well, comics and more, and stole several valuable books. The robbery happened on Saturday morning. The thief was dressed in all black, smashed in the front door, got in there only for about 2 minutes. Didn't spend a whole lot of time, maybe knew exactly where they were headed. I don't know if that's true or not, but went in there and stole 11 valuable graded books. The store owner, obviously quite upset, but says that he's disappointed to think that somebody in the community would have committed such a hateful crime, and says, you know what, we're going to find you.
I hope they do.
I hope so too. Oh, this is kind of cool. It's cool. It is cool. Amazon launching a drone delivery center in Pontiac with operations set to begin by the end of 2025. So they will basically deliver your package by drone if you live within a 7.5 mile radius of this facility in Pontiac. Right. So there's delivery zones in Auburn Hills, Bloomfield Township, Waterford, West Bloomfield. It obviously depends where you are. And they say shoppers who qualify will see drone delivery or 60-minute delivery during your checkout on Amazon. So they say they're going to get your package there in under an hour.
Which is cool. And I think it would be cool to see the drones flying around.
Yeah, it is cool.
The question I have is, they obviously can't deliver anything fragile, because I saw the example, and it was like, on the back patio, they hovered about 10 feet above the ground and then launched it, and
there was no little parachute that.
No,
there's
no parachute.
Do you know what I mean?
I picture, movie,
and the little parachute lets it land
awesome
softly
to the
parachute
delivery. Yeah, yes. I got to imagine it's also like, okay, they're offering this unless it's got to be weather dependent as well. I mean, it can't be high winds.
Drone. How big is this drone?
Or rain. Once you get your. They're
well,
not dropping it off on your front porch.
If they're in the box, obviously. But if they're in those bags, they're kind of, waterproof, but they don't let a lot of water in. I mean, I've had packages sit out in the rain for quite a while, and they're not soaking wet. So interesting, though. That'd be fun to see.
It's probably not a lot different. We had a package delivered. It was like an early Saturday morning. And instead of putting it by the front door or even by the side door underneath an overhang, they put it by the bushes. And they left it there. Thankfully, our sprinkler system had already gone off, and it wasn't. But it could have just been soaked.
Mm-hmm.
I think delivery drivers are someone getting a little bit lazy.
Well, maybe they're just being overworked. They have so many deliveries to deliver within so many minutes that they're like, "Well, my gosh, I'm not going to make my deadline. I'm just going to throw this by this bush and get out of here so I can get, Could be that too. Who knows?
Yeah.
Pretty scary moment that took place at the Katy Perry concert last night here in Detroit at Little Caesars Arena. A young girl collapsed on stage, had the opportunity, handpicked by Katy Perry and her friend. I don't know if they were sisters or friends, but got picked to join the stage. Got up there, pretty cool moment, right? With some other girls while Katy Perry was going to perform. They had shakers to kind of perform with her, and all of a sudden this young girl just went down right there. Katy Perry was one of the first to notice. She and her crew, rendered aid as quick as possible. The young girl had to be carried off on a stretcher. Thankfully, she's doing okay. As far as I know, Katy Perry must have gotten the word from somebody, because as she was doing more of the concert and up on this butterfly that she flies over the crowd with, she did make it known that the young girl was doing great.
Good.
So it sounds like she's going to be okay. Tragedy struck at another concert in London, an Oasis concert. Did you hear about this?
No, what happened?
Happened on Saturday night. A fan fell to their death towards the end of this sold-out show. Nobody actually saw this man fall. So there's no proof technically that he fell, but authorities say that all of his injuries were consistent with a fall. Pronounced dead at the scene. Everything is under investigation. Police are hoping somebody with their phone out might have captured the fall, might have seen it. If you saw anything, to come forward and help shed some light on what exactly happened. Finally, if you throw an object onto the court during a WNBA game, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to be ejected. You could face a ban of 1 year, and you could be arrested. A fan was arrested actually last Tuesday after throwing a sex toy onto the court. It was a game between the Atlanta Dream and Golden State Valkyries.
We've actually seen two.
Yeah, then it happened again days later on Friday. No word if the person who threw it Friday was arrested too, but players are speaking out. Sky Center Elizabeth Williams basically said the person who's responsible, you need to grow up, and called it disrespectful and immature.
Well, it is both of those things. Yes.
It is both. I did see, probably fake, that you could bet on the odds of the color of the next object thrown onto the court.
Well, they were both green, so I'd go with that.
That's probably the heavy favorite. You want to look for some value.
What was the object?
Heather with the news.
Questions that I just like to ask.
You know what it was.
Oh, I haven't seen any of this.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Nobody believes that. Coming up next, Micah Parsons won't be a lion, could be our problem. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know that military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
Dan Dickerson's call. We're talking Tiger baseball, 8 o'clock. Lost 2 or 3 over the weekend. Did get encouraging signs from Finnegan and Morton. So sum it up. Feel better or worse after the deadline. We'll do that at 8 o'clock. John, Micah Parsons. There's always drama in Dallas. He's demanded a trade.
Mm-hmm. And he very eloquently put out a 3-page screenshot of his notes on his phone about why, and he kind of ran through the entire list. And to try and it's interesting too, because they've had a number of contract disputes. Dak Prescott a couple of times.
CeeDee
Lamb. I mean, like it has been something that has plagued Dallas. Ezekiel Elliott going, if you want to go back that far.
What's the common denominator?
Jerry Jones.
Yep. And Micah says he didn't want to negotiate with his agent, which I don't know what planet Jerry's on. That's just kind of operating procedure in the NFL.
It sure is. And to think that in March you had a conversation with your player, that's great. I love the communication between your general manager, who is Jerry Jones, and the player.
Yeah.
But for him to stand on the fact that, well, we came to an agreement, and the agent is just supposed to, cross the T's, dot the I's. No, that's not how this goes. He has an agent, not like Lamar, where it was just him and his mom. Like, this is a situation where if he said, hey, I want, this is great. The parameters are here. The money is here. I want you to talk to my agent to finish negotiating.
Here's the other thing. If a deal's not signed and guys get paid more, the price goes up.
Yes.
So the price went up. Jerry doesn't like it. Now we've got this bickering and infighting, and Jerry says this is all part of negotiation. I don't know that he will be traded, John. What I do know is we're not going to waste our listeners' time by saying, should the Lions trade for Micah Parsons?
Yes, it's not happening.
You may have heard a conversation or two about adding an edge rusher of that caliber in the last calendar year. And what I mean by that is, yeah, we've talked Max Crosby. We've talked Myles Garrett. Briefly, a little TJ Watt, but even then we're like,
Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson, we get it. That conversation's out there. I think we know where most people are at on it. It's unlikely. But, John, we can't have a conversation about Micah Parsons on the trade block, and it could impact the Detroit Lions indirectly.
Yeah, when you're talking about trading a player of that caliber who wants a new deal, it is going to be north of Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, if he ever signs a deal, or our very own Aiden Hutchinson. And that's an angle where, hey, if Micah Parsons signs a deal or he's traded and signs a deal, then the price continues to go up for Aiden Hutchinson. But before we even get there, it's if Jerry Jones entertains a trade, where does Micah Parsons land?
One of the favorite landing spots for him would be a team with cash.
Well, yeah, and
in
so
contention, in the division.
6 teams that have cap space. And let me know, I'll start reading some of these off. Let me know if they affect the Lions or not.
Okay.
New England Patriots.
No.
Still got $60 million worth of cap space. The LA Chargers.
Probably not.
Probably not. The Raiders.
No.
Oh, it would suck because they would have the 2 elite edge rushers with Max Crosby and Micah Parsons. That would be a nightmare.
But not a problem this year for the Lions.
No. They still need to find an offense. Arizona Cardinals.
No, I don't think so. We don't play them. I don't think they're a contender.
No. And the New York Jets.
No, same thing. Not a contender, AFC.
The 6th team that could possibly trade for and fit Micah Parsons under the cap because they don't have anybody else coming up to sign, like an Aiden Hutchinson, would be our friends on the other side of the pond, the Green Bay Packers.
Cheeseheads.
The Cheeseheads. Now, if he goes there, obviously that is one that you would have to contend with on a twice-a-year basis.
Or
in
3
division.
times.
Or, yeah, possibly 3 if you see him in the playoffs. Okay, so you enter that conversation with Arizona. If they get him, do you face him in the playoffs? Again, that's more of a Kyler Murray and an offensive question. But for the Green Bay Packers, how concerned would you be as Lions fans if he ends up in Green Bay? Does it change the power struggle? Who holds the cards in the division if Micah Parsons ends up in Green Bay?
So this is not quite Reggie White, but this is
Well,
a high
his
impact.
numbers
No, I know.
are better than Reggie White in his first 4 years.
Are they really? Because
Oh,
Reggie
yeah.
White was on fire out of the gate. Didn't
Well-
Reggie White have like a 20-sack season?
So Micah Parsons is the only player in NFL history to have more than 12 sacks in his first 4 seasons. Reggie White first spent year 1 not in the NFL.
Oh, well, that's the cute. Because I'm looking at Reggie White. I got 13, 18, 21, 18. He was all over the place.
Yeah, but his first year was not in the NFL.
but
So there's
this
a
is-
little bit of a catch there.
Fine. But the point would stand. This is them adding a high-impact freak
Yes.
to their front that would cause problems for a Lions team that's got questions on their offensive line. Like, John, to me, the Packers are the biggest threat in division. Ben Johnson's got to rework the whole program. I'm not worried about them in year 1. For as much as we've talked about the Lions with 2 new coordinators, Chicago has 2 new coordinators and a new head coach.
And a second-year quarterback.
Yeah, and a young guy who's still got to learn how to play in the NFL. The Vikings have a brand new quarterback as well. To me, the Packers are the big threat. So if the biggest threat in your division adds one of the best defensive players in the NFL, yeah, it does end up on your radar. That becomes a concern.
I would argue, I still think Minnesota is the bigger threat in the division. And I understand, I just said Caleb Williams, second-year quarterback. Now you're looking at JJ going, it's really a first-year quarterback.
Yep.
But I think Kevin O'Connell is, and I know Dan Campbell has owned him.
Yep.
But Kevin O'Connell is a terrific coach. I think he is greater than Matt LaFleur.
So
And I'm not a huge fan. I've kind of been steadfast on this. I don't think Jordan Love is ever going to be the guy that takes you to a division win or takes you to the ultimate heights in the postseason.
all I would point out is Jordan Love has at least won a playoff game.
Yes.
The Packers have beaten us more recently than Minnesota. Kevin O'Connell has lost 5 straight games straight up head-to-head with Dan Campbell, including some with big stakes at the end of last year. And Kevin O'Connell has never won a playoff game and is now breaking in a brand new quarterback. I think Green Bay is the number 2 team in this division, and if they added Micah Parsons, it would definitely reverberate. I mean, it would be a problem.
But if you put, well, we're not talking about putting Micah Parsons on Minnesota, but if you put him on Green Bay, I think the Lions right now have the ultimate cheat code in beating Micah Parsons, and that's Penei Sewell.
Right, but you can move Parsons around.
That's the threat, is that especially if they use him like either the Jets or the Miami Dolphins used Jason Taylor, where he wasn't just a right defensive end. They used him as a right defensive end, a left defensive end. They used him, we called it a spinner, where they would line him up. They'd be walking him around, and he had a choice. Do I want to hit the left side A gap, right side A gap, B gap on either side, or can I just decide that I want to go off the edge?
Right.
That is the threat of a defense that would use Micah Parsons that way.
And they'd be bookending him with Rashawn Gary, who's a quality defensive end. And I know we've been waiting for our team to put 2 quality defensive ends, one opposite Aiden. They would be doing that in Green Bay. Texter says the Raiders won't go after Parsons because no team needs 2 high-end pass rushers, signed Brad Cooking in the Kitchen. You knew we'd get some of that. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. They have a new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit. First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and it's dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. And that's something that I use almost on a daily basis because it is so easy and it is secure. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success, and they take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family. So that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
A lot of anxiety, frustration, angst after the Tiger trade deadline. We're going to revisit it after the weekend. 8 o'clock. You saw Morton. You saw Finnegan. You saw the Tigers lose 2 of 3. Mixed bag. Do you feel better or worse? Good morning, 97.1. Should be a great day again today. You were out and about all weekend.
I was. We went to the zoo on Saturday, and it was awesome. I shared some video with you guys. The grizzly bears were out right up close to everybody. They were very playful. The sloth bear was out. The polar bear.
See, that's the best bear.
Polar
there.
bear was walking back and forth, pacing. I think he was like trying to figure out, okay, what angle do I want to jump in? And Teddy and I were glued to the glass, enclosure. And sooner or later, he eventually did. He slid down the little stream into the water, and we got video. Teddy's right by the glass, and he's swimming by. I'm like, it was unbelievable. And then yesterday was out the Battle of the Badges.
Yeah, you played for both teams.
I did. I was undefeated, by the way. Played for the police department down at the old corner ballpark in game 1, which we won. And then switched sides because Darren McCarty was down there as well. So he came over and played with the firemen. I played with the policemen, and the policemen won that game. So I was 2-0.
So did Darren McCarty win either game?
I hope he comes in here and goes old school on you. That would be awesome. It would save me the effort.
Yeah, I understand. No, the reason I was going to ask you is I was just looking at the weather for the day today, and it's going to be 70s, low 80s.
It's
I didn't notice any of this like air quality stuff. Did you while you were out?
I didn't this weekend, and honestly, I know that it's been a thing for a couple of weeks now. Maybe late at night, a couple of nights last week, I noticed a little bit of a haze, but I certainly didn't notice it yesterday down at the corner ballpark. It was beautiful. It wasn't hot. We were on the turf. It was a perfect day to be outside. It's a perfect weekend to be outside. Heather, have you noticed it?
I've noticed it. I have not been affected by it. I've noticed like the haziness a little bit in the air, but it was actually more last week, I feel like. It might have been Thursday or Friday that I noticed it the
Obviously,
most.
those with compromised lungs,
asthma
or anything like that, I'm sure they have noticed any change in air quality.
Yeah, they will. But I didn't even really even notice it this weekend.
Yeah.
One thing I did notice this weekend, we'll talk about at 8:35, which is
I know. Yes.
ChatGPT gone too far.
The sloppers.
The sloppers are out there.
That's what they're
You-
called,
Yeah,
right?
you were
all
hanging
over the
out with some
place.
sloppers.
They were around us, I'll put it that way. And no, I didn't call them out. Instead, we'll do it on the radio. Much more effective. 8:35. John, some ticket text on the Lion stuff we brought up. Micah Parsons, not going to be a Lion, but wants out of Dallas. You listed teams with cap space to get it done, and there was one that was noteworthy.
Yes, the Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay Packers. Texter says, lifelong Packer fan, adding Parsons won't do a whole lot because he would be our only above-average player on the entire defense. Gary and Clark, just a bunch of nobodies.
Well, I don't know that their secondary is really anything to write home about, but their defensive front, I'm not going to sit there and say it's anything special, but they've got a bunch of solid players up front. I wouldn't say they're below average.
No, I mean, Rashawn Gary, was he not just listed in the top 100 players in the NFL like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
He's a good player, and if they have him on one end and Parsons on the other, it'd be a problem for anybody. Just saying. And they've beaten the Lions more than anybody else in the division the last couple seasons, so it's noteworthy. As a Packers fan, adding Parsons probably pushes our ceiling from 5 to 6 wins. You guys are scared of this team for no reason. We're not going to be any good.
Well, no, there's only one person that's scared of this team.
Who is it?
Well, you think they're a bigger threat than Minnesota
Yeah,
is.
that's not the same thing as saying I'm scared of the Cheeseheads. Come on now.
No, but I think, even taking some of those ticket texts into context, I don't think that they're I think Minnesota has a much better defense. Now, he's not going to Minnesota, but I'm more worried about Minnesota in this division than I am the Bears or the Packers.
Text says, means nothing. He's done nothing against the Lions, and we've played Dallas. Penei Sewell owns him. That's Bill driving into work today.
Yeah, we have the ultimate cheat code for Micah Parsons. That is when he's lined up against Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell has owned him. The problem is he's a player, and we've seen this be a trend for a decade now, where you don't just have a guy that rushes over your left tackle or over your right tackle, or he's a guy that can line up anywhere in between as well.
The challenge is he's going to play 15 other games against the not Lions.
Right.
So he will have an impact on those games. Theoretically, he will make the Packers better. And if you're that much closer to being better than the Lions, then
correct.
This is a team that Jim has mentioned that has taken the Lions out a couple times.
And
they've
won, and LaFleur can win a playoff game. I mean, look, they're not better than the Lions. They could be a thorn in your side, and a thornier side if they added Micah Parsons. Hey, one other Lions note. They were back at the practice field over the weekend. Hendon Hooker was asked about his performance from the Hall of Fame game. Hendon, how would you grade yourself, scale 1 to 10? John, honesty?
Or the standards of an NFL quarterback. No, I love his honesty and his self-awareness that he has to go out there and play better. He's going to get the first snaps when they play Atlanta on Friday, and I do expect him to play better. Some of that is just going to simply be he's going to have the script. He's going to get all the one, well, not all the one reps, but yeah, he'll get the 2 reps, and as they get closer to game time, he'll get the reps that he needs to prepare himself for this game. To try and save his job.
Look, his first year, he's injured. His second year, he was not good enough. They brought in Teddy Bridgewater to be the backup quarterback for the playoffs. This year, hadn't been good enough. It's one stupid preseason game, but we're going to get a couple more of these to evaluate him. But, John, as we sit today, he's not good enough to be their backup quarterback, and neither is Kyle Allen. Now, if you don't think backup quarterback's a big deal, I understand. It shouldn't be a big deal. If your starter goes down for any significant amount of time, your season's over.
Yeah.
Having said that, you still want someone who can come in for a quarter, a half, or a game. Give Carson Wentz a call.
I would hope that phone call has already been placed. Hey, how's Carson doing? Just tell him we said hi.
Well, the advantage of playing the extra.
We're thinking about you.
Yeah, the advantage of playing the first preseason game is you get the early eval on your team. You can make that quick phone call, but Carson may be waiting. And that's the other part of that conversation. All right, Tiger Baseball, are you feeling better or worse after the deadline? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers remain only 8 games up on Cleveland in the Central following last night's 2-0 loss to Philly. It is, however, a good chance for Detroit to create some separation as tonight begins a 2-week span of games for the Tigers where they only play teams with a losing record. Tonight's 6:40 first pitch is against the Twins, and it will be carried right here on the tickets. Coach Dan Campbell announcing over the weekend that Hendon Hooker will be the starting quarterback for Friday's preseason game between the Lions and the Falcons. Elsewhere in the league, Zach Sealer gets a 3-year deal, or a contract extension rather, with the Dolphins for just shy of $68 million. While less fortunate news for Colts running back Salvon Ahmed, he suffers a knee injury in practice that could have him sidelined for the entirety of the season. Meanwhile, for the University of Michigan, they were considered finalists for 3 big class of 2026 recruits. However, they go 0 for 3 over the weekend in gaining their commitments. Instead, 5-star cornerback Devon Benjamin commits to Oregon. 4-star defensive tackle Collins Hill commits to LSU, and 4-star linebacker Anthony Davis Jr. pledges to Ole Miss. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can head to 971theticket.com.
There's a term in Heather's news, sloppers. I saw them in the wild over the weekend. We'll get to it at 8:35.
Huh.
Tiger
where
baseball.
you were hanging out with sloppers.
Okay. They're all around us, John. You can't avoid them anymore. And this was maybe the grossest example. Anyway, Tiger baseball over the weekend. We got a chance to see a couple of the new faces. Finnegan on Saturday looked the part. That was the real Major League bullpen arm they added. Charlie Morton. Hey, 41 years old. Didn't need the walking cane to get out there. Struck out 6 in 6 innings. That'll play. But the team lost 2 of 3. Do you feel better or worse about the team post-deadline?
Well, I don't like that they got shut out yesterday 2-0, and runners in scoring position 5 times, couldn't find a way to get one of them across the plate, which would have meant they still would have lost 2-1. but I do like the fact that they addressed the pitching staff. We got Paddock in exchange for Olsen. Now Olsen didn't go anywhere, but he's out for the regular season. And you go out there and you get Charlie Morton, who performed extremely well yesterday against a very good lineup.
Yeah, it struck out the side in the fourth, 4, 5, and 6, rolled it over, struck out more to start the fifth. Yeah, I was surprised. That's the best start he's had in over a month.
Finnegan looked good when we saw him on Friday night. And I am curious how that affects Will Vest and even Tommy Kahnle, where you have another weapon to use and you don't have to use Will Vest every single time. Now, maybe one gets to the other, but, you got Melton that we are waiting to see in coming out of the bullpen as well. And I think you have, looking at these guys, looking at this staff, and if they put Morton in the bullpen when you get to the postseason, along with Melton, who's going to have some bumps, right? He's a young player, but he throws some nice heat. Mm-hmm. Getting to Vest, getting to Morton, getting to Finnegan, all of a sudden looks a little bit better.
So did you feel better then?
I felt better, yeah.
Okay. You're typically not
the
silver linings
2 out
guy.
of 3.
Yeah, they lost the games, but the players they added, you feel better having seen them pitch for the Detroit Tigers.
The question now is going to be how do they create runs? How do they manufacture runs? How do they get guys across home plate, which is the goal? You got to outscore your opponents.
But that is also a way of looking at the trade deadline. They didn't add a bat, and then they were shut out when they faced high-end pitching, which is what they'd face in the ALCS or the World Series, really the entire postseason. So I ended up feeling worse. The team that made the bold, aggressive moves, their reliever, their closer shuts the door in 2 of the 3. You lose 2 of the 3. Friday night, you didn't even get to Finnegan because the bullpen still isn't good enough. And then on Sunday, you get shut out. You're leading off Matt Vierling. They didn't need a bat. I felt worse. I felt like, the team's still going to win their division. I think August is going to be chock full of wins for this baseball team, and they'll be a postseason team. But when they get to the postseason, I think you saw the thing that's going to get them eliminated.
It's one of the reasons why they could be eliminated, sure. And I think if you look at any roster, even if you're looking at the Dodgers, there's no perfect roster. There's some that are closer than others, and the Dodgers are really close. Mm-hmm. But each roster is going to have reasons why they could get eliminated. Now, if you get into the postseason and the bats go silent, then sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, could you have done more at the trade deadline? When you look back, yeah, they didn't add a bat.
So you guys let us know. Actually, we're going to make this a poll question so we can use it as an easy cheat throughout the rest of the show here, whether you feel better or worse.
Okay.
Are you disappointed
No,
we made it a poll
I
question?
think that's great.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Let's see what the people think.
Greg, you can delete it if it's a bad idea, I guess.
Oh, no.
Is it even right now, you said?
No, I was going to say, or the same is also an option.
Oh, yeah, but that's the easy way out. You got to say better or worse. I feel the same is kind of a cop-out,
yeah,
right?
I mean, you never stay the same. You're either better or you're worse.
Right. You get through a trade deadline and you're better or worse. Now, look, I know people are going to point out the Yankees didn't exactly get off to a hot start Friday night with their arms either.
No.
John, it was one after the other batting practice.
Yeah, but their big issue is, and the relievers that they signed are going to be just fine, but the issue that they're facing is just being productive in the field. Because if you look just on Friday night, small sample size, did we want Jake Bird?
Hey, he was the guy we talked about, yeah.
David Bednar.
Definitely talked about him.
And Camilo Duvall.
Yeah, after the deadline, we thought, boy, that's all it took to get him.
Okay, so on Friday night, those 3 relievers entered the game for the mighty New York Yankees.
In stripes.
And they gave up a combined 9 runs.
Is that all?
4 earned by Jake Bird, 2 earned by David Bednar, and 3 runs, only one of them earned, by Camilo Duvall.
Yeah.
And they ended up losing 13-12. They got swept by the Marlins for the first time in the history of their series.
Are you serious? That's the first time the Marlins have ever swept the Yankees?
The first time the Marlins have swept the Yankees, yes. Stat of the day.
So some of this is there's pressure in New York, and we'll see. look, the Tigers aren't going to be judged by this weekend, and those Yankee relievers aren't going to be judged by Friday night. They're going to be judged by the postseason, and they got guys with better track records.
If they make the postseason.
That's a good point. They're on the line.
The Tigers are going to be in the postseason.
But they're going to be relying more on, like, hey, can they get lightning in a bottle? Can they, find those pitchers with flaws? Can they get them in a groove at the right time to steal something? Because they don't have enough proven commodities in their bullpen right now. So they are relying on threading a needle when they get to the postseason.
They are trying to thread a needle.
And
There
root like
are a
hell
bunch
that
of
they
teams
do.
that are trying to thread the needle.
No, and it gets misconstrued. I'm going to root like hell that they thread the needle. I mean, I want to see them do something historic. I loved seeing Charlie Morton go out there at 41 years old and turn back time. Do I expect that throughout the rest of the season and in the postseason? No, I think that'd be unfair to expect. Right? Like, I mean, that was the best start he's had in a month.
Yes.
And I think some of that's the adrenaline, new team.
Sure, new team. Want to
AJ's
go
got
out there
my back.
and show and prove, but he's also on a much better team than he was on. And he knows that his clock is ticking. It literally is ticking in regards to being able to win a World Series. So he's going to go out there and give you his A game every single time.
Got a ticket texture that says Kenny Rogers vibes.
Okay.
Look, that's what you're hoping for. Texter says, I'm feeling okay after the deadline. They looked alive last night against the Phillies. Haven't seen that kind of energy since before the All-Star break. Let's go. Nick at work.
It was a great series. Now, they ended up losing the series 2-1.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this question. I'll just put it in a little bit different way.
Mm-hmm.
In a 7-game series, can they beat the Philadelphia Phillies in a 7-game series?
You in this can word. Yes, they can. If they played a 7-game series, would you expect them to? I would not.
Would you expect any team that comes out of the American League to beat a team that comes out of the National League in the World Series?
Probably not. Probably not. I mean, if it's the Dodgers and the Phillies, no, I think those teams would be favored over everybody in the
Mets?
AL. Now if it's Mets would be interesting. If the Cubs won, I think the Tigers could be favored against the Cubs. Look, I know the thing is get in the dance, see what happens, but other teams put themselves in a better position to dance longer, including the Phillies.
Yeah.
Tex says, I was a little down after the deadline, but the Tigers played a competitive series against Philly. I felt like it was the playoffs. Crowd was electric. Morton and Finnegan had great first appearances.
Mm-hmm.
John, I'm going to write him down as feeling better.
Yeah.
First half of the year was optimism and excitement. Second half and post-deadline, anxiety and disappointment, Matt and Heartland. Is that just because the expectations start to hit?
Well, yeah. I mean, you change your expectations throughout the course of the season. We did it with the Lions last year. We've done it with all the teams. When you start performing a certain way, good or bad, you're able to reassess the expectations. And the expectation going into the season was, hey, can we just win this division, or can we be a wild card team? Can we stay above 500? Well, when you're 20 games above 500, you tend to change your expectations.
I thought this well before the deadline, and I still think it now. I don't think this team will win a playoff series, whether it's 3 games in the wild card, 5 in the ALDS, or more. I think this team is going to be one and done, and everyone will be disappointed.
That's just a little hangover from the Lions season? Because right now, they're not even playing in the wild card.
Right. They would avoid the round altogether.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody this team's better than last year's team, right?
Yes.
So they can win certainly a wild card round. They did that last year.
Yeah.
And they can win a 5-game series. I think it's getting into a 7-game series against a good lineup. And can the Tigers hitting match the other team's hitting?
Well, you might smoke and mirrors with some of these bullpen reclamation projects, but in a 7-game series, you can't hide them. Like, guys are going to see them a second or third time in a 7-game series. And that's where you may feel how thin the pen really is.
Mine's still the bat. I felt before the deadline, if they didn't add a power bat on the right side, that they couldn't win the World Series, that they couldn't beat the Dodgers or Phillies, Padres possibly in a 7-game series, that their pitching would get exposed throughout a longer series, and then the bats would dry up.
Were you surprised how dismissive Scott Harris was of the idea of adding a right-handed bat? Because he said we maul left-handed pitching. He really didn't give much thought to the fact that they, quote, needed a right-handed bat.
I'm not surprised he said it, because if it's GM talk to a degree, to be honest with you. Look, it's from the rumors and stuff before the deadline. Sounds like they were interested. So,
Right after the deadline, what do you expect them to say? Yeah, well, boy, we really needed a right-handed
it's
bat.
kind of like AJ backing his guys. It's
Okay,
like
let me ask it a little differently. Are you surprised he didn't add a right-handed bat?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
This Ibanez thing, it just happens in spurts, I just think in a series, and Vierling's bat has got to get going. They need last year's version of Matt Vierling. You get that, and then maybe you have something.
Well, that's why I say, they are threading a needle, right? They need to catch it at the right time, that lightning in a bottle. Vierling's got to be hot in the right series. Green has to be hot in the right series. He's very streaky.
Well, especially if you're going to lead off Vierling and he goes over.
Yeah.
You know what? I do think the slump that they had a couple weeks ago and all that, with Kerry Carpenter out, they missed him probably more than we thought they did. He does have an intimidating presence. He hits that home run that stops the bleeding in 11 out of 12.
Yeah, but he's a lefty.
I know.
And they don't have that guy on the other side.
I think not many people were saying, oh, they really miss Carpenter. They really miss Carpenter. That's part of the slump. I do think that was probably the number one reason why it got that bad.
I would agree that he was missed.
Because he's a threat in your lineup.
Yes.
He allows AJ to do some different things with how he constructs his lineup.
Texter says, can someone please shut Cookies up? The deadline is over. Same narrative. Guys, we're reflecting on the weekend.
I'm just waiting for Darren McCarty to walk in.
I mean, in some ways, they went up against a top-notch NL team.
Yeah, good measuring stick.
Really good power lineup, and they held serve. Somebody's going to win the series.
And it wasn't the Tigers.
Because of the little flaws that we've just discussed.
That have not been addressed enough. They're going to be in the thick of it. You guys tell us. They got good contributions from Morton and Finnegan. Do you feel better or worse? 248-539-9797.
Hey,
97.1.
In sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal, and the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Feminino steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Feminino. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, tell him to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Defense was there for Riley. Houston Ticket Texters are beating him up, though. 0 for 13 over the weekend at the plate.
Yeah, well, so on Twitch, here's one for you. They're kind of going full Matthew Stafford on him. Riley Green continues to prove he's just a stat patter and only gets hits when it doesn't matter. So he does lead the team in RBIs. He's got, 86?
Yeah, he'll end up with 100+.
Oh, yeah. He does lead the team in home runs with 26, and Tork's got 23. Kerry Carpenter's at 18, but he's missed some time. His OPS still leads the team of guys with significant at-bats at 825.
So when you said this, I did want to look it up, okay, because I don't freak out about Riley Green, but this is clearly like a narrative.
Because he does strike out a lot.
He does strike out a lot. John, when the Tigers are leading, he bats 328. When the Tigers are trailing, he bats 198. I was a little surprised. I mean, the text has a little validity. High leverage situations, he bats 212. Low leverage, 286. 2 outs, runners in scoring position, he bats 204. Late and close, he bats 135. Interesting.
It is. I mean, it's something.
I vetted the text. At first blush, I thought that was silly, but there's some validity to it.
Yeah.
Texter says the Tigers hit the jackpot initially. Can they keep it up for the rest of the season? Pitching is the key. Team keeps swinging for the fences. Put bat on ball. They're way better. It says way better, Jim.
Yeah. So way better since the trade deadline.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to you.
Okay. They're way better since the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jim. Sending you a message.
Right. They lost 2 or 3 this weekend, right? They were shut out on Sunday and famously didn't add a bat at the deadline. Friday night, they couldn't even get to their new guy, Finnegan, because the bullpen was having issues. And maybe we watched 2 different weekends. Like Saturday was fun, but they lost this series over the weekend. Phillies are a World Series caliber ball club that you're measuring yourself against. Their big addition shut the door and made as big an impact as anybody over the weekend.
I think they're also, fans are looking at this as, the Phillies are contending for a World Series. So are the Tigers.
Are we?
I believe we are, yes.
I mean, they are, but I'm saying like they acted like it at the trade deadline.
I'm happy with what they did. Would I have loved to have had in a bat? Yes. There's a lot of things I would have loved to have added, but I thought that their most urgent need was the bullpen and pitching.
Text says, AL sucks. We can win this league, but I worry about a 7-gamer against Dodgers, Phillies, teams like that. I don't know how we can make it work. Guys, am I crazy to say when we face a lefty and you don't have Carp in the lineup, it hurts you? That's a heart and soul guy. He's our most intimidating bat.
It does. It changes how AJ puts the lineup together. We saw that, and Tom brought up a great point. Maybe in that 13-game stretch without having Kerry Carpenter just in the lineup, not that he was going to be your great savior and come in and hit, 6 home runs in the span of that time, but he is a guy that you've got to address in the lineup.
How about this ticket texter who says, we need to make Riley a benched bat against lefties. We do it with Carp. Why don't we do it with Green? Riley Green this season has a 947 OPS against righties. That's elite. Against lefties, it's 604. If you want to do the matchups and the small ball and the leverage, then Riley Green's a platoon bat, right?
Yeah, but if he's not in the lineup, you don't get his glove in the outfield.
Right, I know.
They are taking note. He batted 5th last night. I don't know if he's batted that low all season.
I mean, it'll be interesting because he's clearly a star player and one of the leaders of this team. But if your philosophy is everybody takes a seat for the almighty matchup, Riley Green now, we're not early in the season. He doesn't hit lefties, and they'll sit Carp, so why not Green? Well, some of the answer might be they don't have another bat. But that's who you could add at the deadline, right? Is the counter, the chess piece, the other side.
They don't need it.
I know. 248-539-9797. All right, we're going to get to a term from Heather's News, sloppers. 8:35, I encountered some of them in
hanging out
person.
with them.
Let's not go that far.
Mingling.
Well, no, you are. You were hanging out with them.
They were hanging out around me.
So you were hanging out with them.
Heather with the news.
A Wyandotte police officer went above and beyond the call of duty when he saw an elderly resident struggling to mow her lawn. This is such a great story. So when his shift ended, Officer Jonathan Cox returned to this woman's home and completely transformed her yard. So he first spotted this woman, Dory Oliver, trying to push a mower with one hand while balancing on her walker with the other hand.
Oh, kudos to her.
She says
for getting after it.
She says she's been trying, but really struggling with her yard. Hasn't received the help. She says she's reached out to some companies, but nobody's ever showed up. So she's trying her best to do what she can. So after his 12-hour shift, the officer returned to her home, spent 2 days cutting her grass, clearing her gutters, and improving her yard. And here's the officer talking about what he did. And she was so moved by his act of kindness, she made sure to call the Wyandotte Police Department, expressed her gratitude, and she said that she was in awe of what happened.
It's a great story.
Pretty cool, isn't it? Very, very nice. Hey, Jim, we talked a lot about the weekend. Did you take part in the Clean Cruise this weekend?
What's the Clean Cruise?
The Clean Cruise. Dozens of EV owners, supporters, and advocates gathered on Saturday at Royal Oaks Memorial Park for this big, EV festival.
So it's like the Dream Cruise, but for EVs?
Yes, because it ended with a cruise down Woodward. No
Not
joke.
that loud.
Yeah. You never heard them coming.
I didn't know this was happening, and it's right in my backyard. No.
It was a first of its kind celebration. There was a wide range of activities centered all around environmental and health benefits of electric transportation. There was different EVs you could test drive. There was things for children out there to do, demonstrations, presentations, discussions, and then the cruise, the EV cruise down Woodward.
Imagine they pull up to the light, they're both staring. He's staring over another EV.
Oh, yeah.
Is that revving the engine? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
You can't rev the engine. You just go.
Hey, but they go.
They do go.
Yes, I will say that.
can go quick.
They go quickly.
The family of former NBA player Danilo Gallinari.
Nailed it.
Whoa! Yeah. They experienced a scary underwater incident.
Oh.
Yeah. His wife, who is pregnant with their third baby, was attacked by a shark.
What?
In Puerto Rico. Yeah, she posted a photo on Instagram where she's in the hospital recovering and noted that she never thought she'd be attacked by a shark, especially near the shore on a crowded beach. But lo and behold, she was. She did say she and her baby are fine, says that she was rescued promptly, and she did have to have surgery, though, to repair her poor bitten leg. But she said it went well. She did make some jokes. She said the shark would be hearing from her lawyer soon.
This is why I don't go in the ocean.
But it sounds like she was
never
hardly
know.
in the ocean. You don't even...
Have you not seen the videos? You're proving my point. Doesn't matter how shallow you are.
They'll find you.
They'll get
They'll
you.
get you. Let's see. We haven't heard about Jordan Hudson in a couple of months. She kind of went silent after the whole CBS interview thing went down. Anyway, she's back. So she shared a single post on X and kind of let this Browns beat reporter, I might say her last name wrong, Mary Kay Cabot.
I think that's
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Well, there we
Oh,
go.
yeah, well, okay.
No, that she did. It's close anyway.
Whatever.
That she didn't appreciate her joke. So on Friday, this beat reporter made a joke during the Pro Football Hall of Fame Gold Jacket dinner. And basically her joke was, quote, "Now I totally understand why Bill gave me such a hard time. I was 28 at the time and he just couldn't relate to a woman that old."
It's funny.
I mean, it's playful. It's silly. Everybody's been making fun about the age difference between the two of them, right?
And she was bothered by this.
Yeah, so she didn't
was
like
her
the joke.
reply?
Well, she didn't make her own reply. She reposted somebody else's reply that said, "Not much of a laugh. No wonder so many have contempt for the media, especially those who want to be the story rather than report on a story."
Come on.
Have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
I mean, It's not the worst joke anyone has made about their
Right.
age difference.
Yes.
by
I mean,
any
if you're going to
means.
enter a relationship with that type of age gap and have that type of public profile and persona,
Right.
you got to know that some of this is going to head your way.
Take it in stride,
Roll with the punches.
make up your own joke, and have fun with it.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey parents, it's Heather. As the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate, and if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. Right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your back-to-school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Early results on our poll question. 60% of Tiger fans feel about the same. Post-deadline, post-Phillies series, feel about the same. 24% feel worse, only 16% feel better. Did see Finnegan, did see Morton, also saw Duran, and saw the Phillies win 2 of 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll keep taking thoughts on it. 248-539-9797. This weekend, Saturday night date night, I saw one of the most egregious examples of relying on ChatGPT of all time.
Oh, please do share.
So we went out and did dinner, and then we did one of those like make your own candle things. You familiar with those, John?
No.
Heather?
I've heard of them, never done it.
So you go and like you pick the scents that you want to combine, and you can do candles or wax melts or lotions or whatever you want to do, right?
Get yourself a bar of soap.
John, I'm sure if you want one, they could do it for you.
You went candle making?
Yes, John, I went candle making. You got an issue with it?
Yes.
I'm sure Lisa would love to make candles. You should take her sometime. She's not a candle person?
No, she's not.
Worried about burning the house down or what?
No, not at all. I just don't think that's it's
not her thing.
No, it's not. It's not her thing. And so I know that there's more to this story, which we'll get to in a moment. But Heather, if you asked Colin, "Hey, do you want to go make some candles with me?" What would his response be?
I'm
sure
be
he would.
Hard no, but he would have questions like, "Will the game be on? Is there beer?" Or I don't know. You know, like
yes. Can I make a beer scented
yes.
candle?
They were not serving beer at the establishment. We did dinner
Oh,
and
I'm
then
sure
we did
you could
drinks.
probably get a
wine,
glass
though?
of wine.
No, they don't, but they should.
they don't?
Well, you need a liquor license.
Well, I thought that was the point of it. Like
You can't bring
like,
your own
drink
bottle.
wine.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I didn't.
Get yourself a
Oh.
good old Pinot Noir.
You're fancy, John.
So fancy.
No.
Yes, my wife loves it when they bring the wine menu.
Is that how you read it?
That's how I go full accent on all of them. Yes, it's which usually
Grigiot.
means that she, as soon as they say, "Would you like the wine menu?" and they like are going to hand it to me, she grabs it right away. No, you don't want him to have that.
The Pinot Grigiot.
Yeah.
So anyway, we get there. We're did our drinks and dinner, and this is just kind of hey, build your own candle. The people next to us were using ChatGPT to decide which scents would be a good combination, as opposed to their own nose. You're staring in front of the scents. The whole point is, what do you like? Do you like this combination? Do you like this scent? And they were sitting on the phone combining stuff on the ChatGPT.
I think you need to slow your roll just a little bit. Now,
where have we gotten where we can't even rely on our own senses, but ChatGPT will do it for us?
Well, okay, so you're talking about making a candle, something that you want to burn for scent and flavor in your house.
Yes.
You may have a scent that you prefer, but you're not necessarily sure what might go good with that. So you're not just going to go full, pine tree. Unless it's Christmas time.
You could build a Christmas
what
one.
goes well with that? I have absolutely no problem with them using AI to
agree with you,
pair.
John.
Thank you.
I do.
And-
it's
and-
almost like jumping on Google, though. It's the same thing. Like, I like the scent of a pine tree. I'm making like
Yeah,
what-
what's the best way to make this?
Yeah.
Heather, but let's do this. You have a pine tree as one. And you go, Christmas time, maybe peppermint. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Smell it yourself.
Can you combine the scents to smell?
Yes.
Okay, so I've never done this, so I don't
I've
know
never
what
done
it
this
looks
either. I mean, and maybe they don't have like I bring up wine tasting because it's not something that I don't have the palate to be able to decipher what is good and what is bad. It's just I like this, and it may be a terrible wine, but it tastes good to me. They may not have the trained schnoz like you do.
maybe they
Because I have
can't
a big
smell.
nose, John.
What's that?
Is it because I got a big nose, John?
I'm just referring to your nose.
Did they do any smelling? Was there any sniff tests at all, or no? Like maybe they just lost their sense of smell. Maybe
Could be.
both the couples
Yeah.
they cannot smell.
Because they were all smelled out?
No,
Well,
I don't
once
know.
you, but
Maybe
it,
they
it
don't
could
have that
also be.
sense.
Why would you
I don't
get
know
the
how
candle
do
if
you
you can't
how do you
smell?
how do you cleanse your palate if you're you go to a wine tasting, right? You taste one wine, then they give you something to swish around and you
well,
know.
they normally have like coffee beans. You smell.
Okay, so that
There is a
that
palate
cleanse
cleanser
for
yes.
your nose. Okay.
They normally offer something
Did
like
you
that.
smell
I
the
think.
coffee beans?
There was coffee beans. You could use that if you wanted
okay.
to kind of break up
to clean the because if you smell one, then all of a sudden you smell another one. You're like, well, am I smelling these together because I still have that sense?
My point
in
is,
my
if you're
nose.
going to go, the experience is doing it yourself.
But
not
if you
relying on a
want to
computer.
spend money on this and you want it to be perfect when you bring it into your home, I have absolutely no problem with this.
I'd like to know if they stuck with what ChatGPT told them or if they did eventually wander into their own smells.
So from what I observed is they had, once you pick out the 3 or 4 that you like, then they let you actually take the oil and combine and smell. And I don't think they liked what they were building very much. Just judging body language from afar. Everybody's got their own different preferences. Just build the thing you like. It's going to be in your house, or
And
I would
they
imagine
got
that's
their
what
own.
they told ChatGPT. Like, I
Yeah.
like this type of flavor or scent.
Yeah.
Can you?
Whatever, I'd call it flavor.
You did.
Yeah.
yeah.
I did.
John
Put
walks in.
that in a little-
What flavors do you guys have here? Oh boy, not one of these dudes.
Yes. We got another meathead.
Got any brewskis in the back?
Yeah.
It's not the worst thing to use it for, I don't think.
So then I do want to know what people have seen others doing. The term was sloppers.
Right, where you're using it to decide what to order off of a menu. That's far worse.
Well, I would prefer. I'm not going to sit there and tell anybody they're doing it wrong, but if I would, instead of relying on ChatGPT, if I'm at a restaurant, like I mentioned last week when you had the news story, I'll ask the waiter or waitress, what's good here? What's your favorite dish? I'm deciding between these two. Which do you recommend? And then they generally recommend one and I go with the other.
So I did go on ChatGPT last week and picked a restaurant that we frequent, and I said, "Hey, I don't eat meat. This is what I like. What should I order at this restaurant?" And it didn't come up with my favorite meal. I was waiting to see if my favorite
But
meal would
maybe
be
it
up there,
came
and
up with
didn't.
something that you were like, oh, I should try this. Maybe
Yeah.
I would like it.
Not really.
Okay.
It's just the gall of it all. Like, you're at a restaurant. Ask the people who work there, or
Sure.
go off of what you know. It's like surrendering any and all critical thinking skills to the almighty computer. Smell the stuff in front of you to pick the combination you want. Think for yourself.
Sound
Use your
really
brain.
bad when you say that.
Think for
It just-
yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg. There's a lot of smarm in there.
But it needs to be said, people, think for yourself.
Did you give them looks of disdain? And just every time that they would pull out their phone, did you go,
No, I made a mental note to shame him on the radio, as anybody would do.
I
How
get what
dare
you're
they
saying. It does
find
take away the
assistance.
creativity of
yeah,
doing
but maybe
things
they're
yourself.
not creative people.
But clearly they're not.
Well, sure. Well, not everybody is as creative or has the scent ability as one James Costa.
I don't think I have some superior schnoz.
Apparently you do.
I just think you should experience life.
So
That's my bold take today. You should experience life.
unrelated question. I get what candle did you create?
Okay,
what
so
was your scent?
I did.
Did you bring it in for a sample?
Yeah.
No, I can. We did wax melts. I can bring them in for you.
Wax
so you
melts.
need like a tart burner.
What's a
that how you-
wax melt?
Is that how you burn it?
So I joked about your wife. Kelsey doesn't want to burn down the house. She prefers the wax melts. I don't care.
yeah,
It's
you melt them on I call them
like
a
a
tart
dish.
burner, but
Yeah.
it's like a dish with like a
little,
light,
heat
a
source.
light bulb underneath
Oh, okay.
it.
So,
Yeah.
And they melt
but you
and-
could light a candle underneath that one.
You could absolutely.
You could, but most people don't. They use it's a plug
It's a
in.
plug-in.
Oh,
It heats
okay.
the base, and then you drop in the wax, and then it.
Oh, so they come out
creates
like
the scents.
wafers.
Yes,
Like
kind of
li-
like little
okay.
cubes are the ways these came out.
Okay.
But I did almond, burnt sugar, and vanilla bean.
Oh, it's like a Christmas cookie that I don't want to smell in my
Yeah.
house.
I
Yeah,
want
I don't
any
like
vanilla.
that. Vanilla,
Ugh.
Vanilla
sugar.
is a third tier. You don't like
I
burnt
like
sugar?
vanilla in my
No.
chocolate chip cookies, but not
Nope.
in,
I thought this was
not
a
as
pretty
scent.
easy crowd pleaser.
No, not for a candle, not for a scent in the home. I don't like it.
Really?
I mean, I might like it for a moment, but it's not something I'd want to burn
Continuously.
Yeah, I don't
Walk
like
in there and be
anything.
like, yeah, it'd be a little bit offensive.
with the sugar scents.
Yeah. No.
Well, it's not what ChatGPT
Vanilla.
told me to make, so I guess that was my problem.
You
Yeah.
didn't do a bolaise?
They did not have that scent. They had like 80 or 90 different
Yeah,
options, not
yeah.
a bolognese.
Anything that smells like motor oil?
They have some of them. I mean,
I'm with you on this because this is a very creative environment. Like when you're going to, you're creating creating something. You don't have something tell you do something when you're creating something.
Yeah, but sometimes you leave in those situations with, oh, this is terrible. And you just end up throwing it away, and it was a complete waste. So if you know you're not very creative, but you still want to have something that you made, why not go ahead and ask for some assistance? You're just offended they didn't ask you. Here, would you smell this for us?
I didn't want to help them. I was in my own little space doing my own little thing.
John would do like a backwoods smell.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Burning leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have that.
Offspray.
They have stuff like that.
Yeah.
You could have done like a real
Yeah,
manly
give me,
candle.
yeah.
Offspray.
Yeah.
That's
Got anything
the
with DEET in it?
It's the worst smell.
Yeah. I want something that smells like fall. There you go.
There you go. You can do like fall leaves, rain, all kinds of
Okay,
stuff.
yeah. So then how do I put that together?
Ask ChatGPT.
I
Just
would.
surrender all critical thinking skills. What do you guys think? What have you seen? Maybe you've done it. ChatGPT gone too far. What do you use it for? Let us know. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
A couple of years ago, my wife and I decided we needed a new roof. So we called Rapid Roofing, and it was a great experience from start to finish. Mike Beatty and his team showed up, and they told us exactly what needed to happen with our roof. We knew we needed a new roof, but didn't really know some of the repairs that we needed. So they outlined everything. It was a no-pressure sales event, and when we were done, I couldn't have been happier. In one day, and they do most roofs in one day, it was rip the roof off, make the repairs, put the roof back on, clean everything up, and be gone. And that's exactly what they did. They did everything they told us they would. If you want peace of mind and knowing that your roof is protecting your house, and I know a couple of things about protecting things, you got to give Rapid Roofing a call. It's 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF. Or you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
How are you using ChatGPT? We've been flooded with calls and ticket texts. Heather had it in her news. Sloppers are people that let ChatGPT order their food for them off the menu.
They can't make up their own minds. They have to use ChatGPT for everything.
And as a part of date night on Saturday, we did dinner and then we went to a build your own candle place, which you think's hilarious, and so does some texts. But I saw people not like smelling the scents themselves, but relying on the computer to build the right candle for them. So we wanted to know, maybe it's you, maybe it's people you know, outrageous ways that you're using ChatGPT or just what you're using it for.
Yeah, I mean, so when I have anything I want to do at the house, I have an idea, I have a concept, but I'm also not the most creative person. So if we want to put new cabinets in a room, we're thinking about doing that in a room we want to turn into Teddy's playroom. So I'll ask ChatGPT or I'll ask AI or just Google, because it comes up with the same thing. Like, okay, what are some options? What could we do with this space? And I'll describe the space, and they send me a bunch of options. There's a couple of them like, okay, I like that, and it's something that I believe I could do. But then I'll also go to YouTube and say, how do you do this?
That's, to me, it's not that much different than using Google. We always Googled things.
Yeah.
What should I do here? What's the difference?
Well, that's like for maybe a skill you don't have. Like you can YouTube how to fix things or solve things.
Making a candle might be a skill that the people that you were with didn't have.
They made it so easy anybody could do it. Hell, I was doing it. I mean, smell a couple things. Do you like how these smell together? Throw them in the little thimble and they'll make it into your candle.
What was the makeup of the clientele? Were there any other dudes there?
It's like couples and women.
Okay.
Yeah.
Couples and women.
Yeah. Not a lot of solo dudes at the candle spot, if that's what you're asking. Ticket Texter says, no way
Not
in
a
hell.
place you're going to pick up chicks.
No way in hell you'd get me to admit on the air I went to candle making with my wife. Embarrassing. Wes and Chelsea. Wes, you sound insecure. Come on, buddy.
Oh, no. Wes, you sound like every man that I know except the one that sits across from me.
You would be ashamed to say you went and did something with your wife for a date night.
No.
You're insecure.
No. But I don't know that I would broadcast it here today.
Jim, you have a catio. Please sit down and shut up.
Yeah.
Well, that's just not even about the topic. We could get that on any day that ends in a
Well,
lie.
it's about
It's a
who
little
makes
related,
you
yeah.
who you are.
What does that mean?
It's your personality traits.
People use ChatGPT all the time. At Cedar Point, they'll decide what rides to go on, John, in Lake Orion.
Or what's the best order to go on the rides? Because it takes into account wait times and where you are in the park. Sure.
Costa, what was more entertaining to go with your wife, candle making or Red Wing games? Justin Hull didn't screw up any of the candles, so I think I'll go that way.
Which one smelled worse?
Oh, boy. The Red Wings in March as a scent. Costa, you're on date night. Why were you so concerned about other people around you? Pay attention to your date, Susan and Howell.
Thank you,
Susan. Costa has become an angry old man yelling at clouds for a man who's still at awfully a young age.
Yeah. Sometimes I go back to what I learned as a child, and that is it's not necessarily what you say, it's how you say it. The smarm that comes along with it.
I mean, we have an alarm for it. I mean,
yes.
Noted. Let's get to the people. Matt on a cell. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So after I tell you the story, you'll understand why, but I changed my name for this story. So I actually work for Google, and I travel a lot, so I stay in hotels. And this one time I was in a hotel for 3 months, and the hotel tried to charge me $350 for something that I did not do, but they still charged the company card anyway. So I was worried because if my job would have taken that money out of my check. So what I did, I went on ChatGPT, and I put in like the hotel details, how long I stayed there, what room I was in, the address, everything. And ChatGPT made a fake receipt for me for like something. I put it for long-term parking. So they made a fake receipt, and I just did my job, and it totally worked.
Oh, so that's how you get away with the pay-per-view.
$350 worth.
3 months?
Yeah. Well,
No, so what happened, they said that I was smoking in the room, and I don't smoke in the hotel rooms. But whatever. Hotels screw people over like that.
So you went right back at
I
him.
didn't want my job. Yeah, I didn't want my job to take my money because I didn't smoke in the room. So I gave it a shot. I didn't know if it would work or not, and it totally worked. And if it ever happens again, I'm gonna do it again.
All right. AKA Matt.
Not Matt.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it's unethical, but it sounds like they were trying to screw with him, so he just met fire with fire. But it is scary what it can do.
Sure. Yeah.
You got to harness it for the right reasons, like making candles. Austin and Dexter, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So Jim, I'm with you on the side point of from the creative aspect. I'm a musician, so I really believe that with certain.
Oh no!
So, can you hear me?
We got you now.
Yeah, we got you now.
All right, yeah. So I'm a musician, so I'm a big.
Come
has to come from the heart and the soul.
It should,
And,
yes.
So that's important. However, that being said, I was building a new music studio in my house, and don't ever give me power tools, right? So I was trying to figure out what that was all like, and ChatGPT, from developing the room, designing the aspects, some of the creative feel. There's a lot of science behind certain colors or scents or aspects of that will bring out certain aspects of creativity. So I wanted to explore that a little bit further, and using those types of programs to kind of brainstorm and outline what it is you want to do. I got a lot of value out of that, and I was really happy with the result. So that was a really cool way to, take something that was important from a creative aspect and give yourself the space to amplify that.
So it told you like what colors and what accents to use, the dimensions, that type of stuff?
Yeah, I want to soundproof it this way, or I'm trying to run, I want to do this technical aspect with my equipment.
And you want it
What
to
do I need
sound
do
good.
with that? But
Yeah.
correct. But if I'm going to build out the space, I want to amplify my creative potential, so getting into the science behind that, those are really great resources to use for that kind of aspect. Candle making, they're candles. Let's just wing it and see what happens.
Right. That's it's such low stakes. So it's low stakes.
He went full. Was it feng shui?
Feng shui.
Feng shui.
You really are fancy.
What did you call it? Feng shui?
Feng shui?
Oh. Phone calls, ticket text, chat GPT. What are we using it for? Something as low stakes as candles, people. It's 97.1. Ticket texter saying they used Chat GPT for a job interview prep. Landed the job.
There you go.
I use it to buy stocks, Glenn, in Lake Orion. It's been effective.
Wow.
Okay. MIT did a study on AI stuff like ChatGPT, and it makes you measurably and significantly dumber.
Well, yeah, you're not using your own brain power to
No, but
create
you are.
a solution. You're
Okay,
just.
so how would you research it before?
Well, I mean,
You can do research to find out more about what it is that you're doing, and technically,
and then
that's knowledge you didn't have before.
Yeah, but you're still thinking about things differently. When you just type it in, like, hey, I need this, this, and this, and it spits it all out in 2 seconds, most people just use what it gives you, and then that's your...
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you could do the skill. You still have to develop the skill if you're going to go out there and do it.
I asked,
yeah, I guess.
Unless you're making candles with your loved one.
which it's so low stakes. Does the vanilla smell good? Yes or no? Move on, pick a different scent.
Yeah, but you don't want to go home and just throw everything away. You're like, this didn't turn out the way I wanted to.
Have some faith in yourself.
Oh, I think I'd make a great candle.
Oh, would you?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of sense would be in a John Jansen candle?
Well,
Maybe
it would
John
probably
and I will go. Couple bros going to make candles.
Yeah, just what I want to do is walk into a candle making store with you. That is not on my to-do list.
You could take Lisa. No, I'm not offended. Texter says, candle making, come on, putts. Says, Costa, stop using the term date night. You have no kids. That's reserved for parents. Dave and Donna in Livonia.
Yeah, it kind of is. We've hijacked that one.
You can't have a date night unless you have kids?
You can, yeah, but...
ChatGPT, dumbest thing I've asked it, do I need to take a leak?
How long can I hold it?
This might blow Jim's mind, but my employer prefers that we AI text our clients back as opposed to wasting time formulating a response on our own. They go back to track how many of our texts are AI generated.
So can you, does it say this was generated by AI?
They
or
probably have a software, or they use one of these softwares.
Maybe you're just that good responding to text.
Maybe.
I don't know if I would like, if somebody responded to me and I know this individual, even if just, not like a good friend, but somebody I've worked with long enough, and they send me an AI generated text that's not like
personal.
you speak, then no. I don't want that. That's just, it's so impersonal.
I asked ChatGPT if we needed another right-handed bat. It said no, signed Scott in Detroit. ChatGPT told me I could beat Gator in golf, signed Rieger. Did you see that over the weekend?
No, I haven't gotten the update of what happened.
Okay, we have less than an hour left in the show. There is audio of Jeff Rieger having to own up to his misgivings and faults. We should play that for people at the end of the show today. Maybe crosstalk?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
Yeah.
Because I know it was quote unquote the company outing, but only if you've got the invite.
Right.
Not to everyone.
But Rieger, this will surprise you, talked a lot of smack that he could beat Doug and Gator.
Oh, yeah. There's a shock. Rieger talking smack.
And he got humbled, and it was funny, and we'll play it later in the hour.
Okay.
I'm dying. Feng Shui. ChatGPT does not believe in having two elite edge rushers, signed Brad and Alan Park.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we heard that one from Scott Harris. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah.
How would ChatGPT do it running a sports team?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't play that, but it was funny. Let's get to Mike in Brighton. Mike, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
Hey, terrific.
I have always been skeptical of AI and stayed away from it. I finally tried it last month. I was planning a road trip, and I just asked ChatGPT to plan me a 6-day road trip from here to New Orleans and back with a beach day. And within about 30 seconds, it had stops listed with suggestions for restaurants, hotels, and things to see at every stop. I didn't like one of the stops, and I told it to delete it, and it reworked the route in another 30 seconds, and I had a great trip. And, I mean, it would have taken me days to plan all that without it.
So for you, it saved a lot of the, annoying minutia research stuff that you wouldn't have wanted to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't have to figure out how far I wanted to drive every day. Once I picked spots, I didn't have to look up all the best restaurants and hotels. It did all that for me.
Cool.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah. Now it does. And when you get to those spots, you could still use, if they tell you, okay, well, we want you to go to the restaurant, but you see one next to it, you're like, well, boy, that looks a little more interesting.
Sure.
You can make an individual decision. Yeah.
Yep. with one click from that, I was able to, click on the hotels and book them, and same with some of the sightseeing stuff. It really worked out well.
There you go. Well done.
Ticket Tech says they use ChatGPT daily. They have a newborn. Him and his wife use it to help get information involving formula questions.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Brian in Dearborn.
Interesting. I'd be nervous to use it for that.
Yeah, I would think so. Right? You want to
Like health medical questions, I don't think I would rather call the pediatrician. Like I would rather speak with somebody in the I don't know. I'm not sure. I did Google questions though about baby things and
we've all used
feeding
WebMD.
Right. Well,
yeah, we're all dying of cancer
it's
as
not
well
good for us.
when you do that. So
my dad talks to ChatGPT like it's a human. The paid version, it will talk back and sounds like a real person. It's creepy, and I'm scared he's going to fall in love.
Oh, can you give it a hot voice?
Probably can, John. What was that movie, Her?
Yeah.
I've not heard of that one.
Where the guy falls in love with like artificial intelligence.
Oh,
honestly, it's one of the most disturbing movies I've ever watched.
Who's in that? Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah,
it's like a big name. Yeah,
yeah. It's creepy. It's like, but the movies was ahead of itself.
Right. Yeah, we're living it now.
Exactly.
It came out in 2013.
How can you fall in love with technology?
It had-
like, in terms of
Joaquin Phoenix and
I don't
Scarlett
know
Johansson.
the answer to that question, but yes. We have these stories all the time where people like try and marry objects.
Pets.
Yeah.
Weird
and
stuff.
Then, get divorced and marry another object.
We have some votes for what a
I love lamp.
We have some votes for what a John Jansen candle would be.
Oh, yeah. Let me know. What's the scent? The internal combustion engine?
Gunpowder, steak, and fresh cut grass.
Oh, yeah.
Bacon would have to be in there for
Yes,
sure.
yes. A side of bacon.
This says icy hot and cigars.
That's probably a great combo.
The minty scent with the cigar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that could work.
Could go.
Send some more in. This is just the first batch.
Yes. What? Well, yeah, the diesel engine.
There you go.
Yeah.
what does the let it play out smell like?
You don't know. You'll find out in 6 months. Denise in Plymouth, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
Good.
I am a math tutor, and after teaching high school math, and I was quite reticent to try ChatGPT, but let me tell you, the kids take a picture of the problem, the answer comes up, and you might think, well, this is going to put me out of business, but what it does is it helps me to explain step by step. So yeah, they may have an answer, but they still have to understand it. So my job is still okay in explaining all of that to them.
Denise, so there was an app that I had for the kids when they were going through the whole math thing where I would take a picture of the problem and then it would show the work on how to get there. And so, because I have no idea, and it allowed me to walk the kids through the solution. But you're saying you get the answer, the kids get the answer, but then you get to walk them through and show them how to get there.
Yes, and you could have joined Khan Academy and a couple other apps on the phone, but you had to pay a fee to join them to get problems worked out. They would show you an answer, but not with the directions as to what they did, why they did it.
Yeah.
So this is step by step, and like I say, I was very hesitant to go into the new age. I like the textbook, turn the page type person.
Well, it's good perspective because we hear about this stuff in schools. We read stories about college professors having to deal with this.
I mean, even in school, though, your textbook, if I'm correct in remembering, you could go to the back of the book and find the answer.
Yes.
Right?
And the skill was learning how to actually get A to B.
Yeah.
Because on the test,
right, you
don't
have
have
to
the
show
back of the
your
book.
work.
Yeah. Right.
Always.
Text says candle making sounds like something a dink would do.
Yeah.
Roy. No time
All
for
great
you
points.
married folks.
All great points.
All right, we got more texts on this. We do want to squeeze in a little Lions talk and a bunch of Tiger talk back half of the hour. 9:35, we'll update that poll question. Do you feel better or worse about this team after the deadline? It's 97-1.
Hey, summer's almost here, so don't wait. Actually, we're in the middle of summer. Summer is ending because we got cooler weather on the way. It was really nice this weekend. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll do the same for yours. Upgrade your system now. You can save up to $1,000. All you have to do is call for details and schedule a free in-home, no obligation estimate. If you want same-day service, maybe it's something electrical. Give them a call before noon, and they'll be there same day. For more information, you can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Go. All right, so weeks ago, Gator and Doug were on the radio.
Oh, that's right.
And Gator kept saying, Rieger's awful! Rieger's awful! And it triggered me. I was so stupid that I decided to challenge Gator to a bet. He kicked the living shit out of me. I think I hit the ball well, but he beat me by 11 strokes.
Oh, my God.
11 strokes? Doug, I heard Doug didn't even understand why Gator was doing this. Doug, you have every right to rip on me. Gator, you have every right to rip on me. I'm a loser. You guys are great. I'm going to quit the fucking game. You guys should keep playing.
Okay.
And here we go.
All right. That's your own shoe.
Pour slowly.
A little
that's not slowly. That's a mistake right there.
Okay. Is there a hole in the bottom of that shoe? No. Okay.
You don't have to pour it all in. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
All right, Gator.
Here it goes.
Did I hit the ball well at least?
You did. You struck it well.
Yeah.
That was very patronizing.
Just shut up and drink.
106 times.
There's more. There's more.
Rieger, you're a man of your word, brother. There you go.
Those are new golf shoes.
You hate to see it, but more importantly, you'll love to see it.
Yeah. You're a good sport. That's outstanding. You're good.
We'll talk Tiger baseball 9:35 this morning. Lost 2 or 3 over the weekend. Did see Finnegan shine and did see Charlie Morton with a hell of a start on Sunday Night Baseball. You feeling better, worse, or the same after the deadline? We'll get to it bottom of the hour, 9:35. And we will get that Rieger audio anytime Rieger gets humbled or humiliated and puts out a video.
Need to, broadcast it.
It's as many people as we can. John, we were just geeking out over the Little League stuff on TV.
I love the Little League World Series. They're in the regionals right now, and this is something that will be on the TV all day long. And you pass by, you catch a score every once in a while, you watch a couple of pitches. It is so entertaining watching these kids play.
One of the takeaways, we turned into a topic. If people missed it, Odyssey Rewind, go back.
Mm-hmm.
Old school, new school knuckleballer last night.
Yeah.
Ticket text and feedback on this Chat GPT stuff and what you use it for. Some people also have their John Jansen candle scents.
I would love to hear what these are.
Okay, so we'll get those in the mix as well. Let's start with Cliff in Toledo. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's up?
Hey, start my morning every morning with you guys. Love the show. But
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I work for a local window company in Toledo, and we have a house and home show every year. Well, one of our guys had to go to the radio station and cut a commercial. Well, he got there, and the ad agency didn't even have a script, which I couldn't believe anyway, but he pulled up a script on a house and home show, and in less than 5 seconds, he had a script in front of him, and he cut that thing like it was nothing. Pretty
awesome.
crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and from there, you can tweak it. I know that's the other thing people say is even if it's not perfect, you can tell it more humor or I want to push this deal more, and they can do stuff like that. See, that's a better use to me than – yeah, go ahead.
It filled in everything. I mean, it was just perfect. So it was pretty crazy how it works out.
And it's quick is what I think people are drawn to it is, like you said, in a pinch, they're able to do it. Yeah. Ticket Tech says it's best for movie and show recommendations.
I'll have to try it for show recommendations because I feel like I've watched all the shows that I like, and you get to the end of a series, you're like, oh, wow, I really like that show. I want something new. New season's not coming out for another, 6 months? I might try
Maybe
that.
I'm not using it enough at all. I mean, I did Google,
never use it.
what should I Googled that, like what's trending right now to
Yeah,
watch
but
things.
it's so trending right now to me is not going to be what I want to watch.
want.
Yeah, I want to watch.
I guess. I do like top-rated shows, though.
Give me your shows
know?
with lots of violence and lots of guns.
Have you seen The Hunting
you go.
Wives?
I started it.
Okay, we started and binged the whole season over the weekend. But that's hot now, John.
It is hot now.
Oh, okay.
Hunting Wives, drama.
Hunting
murder.
Wives?
The Hunting Wives.
Oh, The Hunting Wives.
The,
oh,
not
so
to be
you're not
confused.
hunting wives.
Yeah. No,
It's a different context. Just graduated college. AI did 50% of the work. That's terrifying.
Wow.
But I believe it.
Yeah, doctor.
Yeah, right. I'll be performing today's brain surgery. Step over here. Candles that would be John Jansen candles.
Okay, here we go.
Beef jerky, mint skull, and campfire.
Yep.
That's from Roy.
Okay, all three of those.
How about jockstrap, rule
No.
books, and meat?
Rule books?
Rule books. What do rule books smell like?
What do you think I'm because I'm
You
a
follow-
rule follower?
you are a rule
okay,
follower.
yes. I wonder what those smell like. What was the last one?
Meat.
Meat. Oh, okay, yeah.
Meat
grilled
sticks.
meat. Yeah, grilled meat.
John's Candle, Clinton Portis Fresh Sweat.
Yeah, thanks, Stoney. Yeah. Yeah.
Heather, what would
right
your
before
candle
I
be?
go into a fight.
Right. Heather, what would your candle be?
I don't love like really strong scents. I like soft, clean scents. A little bit of
Lavender?
lemon. Lavender's okay if it's not a lot.
Okay.
I do like a little hint of lemon. I just like a fresh, like clean kitchen-y smell. Like just,
Lemon Pledge.
yeah, but not overpowered. Like
So
it'd have
like
to be
muted.
lemon with, yes.
Side of Clorox bleach.
Lavender lemon? What does ChatGPT
Fresh
say?
air. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
What? So what? I don't know if we ever got to what was the scent that you ended up taking home.
Yeah, he told
I
us.
shared, but you just don't listen to me. Or
No,
The
I don't.
sugar, the
No.
almond, and
Oh,
the
that's
vanilla.
right. Yeah, the cookie.
The cookie.
Yeah,
that's-
imagine that. Cookies would make a
Amazing.
cookie scented candle.
I'll break some in tomorrow when you can give a review.
You should bring it in.
I should.
Yeah, let's try it out there where it's open air first. I don't know if we
How
wanna
about
bring
we
it in
ask
here.
ChatGPT if I should bring it in or not? How about we just defer
ask,
everything
yeah,
to ChatGPT?
ask how that'll go. Yeah.
Should we just do it like chat?
Describe your radio partners and say, would this go well in a closed room?
a chat GPT show? What should we talk about?
Oh God.
I've
See,
tried
it's-
that before, and it basically tells
Tough
you,
prep night.
like, okay, well, in Detroit, at this time of the year, the Detroit Lions are a hot topic. Oh, okay. Well, thanks.
I bet though, if you provided enough detail about what you really needed, it could give you topics for a whole
Yeah, but
show.
it doesn't really give us anything original that we haven't already, talked about. Like, okay, what are some of the issues with the Detroit Lions? Well, some people think they need an edge rusher. Okay, let's have that conversation again.
Some people note their backup quarterback
Yeah.
play isn't very good.
The
And
challenges that they have are that they have 2 new coordinators.
have you heard about that?
Yeah.
Hey, Frank Ragnow, he retired. Breaking news. They're
Yeah.
going to have to figure that out.
In division, they'll play the Bears and the Packers and the Minnesota Vikings.
The Detroit Lions are a football team that plays in the National Football League.
Yes. They've never won a Super Bowl. In fact, they've never been to a Super Bowl.
Talk about that with people. They'll love to hear about it.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
I'm still really intrigued. I'm going to type something in and see what it comes up with.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love one that smelled like gun oil.
You're still on the candle.
Yeah.
about a shooting in
I've moved
Detroit.
on from that.
Yeah, no, I mean it's so if I'm in my office and I'm maybe cleaning some things, when I walk back in, I'm like, wow, that smells great.
Interesting. A man named Corey Belmore, who is a 30-year-old former University of Windsor track star, just broke his own world record in the beer mile.
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of the beer mile?
I have. Yeah.
So the beer mile is this grueling combination of chugging beer and sprinting a mile, basically,
Yes.
or running a mile. So it's the beer mile World Classic was first introduced in 2014, and it challenges athletes to chug 4 beers with a minimum of 5% alcohol content before sprinting each of the 4 laps.
Right. So when the gun goes off, you got to chug a
Chug
beer.
a beer, you run a lap, chug a beer, run a lap, chug a beer, so you do
All
that.
the way through.
And then there is penalties for leakage,
Spillage. Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
And anyway, this guy Belmore did it in 4 minutes and 27 seconds. And
Wow.
he beat his previous record, which he held the record previously as well, by exactly 1 second.
Well done.
Yeah.
That's improvement.
It's pretty incredible.
I wonder where he got better. Was it actually in running or in chugging? Like,
don't know.
okay, if you're going to analyze, if he's going to go back and
Make
watch
up
the
a
film,
second, yeah.
how do I increase?
Yeah.
How do I decrease my time? Well, I just need to chug faster.
Or he built up his alcohol tolerance so he wasn't stumbling as much.
I don't think
Who
you'd
knows?
stumble. It's not going to hit you that
four
quickly.
beers isn't.
Yeah.
You're right.
In 4.5 minutes. I mean, maybe a half an hour afterward.
It is pretty fast, though, to chug 4 beers.
These are just your standard cans of
Yeah,
beer.
they are, but he's also running them. I don't know.
No,
It
the
seems
time
like-
matters. To John's point, a second or two adds up.
I don't know. Anyway, former First Lady Michelle Obama shared her thoughts on ESPN during this recent podcast that she appeared on, and she roasted the network for its drama-filled Real Housewives approach while taking a shot at Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, let's turn on the DNC and see how that goes.
But how does it impact LeBron's legacy? Let's check out the latest in Dallas.
Tom Brady is getting a statue. The Bronze Brady will be unveiled on Friday, August 8th, before the team's preseason opener against the Commanders. And it sounds like Robert Kraft, will be there to speak at the ceremony as well.
I'm curious to see what it looks like.
Me too, because they all look bad.
I know.
They look nothing like the person.
Yes.
You look at it, you're like, ooh, that's
The
me.
worst
Like,
one, I think, was the Ronaldo one.
oh, that was bad.
But Dwayne Wade's was pretty rough,
Dwayne
too.
Wade was terrible.
Yeah.
Felt bad for him.
Didn't they redo one of those? Or
they're supposed
it was
to?
requested to be redone?
I think there was
and
one
it may
request,
never
but there's
have been?
also the jersey unveil. I think it happened in Illinois where they unveiled the jersey and it was upside down.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Well,
You can fix that one.
Yes, you'd think they'd fix that
ahead of time?
Yeah.
this story is pretty incredible. There's a couple that most likely is in some trouble after they decided to ditch their kid at the airport and head on their vacation after they failed to bring proper travel documents for him.
How old's the kid?
10. Child.
Yeah.
So they realized, oh boy, his passport is expired. He
Oops.
can't come on the plane. He can't fly, but we have this really big trip. We don't want to reschedule it. We've got our documents. We'll leave him here. We'll just contact a family member, say, hey, come pick up little Johnny. We're going to board. So they did. And somebody noticed, this is weird. This kid's just kind of standing around here by himself. And somebody approached him and he
I'm
said,
waiting for Aunt Susie to come
yeah,
get me.
and that's kind of what he said. Said, no, my parents had a big vacation they needed to go. So police were contacted and their luggage was taken off the plane. This happened in Spain. So
Oh.
it wasn't here. I don't know if that matters or not, but the couple was also taken off the plane as well. And I don't know if they faced any,
You can't leave your 10-year-old all
but-
alone in the airport.
And then and go travel to, it sounds like another country.
They could still take a vacation without their child. They just need to plan.
Yes. Yeah. You don't bring them there and be like, oh, I'm sorry, your passport's expired. You can't come. You can stay here. Then you go home, you reevaluate
Yeah.
things, and you go the next day. You rebook
Yeah.
your flight and leave little Johnny at home with somebody
supervision.
prepared. Yes.
Voting on Parents of the Year will start at 10:02.
Ridiculous.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, you feel better or worse after the deadline. It's 97.1. Dickerson's call. Tigers dropped 2 or 3 over the weekend against the Phillies. Great atmosphere, really competitive games. You saw Finnegan for the first time, and you saw Morton for the first time.
Both pitched well.
Also saw Duran twice, Friday and Sunday, as the Phillies shut the door on both those wins. The deadline came and went. There's a lot of anxiety and frustration. Do you feel better, worse, or about the same? John, start with you.
I feel a little bit better because I wanted pitching help to begin with, and I thought if they could only add one, that's what I would want. And so being able to see that and how it helped out this past weekend. I know they didn't get the win yesterday with Morton because they didn't hit, and I know the argument is going to be should have added a bat. You're right. There's a lot of things that they could have added, but I am most pleased with the fact that they did address the bullpen. And with Melton going to the bullpen as well, we haven't seen him yet coming out of the bullpen. I think I like the way it's shaping up for the pitching staff. Now, you got to make sure that your guys are hitting, and it's Riley Green, Gleyber Torres, Spencer Torkelson, Kerry Carpenter. Those guys have to be on, and when they're not on, you're not going to score runs. It's not rocket science.
No, look, the Phillies are a good measuring stick, right? They're a World Series contender. They had a more aggressive trade deadline than Detroit. They're more desperate than Detroit. Call it whatever it is. They went out and added an impact reliever who made a difference for them this weekend. Detroit didn't get any offense on Sunday. And look, Scott Harris says they didn't need a bat because they famously mash lefties. I don't feel good watching that. I also would note on Friday night they didn't even get to Finnegan because Vest continues to struggle. He also gave up a home run in the win on Saturday. The bullpen's still not good enough. The offense has some issues. They're going to rattle off a bunch of wins in August against bad teams, but this Philly series, I think, shows the concerns of why they're not built to win the World Series.
When they face better pitching, they don't hit well. But, I mean, is that not the case for a lot of lineups, almost every lineup in Major League Baseball? You face better pitching, you're not going to hit as well.
And yet the Phillies hit a little more. I mean, they've got some boppers. They've got a little more. A little more is what it takes to get over the hump and win it all, right? I mean, they're more built to win the World Series than we are.
Sure, I think you could look at a number of teams in the National League that are built to win a World Series better than the Tigers are. But I think the Tigers are built to get to the World Series.
Look, the path is there if they can strike, lightning in a bottle. Because Morton's 41 years old. That was the best start he's had in over a month. Some of that's the adrenaline, right? He's throwing 96 early. Some of the thought is...
Some of it's also knowing he's playing with a better team than he was.
And A.J. Hinch knows him really well, and they can get the most out of him, whatever that ends up being. I don't doubt that Federer and Hinch are going to get the most out of the guys that were brought in. I just don't know if it's enough. So Finnegan's a real Major League arm. We highlighted him last week. I don't know that the other Montero or Seawald, who's injured right now, or Melton in a reliever role, or even Morton at 41 years old, how he'll be pitching come playoff time. Look, there's a path there, but they have to hit it just right. It's a narrow path for them. It's kind of like threading a needle with some of these dart arms that they added, right? I mean, we talked about it. They added more arms than can make the playoff roster. They know some aren't going to hit. They have to walk a fine line.
Right, but just because you add a right-handed bat doesn't mean that makes you a favorite to win the World Series. It wasn't going to do that for the Tigers.
It could make them better. That was the only point.
It could make them better, sure. But you also don't know. I mean, nobody's batting over 400, and so you're not going to get a hit every single time. There's going to be times where even those really good bats go 0-for.
Vierling was leading off against a lefty,
and he went 0-for
on Sunday. He went 0-for, and he's hitting like 200 for the season. The idea they couldn't upgrade that spot, I openly question. They absolutely could have upgraded that spot. They chose not to. And they're gambling. As Harris put it, every move they make is a bet. Moves they don't make are bets too. Mm-hmm. We asked you guys, what do you think? Feeling better, feeling worse, feeling about the same? 21% say feeling worse. 16% say feeling better. The vast majority of people feel about the same. Kind of taking a more measured approach here.
Yeah, or the easy way out.
Yeah. They're going to win a lot in August here. They're playing the division. They're playing the St. Paul Saints.
Yeah.
What's left of the Minnesota Twins. They're going to face the White Sox. They're going to face the Royals, face the Angels, A's. I think it's 22 of the 25 games the rest of the month are against teams at or below 500. And they should stay in a comfortable position in their division and help secure themselves a playoff spot, and ideally one of the top 2 seeds. We're not really going to know until the playoffs whether this worked or not.
No, we won't.
But this is the next best thing, was judging against a team like the Phillies.
Sure, and we'll get a chance to talk to judge them against the Yankees when they face in New York, against the Mets when they face. We're going to get a chance to get a measuring stick along the way, but the only measuring stick that really counts is how do you perform in the postseason?
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see, can they keep one of those top 2 spots so they have to play in that 3-game series to start things off?
It's huge.
As of now, they obviously are, but we know what the Seattle Mariners added. Are they able to make up the difference from where they are right now, which is still in second place in their division?
They got about 50 games to go, right?
Right,
Give or take.
And so they're at 60 wins. The Astros are at 62. Right now, the Tigers and the Blue Jays are both at 65.
Yeah, look, one's going to have to be a wildcard team, obviously, between Houston and Seattle. Seattle took 2 or 3 over the weekend. Mm-hmm. They added the 2 bats. They're going to be in the mix. They're going to be there. I mean, they could be at Comerica Park for a postseason series.
It is possible.
248-539-9797. You feel better, you feel worse, you feel about the same. Finnegan threw on Saturday and Morton threw on Sunday.
And it just because you went out and spent doesn't mean that all of those things are going to turn into wins. I mean, just take a look at the Yankees. They just lost their first series. They got swept by the Marlins. The first time in the history of the Yankees they've ever been swept by the Marlins. And they added 3 what they thought was game-changing arms. And they're going to be good for them. They weren't good on Friday night. The 3 of them, Jake Bird, David Bednar, and Camilo Duvall, allowed 9 runs. They lost 13-12 to the Marlins. And their issue isn't necessarily arms. Now, they added arms because they needed to. Their issue is they can't field the ball.
Yeah, it was like a comedy routine.
Yeah, and so I know that Boone has taken a lot of heat because they were leading the division, and then they were second to the Blue Jays. Now they're third, trailing and looking up at the Boston Red Sox and the Blue Jays.
Sure, they love trailing the Boston Red Sox. Ticket texters, I feel the same about the Tigers. They have 0 chance of winning the World Series.
I wouldn't say
it's not 0, guys. No. Morton, Finnegan, Bednar, Suarez made me feel better. Duran and Hansley made me feel worse. 3 games is a wash. I'd love to know if they were in on Duran.
Sure. Love to know it. Love to know how serious were they about Suarez.
The Phillies gave up 2 top 100 prospects, and they didn't do it lightly, and they only did it because he wasn't a rental. I mean, they get 3 runs, 3 postseason runs out of him. By the way, his intro.
Oh, I was texting. My phone was blowing up last night because we mentioned it last week, and I don't know if many people knew it, if it just hadn't happened against the Tigers, but to watch that intro, that walk-in, is awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Oh, that was Stoney thought it was awesome too.
So did Hatchet. Why is he considered an impact reliever, but Finnegan isn't? If we added him but couldn't hit, it'd be the same result. Well, he's a better closer.
Yeah.
More swing and miss. He throws 102. He's better than Finnegan. And he's not a rental either. The Phillies added the better reliever. To his point, they still got a hit too.
Yeah.
But Harris was dismissive of the idea that they needed to add a bat. Said we mash lefties. We'll find out in the postseason because it's not going to be your run-of-the-mill lefty. It's going to be guys closer to the guy they saw on Sunday.
Sure. Yeah, it's always going to be. I mean, anytime you get to the postseason, that's where I'm curious as to what this pitching staff will be able to do when they get to the postseason, because you will move some of these guys to the bullpen. They already moved Melton to the bullpen. I'm excited to see what he can do, because my big thing was always it wasn't the closer. And you added Finnegan. It's going to take a little pressure off Vest. You're not going to always have to go to Vest. You can go to Finnegan. But how are you going to get from if your starters can only go a maximum of 6 innings, who is going to pitch 7 and 8 to get to Finnegan?
Well, that's the thing
to get to, because then
they couldn't get to him on Friday night.
Right, but you could put Charlie Morton when you get to the postseason in the bullpen and get 2 really good innings out of 3 if you need to. Same thing with Melton.
Adam in Gibraltar, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
What's up?
Hey, I can't help to figure out, or find myself reminiscing of that Doug Fister trade, 13 so years ago. Charlie Morton reminds me of Doug Fister. I don't know if you guys can relate to that, but he was on Seattle, and then he has like a 4-some ERA, and then he comes here. He's all of a sudden a 2 ERA kind of guy. I feel like that's what we can get out of Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton was on a bad team this year. I feel like that's what we can get out of him. But as long as our bullpen figures it out in September, October, I'm completely fine with that. I think they'll figure it out. I think they're just in that kind of a slump right now. But, they don't have swing and miss guys. I like Finnegan as our closer moving forward rather than Vest because I do like his split action. Keeps the ball off the ground a lot more than Vest.
Yep.
But I really wish we would have added a right-handed bat. I mean, you're talking about Suarez. They gave up, their 8th and 9th prospect. I mean, that's what, Haiyu Lee in AAA and someone else?
Yeah, guys like that.
I would have totally, done that. But in terms of what we're looking at in terms of the playoffs, if our bullpen doesn't figure it out, I think Hinch's backup plan needs to be all of his pitchers need to throw over 100 pitches. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They need to go deep in the games. I'm talking 7 innings. You cannot rely on that bullpen if it's still struggling going into October.
So Adam, like a great example would have been Friday night. Could Flaherty have gone a little deeper? Right? Saturday, they won the game. Skubal didn't throw 100 pitches. Is the thought when you get to the playoffs, you take the governor off him and you say, hey, you get another 15 pitches, another inning, we need you out there? If you can't trust your bullpen, it's the only other choice you have.
Right, but we've seen Flaherty the third time through the lineup.
And you don't want to do that in the playoffs in general.
We saw it on Saturday with Skubal. You get third time through the lineup, you start to get hit a little bit.
Yeah, the reality is you want a rock-solid bullpen, and it's not rock-solid. They have to figure it out. To his point, it has to crystallize at the right time at the end of the season. And a bat wouldn't hurt either. Feel better, worse, the same. Tigers after the deadline. Coming up next, got a couple more of these John Jansen candles.
Oh.
And Jeff Rieger humbled on the golf course. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all your great sporting events, and we've got some great ones coming up this fall with football season right around the corner. That's at Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest moments and games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill on one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tigers played a competitive series over the weekend.
Drop 2 or 3.
But drop 2 or 3. Look, Finnegan looked good. Morton impressed. Didn't need the cane to get out there. Struck out 6, 96 on the velo. He looked good. Curveball looks as good as it can and has for him in his career. And look, maybe AJ unlocks something. They're going to have to unlock something from a lot of these guys because they don't have a lot of proven commodities in the bullpen. They couldn't get to Finnegan on Friday night, and they couldn't score at all on Sunday.
Right.
So if you feel better, worse, the same, I don't feel very good. I feel like the bullpen's still volatile, and I think the offense is still lacking. Love that they're going to compete with teams like Philly. I think they're going to be in the mix. They're going to rattle off a bunch of wins in August. And, hey, fingers crossed, man. I wish there was more certainty than that.
Well, I don't know how many times you go into a postseason with the certainty of this is a team that's going to win the World Series.
And I know even when you do,
other things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, signed 2012,
you play the game.
2013 Tigers, signed last year's Detroit Lions. Ticket texters, do you think they'll re-sign Glaber? He's been the team MVP as far as I'm concerned. He's going to get paid. My expectation is he's going to get paid somewhere else.
Probably.
I like Finnegan for our closer role, but it seems to have messed with Will Vest. Taking him out of his normal routine may have ticked him off or something. He got hit bad the last 2 games, Keith in Frazier. I've seen people pull up his numbers by inning. He's terrible in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
I don't want to read too much into a small sample.
Well, no, but again, I feel like I'm a broken record sometimes. It's getting that 7th and 8th inning and getting to him in the 9th.
Yeah. Guys, why are we talking so much about the bullpen? We didn't score a run. The blame is on the hitting. Well, pick your day. It was the issue on Sunday.
Yeah.
They hit okay on Friday and Saturday. I mean, enough to win the game. They had a couple leads on Friday.
Yeah, and they had opportunities yesterday. They just couldn't come through on them. They were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position.
Some text on a John Jansen candle.
Oh, I'm enjoying these.
Football leather, locker rooms, and stadium dogs.
So the stadium dog I would disagree with. I might replace that with the smell of the tailgates.
Yeah, because like hot dogs
smell, they stink. They don't smell good.
Yeah, they're not the odor I think you would want in your house.
Although neither does, somebody said, like, locker room sweat. That doesn't
Oh, there's
smell
something very unique to that.
good
Maybe
about-
in the office, not the whole house.
Yeah.
A Jansen candle would consist of the tears of Buckeye fans, bourbon, and Sydney Sweeney's bathwater.
Oh, boy.
Last one. John's candle would be bacon, locker room, gunpowder, and a good fart.
There you go.
It's not smell good either, so I don't know.
It's all a matter of perspective.
I guess.
Is it yours or is it someone else's? I tend to enjoy yours more than others.
I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, farts are farts. They all stink, right? So.
Okay.
Sometimes it's situational, too.
I guess so.
We have some audio. So the station a golf outing over the weekend, and Rieger had been talking smack about, he said, better golfer than Gator and Doug. Doug was not at the event. Gator was. They went toe-to-toe, and afterwards, Rieger had to eat some humble pie. We have the audio. Let's play it.
Oh, no.
So he had to shoot the boot?
Yeah. So you got Birchie and Wojo in the background.
Got all the voices.
Gator.
Did he literally take his shoe off that he golfed in?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yes. It's a great moment. It's a great moment.
Do you think he's actually going to quit the effing game, as he put it?
No. I think there are times whenever we get off the golf course, we always say that. And the man of the hour has entered the studio.
Beat him by 11 strokes. We just played the video of Jeff Rieger post.
You went full double-digit disco on him. Just had to beat him down.
Oh. Yeah.
He asked for it.
Did you guys edit out the swearing?
We bleeped it.
We bleeped it, yeah.
We decided to keep the license today.
Yeah, no, it was good. I just went out. I treated it like it was any other beautiful Saturday. It is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, I'm a competitive person, but honestly, it was the last thing that entered my mind. Just playing golf. It was so beautiful on Saturday.
The whole weekend was
Everything.
spectacular.
Oh my God, it was amazing. So it was just, I was just happy to be out there.
So you spanked him, and then you just went home to take Lois for a walk.
Oh, I came home. My mom was at my house because she was watching Lois for the last couple hours.
Did you ask her to make the? Did she make the meatloaf?
She did not make the meatloaf.
Mom!
She used to make a good meatloaf. No, so when I got home, she was still there. So I said, great, you going to stick around for lunch? She said, yeah. So we just sat out in the backyard. I built the fire in the fire pit.
Relaxing evening with Mom.
The dog is running all over them in the backyard, and then she'd come over and settle down, and she'd run around. And then my mom left. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have another drink.
There you go.
And then
just winning on Saturday.
Just had some music playing in the backyard in the fire pit. Now I just had a perfect little Saturday, and beating Rieger by 11 strokes didn't hurt.
Yeah,
Doug, your thoughts on all this?
That wasn't close, apparently.
No.
So the difference, I think Jeff really gets offended when we say he's terrible at golf, and you guys are terrible too. And the difference is we're like, yeah, we know.
Right. Yes, we're willing to admit that we're not PGA Tour players.
Right.
But
I think
to
it
be
was
beat by
that's a
double
gap,
digits.
though. Is that a gap?
Yes. Yes. Especially when he admits that I was hitting the ball well.
He did.
And I still lost by 11
Right.
strokes.
I know.
So I don't know how could he do better?
What were the scores, by the way?
I shot a 95, and he shot a 106.
Okay, well, I mean, 95 for you is kind of average, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
Maybe
I could have shot in the 80s. I was hitting it really well.
Good. Yeah.
And he honestly, he should have shot in the 90s because he hit the ball really well.
So what was the issue? Short game, putting? What happened?
Well, the issue with him is always going to be pulling a ball out of bounds, or just hitting it OB. And then he didn't chunk it much. He doesn't have great touch with the putter, but he struck the ball well for him. I gave him credit because it's
for him.
Well,
I love this.
I mean, because
the qualifiers.
I don't mean it to be demeaning on it. I actually meant it as a compliment because
It's
I've seen him play
reality.
before, and he was god awful before, and he's improved. He's definitely improved. Jimmy and I are both saying it's not a bad looking swing, but the problem with him is he gets so excited to see where the ball is going to go that he picks his head up as he's striking the ball. I'm like, well, that's your problem. Well, that's okay. I'll take advantage.
A lot to talk about today, guys.
Yes, there is.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm clearly ready to go.
All right, stay tuned for that and more next. Karsch and Anderson, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Happy Monday, everybody. If you can be happy on a Monday, I hope you are. I hope you are as we inch closer to football season, but we also settle in for a baseball stretch drive. Tigers over the weekend, they dropped 2 of 3 to Philly, and there was some good stuff that came out of it. I don't think there's any reason to panic, and a bunch of teams in the American League had a rough weekend. Those at the top of the standings. So it is what it is. You have some ups and downs. Tigers still in this thing. And, of course, many people think they didn't do enough at the trade deadline. To their credit, their trade deadline acquisitions have looked pretty good since they've gotten here, but that's a whole other topic that we will get into. Monday's main champ and chump, who should be singled out for having the best weekend, who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. Scott, you had a good weekend.
Yeah, it was absolutely gorgeous. Couldn't ask for a better weekend weather-wise. It was just really nice all around. I mean, the Tigers on Friday night started to put things in a damper, but Saturday playing golf was great. That was fun. Saturday night, just hanging out, having my first day of the year where it was just hanging out, built a fire, listening to music, having a drink, just relaxing, the sound of the waterfall in the background, the dog running around. It was a perfect Saturday evening. And then yesterday, again, another beautiful day. So it was wonderful weekend.
It really was. We had football on Thursday, which obviously you talked about briefly on Friday, but I guess trade deadline disappointment took over the tenor of the conversation on Friday.
Yeah, just a little bit. We barely got to the Lions. It was mostly Tigers, and I understand why. Sure, deservedly so. And I think the initial reaction to the trade deadline was that of anywhere from slight disappointment to major disappointment. People that thought for sure the Tigers were going to get Suarez and didn't were going to be disappointed. People that thought for sure they were going to get Bednar and they didn't, that was going to look rough. And it was disappointing to a degree. But if you try to understand what the philosophy was going into it, okay, then you could mitigate how disappointed you might be. You're still going to, like myself, for instance, I have some disappointment about what happened at the trade deadline.
Me too.
Not because of the Suarez, but because I really thought that Bednar was a guy they could go after and get, or someone like that. I thought they can go after and get, and they didn't. When you started to see some of the price that other teams had to pay to get players, like Mason Miller gets traded, and everyone's like, "Oh, damn it, we should have had Mason Miller." Yeah, he was traded for the number 1 prospect in all of baseball by one service, number 3 on another service. That's who we went for, and more. So, did you want to give up Kevin McGonigal or Max Clark to get Mason Miller? Not many people would have done that. And then when you saw that Duran was traded and what the price that was paid for by the Phillies, I mean, they gave the 4 and 5 prospect in the organization to get them, 2 top 100 prospects for a closer. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Duran. I think he's amazing.
Yeah.
But would I have given up 2 of those guys to get him? Would I have given up like a Josue Briseño and whatever Max Anderson to get a bullpen arm? No, I wouldn't have. I thought it was too high of a price to be paid. Dave Dombrowski does that. That's a Dave Dombrowski move. All in to get a closer. I don't care about my prospects. The future organization doesn't matter. What matters is right now. And there's something to be admired about that when your guy is going to go for it. I didn't have FOMO on that. The FOMO I had was on other players that went later in the deadline that went for prospects that were well within the range that the Tigers would have been comfortable giving up. Guys that were in the 18 to 30 range of the prospect in the organization. So that's where my disappointment came in. It wasn't that they necessarily missed out on these higher end guys because that was too high of a price. So if you look at the philosophy, which was they didn't want really rental players who were going to cost them prospects for now. Okay, I can understand that. He still really likes his guys. And you know what? That's a move that can be made in the offseason when you have 29 other teams that you can trade with as opposed to only dealing with the teams that are selling right now. I understand that. The other thing is it's what happens with Troy Melton. So when they acquired Paddock, it seemed like Troy Melton was going to be the guy. They actually announced it. He's going to be going back to the bullpen. And then when they go ahead and get Charlie Morton, it became more apparent this is obviously what's going to happen. Melton's going to the bullpen. So is this where they maximize Melton's innings as a rookie in the league? Somebody who's only thrown 87 innings this year total, but likely to get somewhere with 120 innings. Maybe that's the limit for him. I don't know what the limit for him is, but if he were a starter, he'd reach that limit quickly. Utilizing him out of the bullpen, an arm that has the capability of throwing in the high 90s. Is that the kind of guy they want? The swing and miss stuff late. Hey, we've got that in-house. Why give it up? We can go get a couple of starters on the cheap that would be better than the starters we've had here, or at least one of them anyway. Throw them in there, and we'll see how it works. It's a gamble. For sure it's a gamble because you're placing it all on, not all on the shoulders of Troy Melton, because they did go out and get Finnegan, which is a real good pickup. But, yeah, I think it is a good pickup. But
He looked good this weekend.
It's a gamble to hope that Melton's going to be that guy, but I'll trust these guys for a little bit here. I mean, it's a lot. There's some blind faith going on here from me with Scott Harris because they didn't do exactly what I expected or what I hoped they would.
Here's a repetitive theme in Detroit sports. Our GMs aren't as aggressive as fans want them to be. And there's between Yzerman and Harris, they love their prospects and value them so much that they don't want to give any of them up. That's one. And then Brad Holmes swears that the players that the fans and media thought were available just weren't available. They just weren't available. So what we're talking about here is I think that the go-to is that they're cheap and until you see otherwise, and there's some evidence that they are and there's some evidence that they aren't trying to do things on the cheap. What's crazy is that we've got two teams here that are competing for championships that trade deadlines came and went, and the big moves weren't made. Lions didn't win it all, and now we'll see what happens with the Tigers. What's crazy is that the three guys that the Tigers acquired that pitch, Paddock, Morton, Finnegan, all look great. Now, if you go back and look at their track records, they had times at previous stops where they look great. Morton, like once a month, would put together one of these 6 innings, 1-run appearances. Paddock, you can find, again, good appearances. It's not about one appearance. Or one start. It's about stringing some together. And so there's no victory laps to be done yet by any stretch of the imagination. But, we always talk about, okay, what do the Tigers have that they can perhaps utilize as their secret weapon, their superpower? And it might be Chris Fetter. It might be Fetter in this organization. They have a formula that works with pitchers that have certain. And I heard Scott Harris imply as much about, hey, look, we like players with specific traits that we think can work for us. Which is their way. I interpreted that as Fetter thinks these guys are fixable. And I guess we'll find out over the long term if that's the case. But you're right. The Melton to the bullpen, there's a lot riding on Melton to the bullpen. And there's a lot riding on Fetter being able to fix guys. Will it work? We're going to find out. This is Scott Harris's first time around as a buyer. So, what does he got? What's he bringing to the table? Did they truly make smart acquisitions? It's hard to know because the numbers would dictate one thing, but performance on the field was pretty good this weekend. No victory laps done yet. 248-539-9797. Of course, Mondays mean Champ and Chump. We'll have ours today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get into Lions here a little bit as well with their game on Thursday. And why it's not time to panic, man, especially about the backup quarterback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Yeah, that's how it was. Okay, so look, they dropped 2 out of 3. And it's Philly, right? A good team, and they were a team that got super aggressive. Dave Dombrowski, when he was in Detroit, he was super aggressive. So here's what's crazy is after the trade deadline, MLB odds to win the World Series came out from betonline.ag. And after the trade deadline, the Tigers are tied for the best chance in the American League to win the World Series. So it's not like some damaging blow. Could they have become a bigger favorite? Yeah, and I was disappointed. But we go through this thing every year when it comes to trades, and that is, it came from one discussion with one executive one time off the air where I realized what we talk about and what gets reported is one thing in a compartment over here. What's actually going on is a completely different thing. Sometimes there is alignment between what gets talked about, but much of the time there isn't. And so, I will find out over due time whether or not it was worth hanging on to these prospects, like the Suarez deal, right? The Suarez, what Seattle gave up for Suarez, their number 9 prospect, which was a first baseman, their number 16 and number 17 prospect, which is 2 right-handed pitchers. That sounds like something that would be easy to tolerate in Detroit, doesn't it?
It does, but in the player, Tyler Locklear, I think was the player that went, the big player, the first baseman that went to Arizona in the deal, who was the highest rated prospect they had, it put up amazing numbers at AAA this year. Would be equivalent, I guess, in the same prospect area to what Max Anderson has done at AA.
Who I believe was number 9 also.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like the equivalent. The difference is one guy's played a level less, and actually Locklear had already made it to the majors and had 40 at-bats or whatever. But what you don't know is what Arizona preferred. Did the Tigers even offer? Was Max Anderson available?
Yeah. Did they
I don't know. I don't know if Scott Harris has shut it all down, or did Arizona say, yeah, the only thing that's going to get it done is something in your top 8 prospects, and Harris is like, yeah, that's not going to happen. I don't know you don't know how that works. You don't know how that goes down.
No, you don't. But that feels like it feels like a price that you would pay for Eugenio Suarez, right? But we're going off lists that aren't the actual lists. The Tigers, who they view as their top prospects, who Arizona views as the Tigers' top prospects, who Seattle views as their own top prospects, who Arizona views as Seattle's top prospects, aren't necessarily congruent. Right. So we can sit here and we can say, I would have done that. I would have done it in a heartbeat.
You give a range and you get,
but they're it's an inexact data point that we're using to trash the trade that they didn't make. I will say this again, even though the Tigers were associated with Eugenio Suarez, Scott, I said it last week. I said it the week prior to that. I have my suspicions that Eugenio Suarez is going to cool off in August and September.
And I agree with you.
If you look at his recent track record, and I don't mean the first 4 months of the season, I mean the last few years, I don't think it's likely that he's going to stay this white hot. And so were the Tigers truly interested? There were reports that they were. There were reports that they were. Now, that doesn't mean Suarez, a cooler version of Suarez. Like, even if he cooled off.
Well, that's the thing.
He could still help Detroit.
Yes, a cooler version of Suarez can still be better than whatever version we're throwing out.
And Arizona's trying to sell him on the hot version of Suarez. They're trying to sell the 36 home run in the first half of the season guy. And the Tigers might see a guy that they expect to maybe hit 5 or 6 home runs the rest of the way, and they're trying to buy at that price. And so that might have been the massive disconnect between what the Tigers are willing to pay, because they're trying to pay for a version of Suarez that isn't the first half version of Suarez. He picked a great. It's like the Marlins trying to sell Alcantara, the pitcher, who has been great in his career, but has been terrible the first half of this season. They're trying to sell at the price where Alcantara was great. And other teams look at Alcantara, who hasn't been great this year, and he's had the injuries that had. Right. So that's how you can end up with these wide varieties of what an actual asking price is for a player and what teams are willing to give up. And so I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because they didn't get super creative and find that guy. And yet maybe they did. Finnegan came in a tough situation on Saturday night, faced 4 batters, got 4 outs, looked good doing it. Charlie Morton yesterday struck out 5 in a row against a really good Philly lineup, was touching high 90s, and he's 41 years old. And now I'm going, all right, and you look back at his game log, he did this every once in a while in Baltimore leading up to the trade deadline. So, like I said earlier, no victory laps, but can Charlie Morton be to this team what Kenny Rogers was to the Tigers back in 2006?
Well, that'd be huge if he were that good.
Yes.
But yeah, I hear you. And the other thing is that Morton he wasn't a full-time starter with Baltimore. I think he started 17 of 23 games that he was in there because Baltimore kind of eased him into it. And there were stretches where he was great, and there were stretches where he was not great. And same thing with Paddock, right? We talked about Paddock last week. There were stretches where he wasn't great, but the start he pitched with the Tigers, pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty good showing so far from the 3 pitchers. They've each made one appearance, and it's been pretty impressive. But I think when you talk about the creativity for Scott Harris and AJ Hinch might come in the form of Troy Melton. Comes in the form of when they get a couple of these other players back. The pitcher they got from Cleveland is going to be out until September with a shoulder issue, but they think that they can get something out of that he's a good swing and miss guy. Another AAA pitcher they got, Hewer, I think is his name. He's gone to Toledo, and I think they have high hopes for him. Now, are they going to contribute this year for this team? I don't know. I'm disappointed. Let me first say that because there were guys out there that I really wanted, and there were guys out there that you wanted, and yet, early returns for a lot of these guys. So you look at the Yankees, Bednar, Jake Bird,
who I wanted.
Yeah,
Jake Bird has looked terrible lately, leading up to the trade deadline and in his appearance with the Yankees.
And Duvall, all 3 of the pitchers they got, they got destroyed. And okay, one game doesn't make everything out there, but I can breathe a little bit easier for the weekend. And now let's see what happens here as they go to a 13-game stretch against really winnable teams.
Look, I wish authentically you and I had a different viewpoint on this and we could debate it back and forth. It sounds to me like we're both kind of in the same camp. Disappointed but not giving up. Disappointed but the season's not over. And disappointed but open-minded to what they did.
Yes, that's the thing. I'm open-minded to. Do I have high hopes it's going to work? I have a sneaking suspicion that Melton could be a nice piece for this team. I don't have full confidence that Morton and Paddock are going to be the guys that we've seen in Tiger uniforms to this point with the 1 start under each's belt. I don't suspect they're going to be like that the rest of the way, but let's sit back and watch.
I realize something that I've started to use a lot, and it's just repackaging something that's been said on this station a bunch. When we're in the early stages of something, I say, well, this is something to monitor. Right. This is something to pay attention to. You don't need to make a move yet. Or you don't need to cut a guy yet, or trade a guy, or deactivate a guy, or change his role, or give him more at bats. It's something to monitor, which is our way of saying that John Jansen let it play out. It's too early to say that any of these things are going to work or not going to work. But there could be value in Melton out of the bullpen. There could be value in Urquidy and Cobb and others that are hurt and will be coming back. It's all Gator, something to monitor. Now, something happened last year that was kind of unexpected, and it helped the Tigers in the stretch run. And I wonder if it's about to happen again. And we will get to that today at 10:40. It is Carson Anderson Open Lines. We have our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So here we go. These are Champ and Chump votes, 248-539-9797. Nick in Farmington Hills writes in, Champ Kerry Carpenter for a home run on Saturday. Chump Scott Harris, GM of the Tigers, no bat during the trade deadline. Not getting rid of some of your good farm team pitchers to go win a World Series. If not now, when? To me, the Tigers, the Lions, and the Red Wings, who are in the worst case right now, only in it for profits. They're not about winning. I mean, I realize that this is going to be a common belief until there's evidence that proves otherwise. I mean, I think part of the evidence is the offer that they made Alex Bregman. If you're not willing to accept that the two GMs, specifically, I mean, we've seen it with the Tigers, the Red Wings, and the Lions. But if you're not willing, and the Lions, Brad Holmes' explanation for why they didn't go big or bigger is those players aren't truly available that people think are available. The other two, though, Yzerman and Harris, who are both owned by the Ilitch organization, they both have said this. They both imply that they absolutely love their prospects and that prices were too high. Do you believe that? A lot of people don't.
Yeah, it's I don't think any. It's interesting. Scott Harris. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say, this person says the only thing Harris cares about is profits. There's no. I can't imagine a general manager that only cares about profits.
It's laughable. If you want to be
could an owner could
perhaps, but again, the offer they made to Bregman after they already signed all their free agents, I don't think that's the case. But people being upset because they think the window of opportunity is right here and now, and you had the opportunity and the window shut after the trade deadline, and now you've got to go with what you got. You could have improved your team dramatically. You had the resources to do it and chose not to. I understand that frustration, right? Because you want to go for it. But what Scott Harris said about specifically a window of opportunity, and the Skubal window in particular, is he kind of blew it off and said, it's an illusion to think that there's that window. I mean, they've got a lot. He said we got a lot of great players. It's not just Tarek Skubal out here, and we've got plenty of guys coming a long way in the pipeline and the whole bit. And I firmly believe, and I do believe this to be myself, not just what I think Scott Harris is saying, but what I think. I don't think the window is just this year and next year because you've got Tarek Skubal. I think the window is set up for years to come because of what they've done to build up the organization, and because the best players in this team right now, aside from Skubal, are still here for the next several years before they're free agents. Well, so they can continue to develop the players that they've drafted, make them better, and hopefully they're ready to hit the ground running next year and the year after to be really, really good players and add to this team. They'll have money to spend in free agency. I hope that they're able to work out a deal with Tarek Skubal. I don't think it's a great percentage chance that it happens, because I think Scott Boras is just going to send him off to the highest bidder. But I also don't think that the hopes end with Tarek Skubal. I think this is a good baseball organization. I think that they've set things up the right way, a lot like how the Lions did with a draft. The difference is there's a salary cap in football. There's no salary cap in baseball. And that's where the people will come in and say, you're being cheap because you're not going to spend the money to keep the guys you need to keep, like a Tarek Skubal or like this guy or like that guy, or go out and make that big splash. And they didn't do it here. And yes, had they gone out and given up a couple of top prospects to get Duran, would that make a difference? I think it'd make a huge difference. But weighing the cost, it's not what he wanted to do.
248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. My champ of the weekend is Dugan Darnell, the Northville High School product who went on to play baseball at Adrian College, who was a pitcher, third baseman there, then played for the West Side Woolly Mammoths for a couple of years. Is it West Side or East Side? Whatever they played. He was a Mammoth up in the USPBL. He's worked his way up the food chain and made his major league debut over the weekend. Awesome story for the Colorado Rockies. Local kids done well. My champ of the weekend.
Nice job. Like that. My champ of the new Tiger pitchers. They combined to throw 13 and a third innings and gave up just 2 runs while striking out 12, giving up only 7 hits and a walk during that time.
My chump of the weekend is what's being referred to as the Fire Festival of Sports, and that is the MLB Speedway Classic, where they were completely overwhelmed, underprepared. The rain made it worse, but it was far worse than just the rain, according to accounts. We'll get into the details a little bit later on, but fans were left waiting in super long lines for hot dogs with no buns.
Oh.
And let's just say their policies that work for NASCAR didn't work for MLB, and there were problems.
Yikes. My chump of the Tigers bullpen on Friday night. They blew a 3-0 lead. They showed everybody why it needed to be addressed. And at the same time, cast the ones who were the guys who gave up the lead were the ones that we thought this is why they need to go out and get bullpen arms. And those guys that were stuck around here still failed on Friday night.
All right, Champ and Chump votes are flying in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. From Robbie at work, Champ myself for waking up in time for work. Well done, Robbie. My chump, Scott Harris, for shopping at the dollar store with 50% off coupons. Champ, Scott Harris, with 3 new pitchers who did well in their debuts. Chump, Riley Green, who was 0 for 13 with 3 strikeouts, 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position, and ground into 2 double plays. One of them was a great play in the field. But yes, Riley Green is got to pull out of this. To give them, offensively. Defensively, the patented Riley Green sliding catch. I swear, Riley Green's catches.
Which one?
Yeah, exactly. His sliding catch is different than anybody else's, and I'm trying to figure out why. And I think because he gets there, I don't know. He always looks slow, but he gets there. I don't know what it is. It's just
because he runs like he's ready to drop something dirty in his pants.
But he gets there.
But he's reasonably fast.
I know.
He does not like that. He doesn't look like a guy who is running should look. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's a weird running style. It works for him. He gets from point A to B faster than most. But it's strange how it looks.
He swings a bat like it's too heavy, and he runs like he swings a bat like it's too heavy.
Something.
I'm telling you.
There's something weird.
Yes.
But it doesn't matter. It's working.
Yeah, do you. I'm just saying it looks like weird.
248-539-9797. What else do we got here with Champ and Chump? Champ, Ahmed Hassanin. He was the top-rated defender during the Hall of Fame game for the Lions. Chump, Hendon Hooker was disappointed. He looked like an undrafted free agent from a D2 school out there on Thursday. Champ of the week, Jim Harbaugh. His team was ready. Chump of the week, the strikeout artist formerly known as Riley Green. Okay, well, we'll get into Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen for that matter next hour a little bit. But I said we'd do something else. Last year, something happened down the stretch that we weren't really expecting. We weren't really talking about. Maybe we were kicking around as a far-fetched idea. Remember last year they called up Jackson Jobe? And we were like, whoa. And how crazy that was. It felt at the time.
Yeah.
Is there a prospect down there somewhere that they actually might call up this year? Is there any chance that we see Kevin McGonigal? Is there any chance that we see Max Clark, Briseño Lorenzo? Is there any chance that they're going to do that again?
I don't know if that player is there.
So Max Anderson. I mean, I don't know if there's a prospect pitcher. There might be pitchers of AAA that can help.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a bat. I guess let me put it that way. I don't know if they view a bat coming up that's going to play that role, like a Hao Yu Lee, or the one that might be is Jace Young, who has picked up his average a little bit. He's made some tweaks to his swing, and it's paid off for him a little bit. But his overall numbers don't look great. He's hitting 230 at Toledo, but his OPS is up to 789. He's shown more pull power lately, and that's good. He's got 11 home runs down there, 16 doubles. And now they're moving him around there. He's playing third base. He's also playing second base because they've got Hao Yu Lee playing over at third base as well because they want to see. So maybe that even tells you more that maybe they're looking more at Hao Yu Lee than they are at Jace Young because of that position. But I don't think either one of them, I wouldn't expect either of those guys to give them that lift. I think if that lift is going to come from somebody, it's going to come from an arm. And I keep saying Troy Melton. Mm-hmm. I think Troy Melton is going to play a big role in this team. I think here's the high end I think it is with Troy Melton. The high end is he gives you that lift in, like they got from Joel Zumaya in 2006. Not that he's got the arm that's going to throw it 101, 102 miles an hour. He's got an arm that can throw it 99. He's got the swing and miss stuff. So I think that's an area where maybe you get that lift from somebody that you haven't seen it yet. I mean, you've seen a very small sample size at the major league level for Melton as out of the bullpen once and as a starter once. Looked great as a starter, but not going to be in the rotation. We want to maximize those innings they have him here for. So I think if anybody can give him that lift that we thought that maybe Jackson Jobe was going to be last year, I think it's Melton.
Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll talk to the people next. We'll get to some Lions next hour. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you have an issue with the garage door, maybe it's just not running as smoothly as it used to, it's making a lot of noise, or maybe it's not running at all, and you're not sure who to call, the only people to call, Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. I used them years ago, and I'm glad I did because they fixed the problems that I had with my garage doors. They diagnosed it right away, and it wasn't for many years later that I needed to actually replace the garage doors, and you know it. I called Precision again. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Or if you like, you want to schedule an appointment at your convenience, do it online at precisiondoormi.com. They'll work with you at a time that works for your convenience, not some 8-hour window that's where you got to stay at home and babysit the house for a while, not knowing when they're going to show up. Again, give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or check out online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so look, there's a lot to talk about with this Tiger team over the weekend, and it's mostly disappointment from the fans, and I get it. I'm disappointed too, but I'm not giving up, and I don't think fans should either. You can do whatever you want. You can feel however you want. The season is not over, in my opinion. There is a chance that these acquisitions can help them. There's no question that bigger moves were out there. The costs were future assets. Now, those future assets, like we took a text last week, okay? I was talking about trading Chris Rodriguez. Chris Rodriguez is a 17-year-old down in the Dominican League 2 and is light years away from being at the major league level. And we got a text from somebody saying this guy is projecting to be potentially the next Aaron Judge. Why would you want to trade that? And I'm like, because there are so many landmines between 17-year-old D2 player in the Dominican, so many landmines between that and being the next Aaron Judge. The roadmap from being a 17-year-old playing in a second-tier league in the Dominican, the roadmap from there to being the next Aaron Judge, it's a long roadmap filled with landmines and off-ramps. And I'm not comfortable projecting that. Others said, don't trade that guy. Well, they have players that are closer to being, and that's kind of Gator. Gator's in love with him.
Yeah, I don't think he's Aaron Judge, but no. I'd like to let this one marinate for a little bit. He admits probably too much because they've never done this with a guy like that. They've never had an international signing like this. So for you, it's just in part because it's a bright, shiny new thing that is brand new. But, and other people are like, trade everybody. Get rid of everybody. We're trying to win now. And I'm just trying to win a World Series.
Yeah, that's one of the things that callers like to say to us. If I have a list, that's on the list. I'm just trying to win, guys. Everybody's trying to win. There's different ways to get there. Feedback coming in. Champ William Byron for winning the NASCAR race in Iowa. We're running out of gas coming to the checkered flag. Chump, me, have watched 3 Tiger games on TV all year, which they won. I decided while we're in the emergency room on Friday night, I would turn on the Tigers. The Phillies proceeded to score 5 runs while the Tigers only scored 1 after I turned it on. Sorry, Tiger fans. I'll take the blame. That's from Racing Kid in Lansing.
Well, at least you know.
Kevin at Ford says, Champ Jacob Marcy from Allen Park making his MLB debut this weekend versus the New York Yankees and going 4 for 8 with 3 doubles and a triple. Chump, MLB trying to play the game in Bristol on Saturday night in the stadium, running out of food. It ran out of food. They were understaffed. What happened is the NASCAR event that's held there, you can bring in a soft cooler. So people bring in like their own beer and their own food and their own sandwiches. Major League Baseball didn't allow that. But they had the same number of concession stands open as they do for NASCAR races. People bring their own concessions to the Bristol Motor Speedway. And they weren't allowed to for the MLB game, so they were understaffed. They brought in a few food trucks. And by all accounts, the food was great. But there were fans. One account from a Sports Illustrated writer said that he waited in line for 90 minutes. I think he said for a coffee.
Wow. I just saw highlights of the game, and so I didn't know any of the backstory stuff about the lines were horrible. You called it the Fire Fest of sports.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because it looked pretty cool. That's the way the stands were set up. It looked like there's a lot of people there to see it, and when the Braves player White hit 2 home runs, it was kind of cool. And then you've got the Corvette doing the laps around the track with the home run banner hanging out, and it looked like it was kind of cool. They were having fun, but waiting 90 minutes for a coffee or waiting 90 minutes for a hot dog or whatever the case was is ridiculous.
Sports Illustrated writer said he waited 45 minutes for the only real barbecue food. Later during the rain delay, I waited an hour and a half in line for a coffee. Wow. Yeah. Hour and a half.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's
You might want to talk about your coffee addiction if you're going to wait 90 minutes in line.
well, there's that too. Maybe some lessons learned there from Major League
I
Baseball.
hope so, because it was a cool idea. They tried, and the rain made it worse. They tried so hard to play that game, and they were playing it under conditions that if it were a normal game in a normal field. But then the unfortunate part of the white ponchos they gave out that made the crowd look like they were wearing hooded white robes. I mean, it was just. Champ Tiger starting pitching chump Scott Harris for sitting in the closet dreaming of his shiny prospects in lieu of trying to win a World Series. I mean, look, he's in love with his own prospects. So was Steve Yzerman. And, you know, this is the kind of deal that some people see it as don't trade away the next John Smoltz. Other people say it as empty the tank. Dave Dombrowski, when he was the Tiger GM, emptied the tank, traded away Jacob Turner and Cameron Maybin and Andrew Miller and all those guys. And he built a World Series contending team, and they didn't win it. He has won it elsewhere, and he did it again in Philly. Mm-hmm. That's his formula. The other formula is to draft and develop from within. You know who won World Series doing that?
The Tigers.
The Tigers have done it, and that was eons ago in a kind of a different baseball world. But the Astros did it, which is where A.J. Hinch was the manager. They did a great job of drafting and developing. Again, disappointed, but these, I think some people are giving up on the season because of the trade deadline.
Well, yeah, and that's do it at your own peril, I guess, right? And I understand the frustration. Both you and I have expressed our somewhat frustration with it, or at least we're a little bit disappointed with what they came out of it with. But now it's okay. The trade deadline's behind you. Now your plan's got to work, right? The guys you picked up have got to be good enough. The two starting pitchers so far have pitched awfully well. Finnegan had the one opportunity. He pitched awfully well, getting 4 straight outs as a bullpen arm. That's great. The next stage of that is going to be at some point when Sewald comes up, if Hewer ever comes up this year. But it's also going to be dependent on guys that you're counting on to continue to play well, like Zach McKinstry. You're hoping he continues to play as well as he has. Matt Vierling's got to start to get going, because that's the right-handed bat that everybody's clamoring for that I would defend against. Like, you don't need a right-handed. Just if you want a bat, get a bat. But Matt Vierling got to play last night because he's right-handed, and he went over. And he's off to a horrible start this year. So that's another guy that the pressure's he's going to start feeling the pressure.
Champ, Gator for beating Rieger in golf. Chump, the Tigers for the lackluster showing against the Phillies. That's from Brian. Another Brian at work says, my champ this week is Gator for kicking Rieger's butt at the golf outing. My chump is Rieger. Gator making a run here. Hey, guys.
Jeff did shoot the boot. I give him credit for that with his brand new golf shoe.
Wait a second. Brand new?
Yeah. I look at them like, those are new shoes. And I was like, yeah. All right.
So he lost and drank beer out of his brand new golf shoe.
Yeah. Yep.
Because ever I've done a shoot the boot, it's been the end of the shoe.
Yes.
That's it. Wow.
People freak out about that because, it's a dirty old shoe. I'm like, right. Yeah. But
I'm getting rid of it.
And you're going to drink beer through it, and
I'm betting on my immune system.
There you go. Yay, immunity.
Scott Harris is keeping his prospects for next offseason when they lose Skubal. He's going to trade for a starter or two to try and fill the void.
I could see that.
I could too. If they do lose Skubal, as long as they are going to use the money that they have budgeted for Skubal to improve their roster overall, there are more paths to winning the World Series than through Skubal. I prefer that they keep him. But again, if they lose Skubal, I'm not giving up.
No, look, there's some big ifs down the road and some big challenges down the road. And they're all prospect laden. We don't know how Kevin McGonigal or Max Clark or Josue Briseño or these guys are going to, react when they get to the major leagues. Heck, we don't even know what Jackson Jobe is going to be like.
No.
Right? I mean, because he hasn't been great when he's been brought up. He's had some flashes where he's been really exciting, but for the most part, I don't think Jackson Jobe has looked like he's the second coming. And now he's out for the next year or so. So we don't know what he's going to be. But I feel like it's a lot on him, because the Tigers as an organization with starting pitching doesn't seem like there's a ton of depth with starting pitching throughout the organization. So that's going to be a challenge for them to find ways to improve on that, to go beyond signing Alex Cobb in the offseason or trading for, rental pitchers like Morton and Paddock. You're going to have to make a bigger splash than that, and it's going to start this offseason.
248-539-9797. More Champ and Chump votes coming in. Champ Gator for beating Rieger in golf. Chump the Dallas Cowboys because they suck. That's from Aaron. My champ is Isaac Tesla for being only the Lion to actually do something. My chump is all the Tiger relievers whose names that end in H.
Or last name start with H?
My champ, he says the names that end in H. I think he means start with H.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
248-539-9797. All right. I'll tell you why people shouldn't be freaking out yet about the backup quarterback situation. We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. We got Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. Champ and Chump of the weekend. Robert on YouTube says, my champ is the girls' senior Little League champions from Grand Blanc, Michigan. Yeah, good for them.
Nice job.
Yep. We accept all Champ and Chump votes, and it's a way to give credit where credit is due. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that was less than stellar? 248-539-9797.
Did we have somebody come up to us at Comerica Park on Wednesday talking about those girls?
Yep.
And they finished the job.
Yep.
Nice job.
Good for them. All right, so Gator, Lions played on Thursday. Preseason football and preseason football results and preseason football performances are one of many evaluation moments for players and for teams. It felt like one of the number one storylines coming out of this one is that the Lions have a major backup quarterback problem. And while I was not impressed, like even when they threw the ball well, two of the better throws of the night resulted in one an incompletion, the other an interception. One was Kyle Allen's slant. I think it was the first pass he threw. He really
Lovett that dropped it.
Yeah, Lovett. He put it right on the money, and Lovett dropped it. And I mean, it was Lovett and Tesla were two players that they were trying to showcase a little bit and give them some opportunities as young drafted wide receivers and guys that they are excited about. And maybe those guys will be very good. And you know, Tesla did nothing wrong, but Lovett had that one. And then he had Hendon Hooker on the deep ball where it was a very catchable ball, a little bit contested, but
it was a perfectly thrown ball.
And Lovett bobbled it, and it resulted in an interception. But here's why I am not panicked yet about the backup quarterback situation. I won't fully want to judge the backup quarterbacks until I see them play with the starters. Right? I mean, shouldn't they get an opportunity? Wouldn't you think that a better time to evaluate of how good or bad they might be as a backup quarterback is when they're playing behind the number one offensive line and throwing to the number one receivers?
Yes, which is something you're not going to see. Maybe we'll see it in the controlled scrimmages that they'll have with the joint practices. Maybe you'll see it then, but it's not likely to happen during the preseason. Man, I can't imagine they're going to let Amon-Ra St. Brown or Sam Laporta play in preseason games. Jameson Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't think they are. And unless they change up and say, yeah, you know, third preseason game, we're going to play our starters just a little bit. We'll give them a quarter's worth of action or something like that. And even if that's the case, does that mean that Jared Goff plays as well? I don't expect to see them get any reps, really. So it is more difficult. And look, you'll see Hendon Hooker start the game this week. He'll play the entire first half. But do you get more out of it if you let him play beyond that? Like Jim Harbaugh let Trey Lance play into the third quarter on Thursday. I think it's safe to say if you watch the game, you came away thinking Trey Lance looked really good.
Yeah.
And working in the same conditions that the Lions quarterbacks are working with, where you're not working with a first team unit. You know, you're trying to stay in the league and show that you can play in this league. And I thought he did a great job. I thought Trey Lance looked great. Did Hendon Hooker look? I don't think Hendon Hooker looked bad. I don't think he looked good. I think it was very average. Had a great throw that was, you know, wrestled away for an interception that shouldn't have been. Kyle Allen didn't look good. You know, when he makes the two interceptions he threw, the first one was
terrible.
Just awful down the sideline. It, you know, likely it would have been a pick six, right? But did you see who chased him down?
Was it Craig Reynolds?
It was Craig Reynolds.
Yeah.
And that's why Craig Reynolds is on this team.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if it's a preseason game or if it's a game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and he's going to make that key block to spring Amon-Ra St. Brown for a touchdown. He is going to give 100% effort all the time. You got to love Craig Reynolds. There were only two players that stood out for me in the game. For the Lions. Craig Reynolds and Tesla. I thought Tesla did a nice job. And did you hear that there's a nickname for Tesla?
Is it Coleslaw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear why?
Because because he's white.
And dangerous if you leave it open. I don't know who came up with it, but Birchie brought it up last night on Sportsworks, and he gave credit to the person who said it. There was somebody on Twitter had it out there. I thought that was really funny.
It's actually really good, too, because apparently how you pronounce his last name is supposed to be like coleslaw. Tesla. Coleslaw. So works. And it's like if you leave it out in the open.
Yes.
Can't leave coleslaw out in the
No,
open.
don't leave it out in the open.
Don't leave Tesla out in the open.
Don't do that.
It's dangerous.
No.
Unless you want to get sick.
But he looked good. He looked the part of an NFL player. Like he looks like he's a big receiver because he's a big receiver.
Yeah.
6'4", well over 200 pounds, and he looked good. But that's it. Nothing else really stood out. Players on defense, I don't think really stood out. The offensive line certainly didn't stand out. Lovett maybe stood out for the wrong way. It just it was such a bland game.
Yeah.
That's a game you point to and say, why are we even bothering? But it's because these guys need the reps. They need to make decisions on these players. Everybody who played in that game, there has to be a decision on do they make the roster or not.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. And look, there's Ahmed Hassanin showed a little something, and I thought that it was fun. I focused in on Giovanni Manu for a while and thought, okay, there's some good and bad there. But, the truth is, I find it really, really hard to develop strong opinions based upon a preseason game. I do want to see a few more starters on the field when the backup quarterbacks are in. That to me feels like that is, or see them in practice, Gator. We're going to be out there for joint practices in a couple of weeks, and I'm going to be paying close attention to what the quarterbacks look like in those joint practices when they are practicing with the regulars. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bob on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Bob.
Yeah, thank you for the football stuff. Just a couple more things about the Tigers. I think they're a very good team, but watching last night, I think the Phillies are maybe just a little bit above them, but not much. I think one of the big things this season now is what happens tonight with Mize, don't you? That's going to be a big test.
Yeah, he's got to get back at it and be the pitcher that we saw for most of the season at this point, and not the pitcher we've seen for the last three starts.
He's got to. And then I don't know if the two new, basically two new stars that they picked up are able to replace Olsen and Mize if he has a bad night again tonight. So that's a big if. I think the relievers, because they're sort of a bunch of they're a big if yet, maybe lightning in the bottle will help a little bit. But it's interesting to see the Phillies and Tigers are really close with a lot of the team stats. I think that's interesting. But sort of a deceiving stat is the strikeouts, of course. Schwarberger's about just a little bit less than Green, but then they drop off. There are far less strikeouts than the Tigers. So. Yeah, I don't think you're going to change that strikeout.
The only thing I really disagree with you here is I don't think Casey Mize has a do-or-die start tonight. I don't think if he doesn't pitch well, they're going to replace him in the rotation.
No, and the two guys that are in the rotation aren't there to replace Casey Mize. They're to replace Reese Olson and Kader Montero.
Yeah. And in some ways, Jackson Jobe. I mean, this was not the plan. Right. Alex Cobb. This was not the plan, but
so, yeah. I mean, this is going to be in flux. Alex Cobb had another outing where he went 2 innings. I think he no earned runs. Mm-hmm. Did give up a run, but I don't think it was earned. So they're slowly seeing if he can come back from his hip issues that he's having. Alex Lang continues to make some appearances in the minors, and Jose Urquidy got in for an inning. I think it was a perfect inning that he pitched yesterday, but at the low levels and whatever. These are the guys that are probably a couple of them are probably a month away from coming back if they come back. Lang might be sooner than later, but he's had mixed results at AAA.
Okay, so the Lions video department came out with their Inside the Den draft edition. Did you watch it?
I only saw a clip or two. I didn't have a chance to sit down and watch it. But I do want it. I figured as soon as I saw it, I'm like, Doug's all over this.
And there's a lot to discuss, but I'll give you my favorite moment. The coolest moment, I thought. We will get to that today at 11:20. Plus your open line calls. Champ and Chump, get them in every Monday. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, I got some great news. If your AC is not working right now and you're in all this nice, hot, warm weather and you're really concerned about what to do, the great news is there are people out there that can help you out right away. The great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. Whether you need a quick repair or a seasonal tune-up or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. Don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. So, a lot of votes this week. Got it. People unhappy with the Tigers for not getting more aggressive at the trade deadline. Some people blame ownership. Some people blame Scott Harris. It's pretty clear that they love their prospects and thought the teams were asking too much. Other people think it's clear that they just wanted to do it on the cheap. Remember this about players that you trade at the trade deadline, rentals? They are cheap. Rentals that you pick up at the trade deadline are amongst the cheapest players on your roster because you have to pay them for 2 months. And maybe not the
Well, they
cheapest.
should be.
What's that?
I said they should be the cheapest unless you look at Suarez costing a lot.
Yeah, if guys are under contract for a couple of years, they cost more in terms of prospects and they cost more in terms of money. But one of the ways to do it on the cheap is to get rentals. And they didn't do a whole ton of that. What they did do is they sought value. And as Scott Harris said, there are players that have traits that they like. I don't know his exact phrasing, but it's pretty clear that they have a type of player or specifically a pitcher.
Like the shapes or something like that. The
Shapes
shaping.
of the pitches that command the strike zone. And even though the results haven't been there with other teams, if they do have a superpower, it might be Chris Fetter and early returns. No victory laps yet, be clear. But Finnegan, Morton, and Paddock all look good in their first appearances with the Tigers. It's a sustainability question, and I guess time will tell on that. As we like to say, it's something to monitor. 248-539-9797. Got Lions. Hey, man, I don't know your level of concern for the backup quarterback situation. I'll just say this. I'm looking forward to seeing those backup quarterbacks perform with the ones in the joint practices. Whether or not they ever hit the field in the preseason, in a game, in a televised football event on the field in the preseason, whether or not that ever happens, we'll see. I have doubts, but I'm less concerned about how they look with all the backups than I would be if the starters were out there with them. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rejan on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Rejan?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Scott. How you doing today?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, calling in for Champion Chump this week. I want to chump the Dallas Cowboys for screwing up yet another big contract with one of their superstars, or at least creating headlines. And then my champ was Michigan's District 4 senior softball Little League champs. They went 7-0 this week and won the World Series. They had 82 runs for, 5 runs against. That's what they did this past 7 days.
Wow, 82-5?
82
in
to
7
5.
games. That's impressive.
And Kayla Blumenshine, she's a 26 Grand Blanc graduate. She pitched the World Series, the championship game. She threw a no-hitter. And then Friday, she threw another no-hitter.
Not bad.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's pretty outstanding, right?
That's cool. That's
very
cool.
cool.
Yeah, you confirmed. I was going to ask you, is that the team from Grand Blanc? And indeed it was. So congratulations to them.
Yes, all right. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it. They're getting multiple champ votes now. 248-539-9797.
Do you like numbers, Doug?
At times.
I just added this. I like to look at minor league box scores and whatnot.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. The 4 big teams for the Tigers in the minors, the 4 major ones, they have the two
single A
and then the double A and triple A. They are combined 87 games above 500.
Yeah, they're really pretty good. There's been a lot of love given to the Tigers organization, and let's hope that it does nothing but feed good players to the big leagues. You know, the way I look at it is it's a scattershot approach. The more prospects you have, the more likely it is a few of them are going to hit. And so the wins and losses matter less because sometimes some teams have great prospects but don't have a full, complete roster. They're winning a lot of games at the minor league level, and there's a lot of prospects in the minors. So,
and I'm just seeing this now that the Tigers their first-round pick, Jordan Yost, is going to...
Is that the catcher?
No, he's the shortstop.
My apologies.
Catcher's the second-round guy.
Okay.
Or the second pick, not the second-round guy. Jordan Yost has been assigned to the Florida Coast League Tigers, so that's below single-A ball.
Okay.
But going to be playing from that complex for
Gotcha.
right now.
The backfield?
The backfield, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, I mentioned before the break that the Inside the Den, which is the in-house video production put together by the Detroit Lions organization, the Inside the Den that covers the draft came out. Now, they had a preview for it because, and this is War Room video from draft night or the 3 draft nights. 2023, it was one of the best team productions I've ever seen anywhere by any team. It was really, really good and interesting and fun. And to watch them maneuver and make trade calls and talk about players before they drafted them and then see video of their meetings with said players in Indianapolis. And guys coming in. There was like security video of them walking into the building for a pre-draft visit and all that stuff, right? I mean, it's 2023. You and I, we talked about it. We got a lot of mileage out of it. 2024 came and went with no such video production. And quite frankly, we were hostile towards the Detroit Lions organization. How could you leave us hanging?
You in particular, very upset.
Yes, I was very upset. They put out a preview for this year of Brad Holmes reading mean tweets about the Lions not putting out a 2024 version. And it was funny. And Brad Holmes is reading this. You guys have one effing job and you don't put out this. And Holmes was cracking up. And this is right before they released this year's version. Brad Holmes reading the mean tweets is pretty funny. And there's all kinds of interesting stuff, how they and look, we get the the Lions version as if they were it almost feels like, hey, we're only targeting Tyleik Williams in the first round. I'm sure he says there's a bucket of players, but it was clear Tyleik Williams was in that bucket of players. And then when you see the interactions, the pre-draft interactions, you can see how the Lions fall in love with these players as we've kind of gotten to know the type of player that they go after. One of the more interesting edits came at the end of day 2 because the Lions held on to the last pick of day 2, the last pick of the third round. I believe it was pick 102. And they ended up trading it to move up to get Tesla. Okay, so they held the last pick of the second day, the last pick of round 3. And they get to the end of that day, and somebody in the room says to Brad Holmes, if you still own this pick, who would you take? Because they don't own it anymore. They had traded it. And he goes, probably the Frazier kid. That was the end of the third round. And the Frazier kid is who they got in the 5th round, which was 69 picks later. So the player that they would have taken at the end of the third round was still on the board in the 5th round. And so you could see why they were so excited. Now, Marcus Frazier, we'll see how it works out. The guard from LSU, long term. Are they right? Or are they wrong? But that's what he said in the video, and that was probably my favorite part.
I can understand why.
Yep.
That's kind of cool to hear that's the case. And look, I don't know how much of that is how many other players they said. Sure. Miles Frazier, by the way. Not Marcus Frazier.
Did I say Marcus?
It's okay. But yes, I love the behind the scenes stuff, and I have no reason to think that isn't genuine, and it's amazing when that kind of thing happens. Just like years ago when we saw with the Unzarike stuff, it's fantastic drama that plays out in front of you. It's really great to watch, and I like it. It's entertaining, and I'm looking forward to sitting down and watch. How long is this one?
It's not as long as I don't think it's as long as the previous one, but I don't know, 45, 50 minutes.
Okay, that's
something
long.
like that.
That's long.
It's really, really good. I give the Lions organization and their video people a ton of credit because the attention to detail, when you have both sides of a phone conversation on draft night, like you have Brad Holmes on one end calling a prospect talking to a prospect. I'm sorry. You don't hear the other GMs, although I think maybe they did that a couple years ago. Anyway, you just see him calling Tate Ratledge, and then you see Ratledge is picking up the phone. Like, to get that video, to have that video, and they marry it up, and it's really, really cool. Kang, did you watch it by chance over the weekend?
No, I only saw the clips just like Gator did.
Yeah.
But it looks awesome. I love that stuff too, Doug. Not as much as Doug, but no one does. But
No, it's like Fire Pit,
right. Kirk Cousins' Fire Pit.
Well, yeah, maybe it's not Fire Pit. It's just Kirk Cousins' Fire Pit. That's correct.
No, but I saw the clips and it looks fantastic.
Yeah. Anyway, I can't.
And also, it reminds me of how I actually got 2 picks right last year, so I'll watch it over and over. And you're like, who had Tyleik Williams in the bucket? I did, Doug.
That's right. You did.
That's right.
248-539-9797. Okay. There is a massive disconnect we kind of touched on between what fans and media think is going on and the way our teams have behaved. I want to talk about it a little bit more because it feels like it's a repetitive story here in Detroit. We'll get to that today at 11:35. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. 97-1, the ticket. Sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks, a restaurant experience Well, across the board, they're really taking a nosedive. Service is really missing the mark, but Twin Peaks has upped the game. It starts with their culture. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing these dynamite dishes that you crave. Then, of course, it's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes extensive training to get on the floor, and once they do, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. And, of course, what brings it all together? Sports. They boast wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches, that brings you all the action that you crave. Tigers are playing some of the best baseball in years. Football is, of course, here. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports. The Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, ribs, and even hand-cut New York strip steaks. And don't get me started on the bar. They got the coldest beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees. They boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a variety of tequilas and bourbons. If you are tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So not so much with the Pistons because they're just getting started and it doesn't feel as though they're close-ish yet. They did make the playoffs last year, was nothing but a resounding success. But maybe a little bit with the Pistons in the offseason. Why do you think it is that it feels like regardless of our team, fans are disappointed? Many fans are disappointed with their off seasons.
I think it's a vocal minority.
And trade deadlines. You do think it's vocal minority?
For the most part. I think with the Tigers, it's a little bit different. I think because we're on the other end of that spectrum, I think. and even we're a little disappointed with what happened at the trade deadline. So I get that part. But when it comes to the Pistons, there's some people that are vocal about it, like, hey, they got to get this stretch four, they got to get this, they got to get another big, and they got to do this, and they didn't do it, and they're going nowhere. They need to trade it. There's some people are always going to be like that. And with the Red Wings, there's always going to be second guessing because this team has just floundered for several years now with the same mistakes made at the same exact time, which is uncanny. And we're waiting on the same thing. Like, okay, well, when's Danielson going to play? When's Brandon Geiger going to play? When's Sandin Pellikka going to play? When are these guys coming up? Are they going to have a chance? And how good are they going to be? And we're going to have to wait for a learning curve. And is it still 2 years away before? And I get that, and it's a long time to wait for it. The Tigers, because they came out of nowhere last year, they literally had less than a 1% chance of making the playoffs at the trade deadline last year, and they traded away a pretty big asset. And then everything changed. They got on a heater. Minnesota went in the tank. The Tigers found themselves in the playoffs, and they won the playoff series against Houston, which nobody saw coming. So they snuck up on everybody. Then they made improvements in the offseason. They were kind of low-key improvements. Here's Gleyber Torres, kind of went under the radar a little bit, and boy, has he been great, all-star. They added Tommy Kahnle, who for most of the first part of the season was great. Not so much lately. But for most of the first part of the season, he was great. And then they signed Jack Flaherty. Like, oh, wait a minute. They just signed Jack Flaherty again? Wow. Okay. And Flaherty actually hasn't been all that good in the first half of the season, but now he's put back-to-back starts where he's been very good, and hoping that this can be the guy that they were counting on all season long. So they made some low-key moves, but they didn't go out and break the bank. Yes, they made a very competitive offer, over $170 million to get Alex Bregman, and it looked like Bregman was going to go ahead and do it. And then the Red Sox came in at the last minute and gave a very friendly contract offer to him that was for less years, but way more money at $40 million a season. And there's no way that Bregman's worth that. But how is he going to pass that up when he can still remain a free agent after 1 year? So it was a great deal for Bregman, and the Tigers just missed out on that. Had the Tigers landed Bregman, it would really be interesting to see what this season would look like. But look, they're already, 17 games above 500 right now. At their peak, I think we saw them at 25 games above 500. If Alex Bregman had been on this team, it'd be insane to think about what they were at.
So I guess, for people who are a little older, they have recollections of the Red Wings at the trade deadline just cleaning up year after year, right? And Dave Dombrowski, when he was in charge of the Tigers, David Price, right? That was a trade deadline deal. Mm-hmm. Doug Fister, Johnny Peralta, off seasons included Miguel Cabrera. This was all under Dave Dombrowski. They would go massive.
Gary Sheffield.
Yeah.
Magglio Ordonez.
And that wasn't nearly as long ago than the Red Wings. Right now, none of our teams do this. Now, the Lions.
Prince Fielder.
The Lions, it feels like we're talking about a team that is we've never seen operate in such a competent fashion that, we all, of course, hope and pray that there will not be regret that we'll be someday talking about a Lions team post-Brad Holmes era that still didn't win at all. They seem to be a slow and steady approach, which a lot of times people say that's the approach you need to have. But when you get close to that, you want to give it that little bit of gas to put you over the top.
Right.
I know fans are we get to trade deadlines, and I get it. It's really exciting to make the big move, yet none of our teams have done it.
Had they went ahead and made the move for Suarez, let's say that they went and they gave Max Anderson and then some to acquire him. Mm-hmm. What would the conversation have been like on Friday? I don't know if there would have been. It's a risk. They gave up.
I don't think so either.
I don't know if that would have been the talk on Friday. Yes, there would, to some extent, there'd be a little bit of FOMO because you didn't get a chance to see what Max Anderson was going to look like as a Detroit Tiger. There's always going to be some kind of FOMO when you never see the player in a Tigers uniform. However, being that was a guy that fans had targeted, I don't think fans would have been like, they're going to rue the day that they didn't offer up. And who knows if that even was in the offing.
It's a huge problem we have, right? A huge problem being we're using price tags that aren't 1-for-1. Seattle's 9, 16, and 17. We don't know what they were wanting from Detroit. Because 9, 16, and 17 in Detroit is Max Anderson, Dylan Smith, and John Peck, I think, is a middle infielder. That for Eugenio Suarez feels like a no-brainer. And yet, if there's no way that was the price tag. There's no way that they just went, we'll take 9, 16, and 17 from any organization.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
And, when you end up taking a first baseman or corner infielder like Locklear, which was the key player in that trade, that's not what Max Anderson plays.
Yeah.
So is that even what they were even looking for that? I don't know.
248-539-9797. Brian's in Ann Arbor. He's on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Just a kind of a thought on there's a trade deadline and maybe where they're going with this. I wonder if, in the spirit of Moneyball, they're not trying to do chaos ball and get niche players, and Hinch has some way of looking at the players going, I could put them here, I can put them there, and build a Eugenio Suarez or somebody else or the pitching staff that they want.
I don't know that they're going to go back to the pitching chaos. I think that's in their back pocket. I just don't think it's going to be nearly as prominent as it was a year ago.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I just know that when we look at these trades and go, why don't we do these? It's like when we may be looking at them in a different framework than their management's looking.
Brian, there's no question that they seem to. I agree in one regard, and that is they have no issue with taking somebody who has one extraordinarily useful skill set in one situation, whether it be this guy's great against righties or this guy's great against lefties, or this guy is an exceptionally good fielder, or this guy can chew up a bunch of innings. I think they love to take a specialist who's got holes elsewhere, but then only use them in the situations that they're good. I think their fluctuation of their everyday lineup, where they go months between having the same two lineup in games, is an example, a prime example of that. And that is, I think they do it more than most. I think they do that more than most. And look, if these underwhelming returns pay dividends the way they have the first three appearances from Finnegan and Paddock and Morton, which is still a massive if. But if they pay dividends, it's an example of them knowing what works for here in Detroit. They've got a skill set, and we think we can successfully implement said skill set. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on a weekend. Who had the best weekend and should be singled out? Who should be called out? I went with Dugan Darnell, the Northville High School product and Adrian College product, who's managed to work his way through independent ball, through the woolly mammoths of the USPBL, all the way up to the majors, debuted with the Rockies this weekend. Gator, your Champ of the weekend is?
I went with the new arms for the Tigers. The three of them combined did a real nice job for the Tigers this year. This past week, the two starters and the bullpen arm combined for 13 1/3 innings pitched, giving up just 2 runs. They struck out 12, only 7 hits and a walk.
My Chump of the weekend was the Fire Festival of Sports, the MLB Speedway Classic. They were unprepared, and a lot of fans complained. Sports Illustrated did a story about how the concessions were in rough shape because they changed the priority. They changed the way they did it as opposed to NASCAR races, but didn't add to the available concessions for fans. Then the rain, and then there was a lot of unfortunate decisions made.
I went with the Tigers bullpen on Friday night. They blew a 3-0 lead and showed everyone why it needed to be addressed, as the same cast were the ones who gave up that lead.
Get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
So if it's time for you to get new garage doors and you're confused, like, what do I do? Who do I call? Let me help out with the confusion. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. I did this a few years ago. It was time to get new garage doors. Gave them a call. They came out right away and walked me through the entire process. They showed me all the different options that I had to choose from. And in no time, I had selected the perfect garage doors for my house, and I could not be happier. And for you, here's great news. They've got a warehouse that's chock full of garage doors. So in some cases, you can get a brand new garage door in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check out and schedule an appointment online at a time that works for you at precisiondoormi.com. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. So Lions are back in action on Friday, and I'm very much looking forward to watching it. I mean, it's better than not football. But, I mean, look, this was that game, much from that game the other night in the Hall of Fame game, let's call it what it was. It was dreadful. It was no good. You would rather your backups look great and your guys who are fighting for roster spots look great, and you'd love the results to be there. There was very little to like about that game. The turnovers, the sloppiness, offense, defense, special teams. My God, special teams. There was just not much to like. And I don't know that even I think we're getting to a point here with Detroit that I think most people kind of know it now. You don't think there's you didn't get many calls about it Friday, right?
Calls about what?
The Lions.
No. Yeah. We spent like 5 minutes talking, not even 5 minutes talking about it. Because people didn't want to talk about it. People wanted to talk about baseball. And frankly, the game was so unmemorable and there was nothing. I mean, there were no highlights. What are you going to, a gutty run at the goal line? That's the highlight? Okay, great. I mean, it was a yawn fest.
Yeah.
Even though it was the most watched Hall of Fame game since 2021, I guess, over the last, that doesn't seem like that long, but in the last 4 years, or over 6 million, almost 7 million people watching it.
Well, we'll take it.
Yeah. But it's, it is what it is. It's preseason football. It's another, it's more scrimmaging is what it was. And you just hope you get out of it unscathed.
Feedback coming in. Gentlemen, what I did like from the Lions game was 3 players, Tesla, Lovett, and Hassanin. I think Brad Holmes found 3 studs in this draft. I'm not freaking out over a Hall of Fame game, for crying out loud, over the backup quarterback. Everyone needs to relax. That's from Marlon and White Lake. Well, I'm not freaking out yet. I think once you see the backup quarterbacks and how they're performing with the starters on the field, that's when I'll be more definitive. And we're going to get out to practice. The problem is they usually practice when we're on the air. But we're going to be out to practice for joint practices. Hopefully get a chance to see some of that stuff next week, and we'll get a better sense for what the backup quarterbacks truly are. My biggest pet peeve is saying, well, a guy played with backups, yes, and he's playing against backups. Stop making excuses for Hooker being a bust. That's from Hans, the Uber driver. I'm not even a huge Hendon Hooker fan. Gator's more the Hendon Hooker fan.
I am.
These aren't excuses. It is... Excuses to me have nothing to do with anything. Yes, they're playing against backups. But everybody on the Lions, when the Lions starters are out there, all I care about is, can you execute the offense as a backup? As a backup quarterback, can you execute the offense as it's supposed to be run? We don't know that based upon who they're playing with. Isn't that a more fair time to assess what they really are? Is put them in the environment that they would have to play? I don't know. I think you give any quarterback more time, you give him more skill. Yes, he'll be going against better players, but I think we'll have a better sense to judge how he looks in those environments when he plays in that more game-like environment.
Yeah, I didn't love what I saw from Hendon Hooker, but I'm not killing him for it either, because he threw 6 passes in the game. Completed 3 of those passes. It should have completed a 4th. Which was a beautiful ball thrown down the field, 40 yards downfield, that was, not held on by the receiver and then ripped out of his hands and ended up being an interception. So it looks awful all the way around. That being said, there was nothing dynamic about the Lions' offense whatsoever.
So what do you do, though, if you decide they are busts? How far do you go to get a backup quarterback? Like, that becomes, once they come to the determination that Hooker ain't it, Kyle Allen ain't it, where do they go? And what do they do? Are they trying to trade for somebody else's backup? Are they pulling somebody off the street? Are they going back to the Bridgewater well? I mean, I don't want to go into the season without a backup quarterback.
Right.
And if they determine that Thursday was truly indicative as to who these guys are going to be in the regular season, then they do have a problem. And I think it's big enough that I would be willing to make a trade to go get a proven backup.
Yeah, I mean, again, you'd like to know. That's what you're talking.
I'm saying once we know, okay, when we get to the point where we've all seen enough, the Lions have seen enough, and they know they need a backup quarterback, I'm willing then to trade a future asset, a future draft pick for a backup quarterback.
Yes, and because I think Brad Holmes has earned the trust of the fan base, and so has Dan Campbell, letting them cook. Let them do what they're going to do. I can have my opinion on it, but
would you be cool with trading for a backup quarterback?
If they think so, then go ahead. I love Hendon Hooker's ability or the potential. I want to see him get opportunities, and I don't know if he's going to get opportunities here. But whatever Brad Holmes is going to do at this point, do what you're going to do. If that means keeping him on because you think he's made enough progress, great. If it means you're going to have to, go out and get somebody else like a Carson Wentz or whatever, go ahead and do that. I mean, talked really a little bit just about Trey Lance and how great he looked for the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even know if he's going to be the backup quarterback there. They got a bunch of quarterbacks over there.
Someone say Trey Lance.
Right?
This was Kang's guy in the draft a few years ago, and
he looked great.
That was a nice little reprieve for you.
I gave up on him. I'm not going to be honest. So the fact that
you're going to be honest.
Oh yeah, yes. I mean, the fact that his name is still out there and he did look pretty good. I'm holding on, man.
I can't totally blame you for that. I mean, this has kind of been an issue for a while. Doesn't it feel like that in this regime, we've had like the Sudfelds and the Tim Boyles of the world, and now we've got these two. And probably the most, am I wrong, the most competent backup quarterback they've had when Jared Goff has been here is Teddy Bridgewater? Is that kind of it?
I think you're right. Fortunately, we haven't had to worry about the quarterback situation.
No, he stayed healthy.
Knocking on wood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but see, I'm not crazy concerned because you're right, Doug. They're playing with the backups. But the one thing that does raise a little bit of an eyebrow for me is the fact that Hendon Hooker didn't get the first shot. And I'm wondering why not. He's been here. He's been in the system. Even if he's unavailable because of injury or whatever, he's been in the meetings. And, and I know it's a different offensive coordinator now, but he knows Dan Campbell well. He knows his teammates. Why didn't he get the first shot?
I'm trying to find an example of a quarterback that might be available on a team that they could trade for. And I don't know why he didn't get the first shot, but he didn't get the shot in the playoffs last year. That's more of a damning indictment to me than not getting the first shot in the preseason the next year, because he's getting the next game, and maybe they're going to give him each two, and they let the veteran get the first crack at it. But the fact that they went out and signed Teddy Bridgewater and he was in uniform and actually played in the playoff game against Washington tells me that he still wasn't where he needed to be. That was 9 months ago, or 8 months ago. So we'll see if he can change their minds.
Maybe Trey Lance is the guy. If he's the odd man out with the Chargers. I mean,
you would love that so much.
The thing is, the Lions have cut both their backups before. We saw this. Remember David Blau and Tim Boyle?
Yeah.
Where they're like, no one here is good enough. We have to go get somebody else. What if the two guys here, Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen, aren't good enough? Brad Holmes is not afraid to go out and get somebody else.
That would be pretty funny if Trey Lance was the guy. Because their backup there is Heineke behind Herbert.
Be better than rooting for Malik Willis, all right?
Oh. Wow.
Well, that's a competitor.
You just took a shot at my failed quarterback prospect.
No, but remember when he got a shot, you don't want to root for him because he's on the opposing team, but also part of you are like, he's still in the league. That's good.
We've each had our swings and misses at quarterback prospects. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls next. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Got to recap Kang's weekend. He was out of town as well.
That's right.
And there is news out of his trip out of town, but we'll get to that today at 12:30. It's Carson Anderson here on a Monday. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Let's get right back to your phone calls. We go to Jay in White Lake. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, fellas. How are you today?
We're great. Thank you.
Good. So this whole quarterback thing, I think, well, first off, I think it's time we shut the doors on this whole Hendon Hooker project. In my opinion, the easiest way around this is we get Cleveland on speed dial and we give them a call and we say, give us Kenny Pickett. I think that people underestimate the importance of that backup QB role. One thing happens to Goff. Game 2, he goes down, he stands up, he's got a broken finger. We're done right now if that happens with what we've got.
Well, but but to Doug's point, we haven't seen what we've got. You don't know what you've got unless you play the guy with the ones, and you're not going to see that unless you're at practice.
So you don't think that the fact that they've treated Hendon Hooker the way they've been treating him so far, that's not a testament to kind of what they really think of him?
Well, I don't know how they treat him, but because they went and got Teddy Bridgewater a couple years ago or last year, whatever it was. Is that the reason?
Well, I guess in my mind, if they thought that this guy was the man that they think he is, they would have started him the other night, or they would have at least given him more time on the field. I know they're starting him on Friday. I haven't seen anything yet from the organization that they're getting all bricked up and chesty about the fact that they think Hendon Hooker's a really great product. And
Jay, I guess if the premise is that he's not, if he's not good, Kenny Pickett would be a great possibility. I think Skylar Thompson would be. Call Pittsburgh about Skylar Thompson. We're talking about guys who started and played games that are probably number 3 elsewhere. Would you give up a future draft pick for one of those players? And I would.
I would too.
And they have a better idea of what Hendon Hooker is than Jay in White Lake or Doug here in studio or Scott.
I get that.
They may have made those calls already. They may not have. I have not seen enough to write off Hendon Hooker, but there isn't overwhelming public evidence that Hendon Hooker is a backup quarterback that can indeed win you a bunch of games if Goff goes down. We haven't seen it yet. I'm not closing the door on it. I think seeing him with the ones is pretty important. Out of everything that's happened since Hendon Hooker's been a Detroit Lion, the most telltale sign is the Teddy Bridgewater signing and playing in the postseason last year.
Absolutely, and I guess that's what I meant when I said I felt like it was kind of a testament to their view on Hendon Hooker that happened to begin with, but I agree. We haven't seen what we haven't seen. That's the intangible, but I don't know. I guess I would try and hedge my bet.
Well, I would say this, Jay. Even though I'm a big Hendon Hooker guy, I've taken myself out of the equation at this point. It's all Brad. Let Brad Holmes do what he's doing. I don't. It's not that I don't care, because I want to see for my own personal satisfaction what he would look like if given the opportunity to play with, a starting unit and see how he can work with that. But you're not going to get that opportunity unless there's an injury. And Lord knows I'm not wishing an injury on this team to get there. And we're probably not going to see it in preseason either, because the Lions aren't going to operate that way. Where hey, you know what? Let's throw the first unit out there with Hendon Hooker in preseason game number 3, because it just doesn't seem like the starters are even going to play much in the preseason.
Remember this. Chances are, if the Lions are trading for a backup quarterback, it's probably somebody else's number 3. Now, unless there's a team that is just, we're not really trying to win this year. Backup quarterback is a valuable insurance policy. It matters. And so teams aren't going to want to give up their backup quarterback, because then they'll be looking for one. So who's got 3 quarterbacks? So Kenny Pickett might be an example of a team that's not very good, doesn't need a veteran, because they've got Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and so they probably are going to want to hang on to the young guys. And Pickett is a spare part potentially there. Could make sense. In Pittsburgh, I mentioned Skylar Thompson. Could be the spare part quarterback that they'd be willing to give up. I mean, hell, maybe they give up Mason Rudolph. I doubt it, but... And none of these guys instill a ton of confidence But are they better than what the Lions have in house? They very well could be. But it would be great to have a more confidence in the backup quarterback. I'm still not slamming the door on Hendon Hooker though, or Kyle Allen for them. I mean, Kyle Allen, I would say that you can make the argument that both of their two best passes were dropped. Yep. Allen threaded the needle on that slant to Lovett. Hendon Hooker hit Lovett on the deep ball, and both of them were very catchable. And it's funny because people still like Lovett.
Right. But again, I mean, if you're down on Hooker, he threw 6 passes. In a game that looked like everybody's going through the motions, let's just end this thing and go home.
Yeah, but we're judging it off the preseason game. These coaches are judging off practice
Exactly.
and reps.
They can see.
Yeah, they know who's ready and who's not ready.
Which is why I say at this point, I'm out. I'm removing myself from the equation of trying not to care about the backup quarterback role. Look, Hendon Hooker's been in camp now for a couple of years where he's actually been able to participate in practices. Okay, they'll know. They'll know. And if it means that they're going to be the backup quarterback, so be it when all is said and done. But I don't think they're going to make a rash decision today or next week at this time. I think it's going to take, the full preseason before they go ahead and make that determination.
Morton on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Morton.
How you guys doing today?
Okay.
All right, Mort.
Go ahead. Okay, Morton, I don't think this is going to work. We'll try and get you in a better cell. We go to Jeff and Ipsy. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, how you guys doing today?
All right.
Good. About the backup quarterback situation, I'm just a fan. You guys have all the statistics and whatever. How many NFL teams actually have a real good backup quarterback? I mean, if they were good, wouldn't they be shopping themselves around to get a shot with a crummy team or something?
Atlanta's got a great situation because they've turned things over to their young quarterback, Michael Penix, and yet they've got Kirk Cousins.
True. There's a perfect example. But I think we're in the same boat as the majority of NFL teams, wouldn't you say?
Yes,
we don't want to lose our starter.
Nobody wants to lose their starter. Very few teams have great backup situations. I would say that this is starting to appear like it's potentially one of the worst situations in the league. But and so nobody's got a great backup quarterback. The question is, do you have a backup quarterback that if you're winning 17-14 early in the third quarter and your quarterback goes down, can the guy you put in there milk the lead and win the game?
Good point.
And so you don't need to be great to do that.
Right. And you're right. I was kind of horrified by what I saw Thursday, even though it was just an exhibition game. One quick question. Back in the Stafford era, we had a backup. Was his name Sean something?
Sean Hill.
He was good.
Yep.
He was a good bona fide NFL quarterback. And that's the only good backup I can recall.
Yeah, and he didn't have to play that much, thankfully.
No, but when he did a good job. I remember it. So, well, thanks for your time, fellas.
Appreciate it. Yeah, the Sean Hill situation, that was unusually healthy. Because Sean Hill was better than a guy that could just hold the lead and not make the major mistake.
It's funny. I'm just going through. I'm about halfway through the league here to check and see the depth chart of the quarterbacks. There's not much. And anybody that's like a third-string quarterback or a fourth-string quarterback, if you look at them, they're all just college guys. They're college guys that had a nice college career, but you have no idea. It's just like Hendon Hooker. You just don't know.
I like a guy who's not on a roster right now, Gator. Carson Wentz.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
So, I mean, I think I'm surprised Kansas City didn't bring him back, but he's a guy who's out there. He has been a starter in this league. He's played a lot of snaps. He had an MVP-type year, the year they won it, and he got hurt, and Nick Foles had to step in. I'd be a solid guy to bring in if it doesn't work out with what we have here.
Now they got Minshew Mania still there backing up in Kansas City. So
248-539-9797. Let's go to Martin. You're next. Hi, Martin.
How you guys doing today?
What's up?
Yeah, when you guys were talking earlier about the Tigers, whether they should make a trade or not, and they were thinking about giving up that prospect, or they would have to give up like a prospect like that Max pitcher. It reminded me of back in 1987 when the Detroit Tigers made a trade for Doyle Alexander. They gave up John Smoltz. Now, in the short term, that was a beautiful trade because Doyle Alexander went 9-0 in 1987. But, yeah, we didn't win a World Series. But look at the career of John Smoltz. So sometimes you think us as fans, we'd love to see a championship, and sometimes you want to see that great trade made. But to build for longevity and sustainability, you sometimes wonder if it's just better off just holding on to these great prospects. And we all regret that John Smoltz trade when we look back at it.
Well, I don't think that anybody regretted it at the time, given that Smoltz wasn't one of their top prospects, and Doyle Alexander, as you said, was like perfect down the stretch. Was really good the next year and helped the Tigers get to the playoffs back when only 2 teams in each league made the playoffs.
You know, you think back, and every town has that guy they got rid of when they were young before they blossomed.
Yeah.
In Atlanta, they probably talk about trading Brett Favre, right? And in Detroit, we talk about trading John Smoltz, and guys that go on to have Hall of Fame careers somewhere else that we got rid of before anybody knew they were Hall of Famers. That's the risk you run. I mean, if you want to say, hey, it's smart to not trade all your guys, you can cite that as an example, and you can cite that Dave Dombrowski sold out to win now for a decade in Detroit and never won a World Series. But there's also plenty of examples of teams that made the over-the-top move, because Dombrowski did it elsewhere, where he made an over-the-top move and won. He's won a couple of World Series elsewhere. So you just got to get it right. You got to make, at the end of your era, you hope you have a championship. When you're in Scott Harris's shoes, I'm not giving up on this season. And this isn't the only season he's planning on being the man in charge of baseball operations here in Detroit. And so in his eyes, he's going to get multiple kicks at the can. And what he made clear when he spoke to the media post-trade deadline is he does not think the window shuts when Tarek Skubal's contract is up. Because there's no saying he's leaving. And even if he does, he still thinks he can win. And I actually prefer that he thinks he can win. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Protect your home from unexpected water damage with leak detection services from CGC Home Services. They can help identify and prevent flooded basements and other water-related issues. CGC also offers Eris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Beyond leak detection, CGC also specializes in water softeners and drinking water systems, providing total water care for your home. Choose CGC Water Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. Learn more about their services and special offers at 855-339-4242.
So you were up north with family members and had a great time on a golfing weekend.
Did a Ryder Cup, took on a bunch of relatives from California. So it was 3 guys from California, 1 from Colorado versus myself, my 2 boys, and my nephew. And we did a play match play, best ball, our cart versus your cart.
Alternate shot? I don't know.
No, we didn't do alternate shot. Nobody seems to like alternate shot as much. But we did played a point per 9, and then we did singles play in the final round. And we lost 8.5 points to 7.5 points. Played 4 rounds total. It was great.
So where'd you play?
Bay Harbor.
Oh, well, okay. Nice.
Played the links in the quarry there. It is beautiful. And the Californians were like, wow.
I always love to hear other people's opinions. If they're going to come from California, they're from San Diego too, right?
Yeah, they played like Pebble.
They played Torrey Pines, I imagine, too. They're right there.
Yes, Torrey Pines. One of them had just come back from playing Firestone in Ohio. And yes, they played Torrey a lot.
They were impressed with Bay Harbor.
They said it was on par with all of them. And I don't know, man, the 9th hole at the quarry where you sit there in the deck chairs and watch people come in on the par 4 there with the water in the background, it's a spectacular vista.
It's pretty great. What about, so you played Bay Harbor.
Crooked Tree, which was in really good shape and also had beautiful views. And I actually hit the ball the best at Crooked Tree, so it was my personal favorite. And pushed the front. We lost the front, won the back. Played Chestnut Valley, which is
my favorite.
I know you love Chestnut Valley.
It's just nice, easy, relaxing course.
And then you and I always
up north.
talk about our up north hidden gem. Hidden River was our last.
Oh, that's nice.
Last 9. We actually just mixed up the teams and scrambled there, and it was
good shape.
Very enjoyable. It was in great shape and really crowded, but it moved along, and so it didn't matter how many. If it's moving along, it doesn't matter how many people are there. But there's a lot of people. I will say this: the golf industry in northern Michigan, it strikes me, it is very healthy right now. One of the pros gave us some data about how many rounds they were up this year, and I was like, "Why do you think that is?" And they said, "I think people are choosing to vacation closer to home, and we draw from other states.
Mm-hmm.
Like nobody gets a summer home in Ohio. People." So they come up here, and if people are staying closer to home, it's not just Michiganders, it's people from Illinois and Indiana and Ohio and maybe coming in from Wisconsin through the UP that take advantage. Wisconsin's actually
Wisconsin's got a
pretty
lot of great
beautiful
spots,
state that they could stay home too. But we're very fortunate in that, and they think instead of like traveling internationally or going to the West Coast or East Coast or down south or whatever, people are staying closer to home, and who's benefiting? The resort areas in the Midwest, and that includes up north. So it was really, really fun. It was really, really fun.
They're missing out on the Canadian tourist, but outside of that,
they said they're way down on Canadian tourists.
To your point, though, about staying within the country, we do very well.
Yep. And if you're, I got to the point where I just love up north golf so much. I barely play down here, try to practice here, and then when we go to our place up north. But yeah, all those courses were great.
Nice.
Had a really good time.
Great weather too.
Even though we took an L. Yeah, it was really good weather. Although there's a smoke from the Canadian fires.
Yeah, it was prominent.
Yep.
Prominent down here. I'm sure it was prominent up there. I noticed it
certainly was
a lot on Thursday and Friday.
Anyway, I got to get to Kangs.
Yeah.
We promised we'll do that at 12:30 because there's some news out of it, and then he had a weird experience with something. I just was like, wait, what happened?
It is definitely weird.
We'll get to that today at 12:35. But back to your phone calls. David in Dearborn is next. Hi, David.
Hi. Thanks. I just was wondering, in my recollection, since the Jared Goff era started, with the exception of Bridgewater, who had a lot of experience, all of our backup quarterbacks have been terrible, except for one guy that came on at the end of training camp last year and was very eye-opening in how much better he was than Nate Sudfeld, and as far as I can tell, than the guys they have now. Yet they dropped him. His name was Jake Fromm. And do you know anything about why that might have been, having looked so good in that final preseason game?
Because they like Hendon Hooker better?
Well, they hung on to Hendon Hooker, and I can understand his credentials, the kind of player he was in college. But Jake Fromm looked far better than Hendon Hooker did in training camp last year, and certainly so far this year. I don't think I'm alone in that opinion, and I'm surprised that you guys don't say the same thing.
Do you know where Jake Fromm is right now?
They kept somebody, and they dropped somebody else.
And they dropped a guy that was better than the other two that they had.
Playing in different situations. That guy did very well against third string and fourth string guys, and I thought Hooker
He
played
was
pretty well
completing
last year.
passes and coverage and all the things that our quarterbacks now are not doing as of
So where's
last year.
Fromm now?
He's nowhere.
Okay.
I mean,
Why not?
well, that's a great question. I mean, I don't know the particulars. They obviously didn't like Fromm nearly as much as they liked their other guys, and apparently nobody does.
Well, it's funny because I saw production last year, and I'm not seeing it from anyone else, and I haven't seen it since. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, look, one performance in a preseason game can be wildly misleading, but Jake Fromm isn't anywhere right now. So, it's not just the Lions that apparently don't believe in him.
I mean, look, great college quarterback, great career at Georgia.
Was this his lone appearance last year in the preseason against Pittsburgh? He went 6 for 8 for 89 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. That was at the end of the Pittsburgh game. Did he play in any other preseason game last year? He did not play in the second preseason game. And he did not play in the first preseason game. So, look, you got a small window into what they saw. They had him in practice. They had him in joint practices. And apparently after everything, he is nowhere right now. I mean, Google search is not showing up on any roster. So, don't know. 248-539-9797. I would just tend to think that it's not just the Lions that weren't believers. It's apparently nobody thinks that Jake Fromm has really got much to offer, unfortunately. Let's go to Robert on a cell. Hi, Robert.
Good afternoon, guys. Love the show. I think this has already been discussed a little bit, but can we just stop with, like, the deadline was Chris Ilitch being cheap? And it's like that insanity is just, to me, like, they're just lazy. Let's just, rip on Chris Ilitch because he's not as like his dad in terms of like payroll or whatever. The deadline isn't about payroll. Like Bednar would have cost, I think, less than $2 million. Even Suarez, who's a rental and quote unquote expensive, like prorated, it was like $4.5 million, which would add like 3% of their team payroll. So it just infuriates me when you see it on social media or when people call in here. It's 100% about Harris not wanting to give up any of his apparently top 20 guys, which we'll see how that all plays out. But it's just the whole payroll, Chris Ilitch being cheap thing is just, it's so moronic. It just.
Well, some of the cheapest trade deadline acquisitions you can make are rentals, as far as the cash is concerned. And so the cheap is, if it's applied to the Tigers, it's that they don't want to sell any of their highest prospects. But yeah, I don't think. I think there are other. I would use other things as examples if I wanted to make an argument that Chris Ilitch was being cheap, and it would be last offseason.
And do you think like Chris Ilitch is the one saying, "Hey, don't give up any of those top 20 prospects"?
No.
I don't know. We're not in the room. But I'm of the belief that he's signing the checks and he's letting Harris do his job and construct and build the entire system from Flying Tigers and Lakeland all the way up to the major league team.
Look, the only way you could say it is if you knew for a fact that Chris Ilitch said, "Don't pick up Suarez because I don't want to pay the rest of his salary for the remaining of the year," and that nobody's going to say that.
I would imagine that they wouldn't, especially when they were willing to pay Alex Bregman. Now that was a longer term investment, but what was it, $170 million or whatever?
171.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback, and we will get to this really odd thing that happened to Kang when he was gone for the weekend that I think everybody would be saying, what? No. We'll get to that today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. By the way, I should mention, if people want to check out Hidden River, Lesson on Golf has the Hidden River package where you can, I think it's half price.
Wow.
There's certain restrictions on when you can play, but
nice course.
Jeff Lesson, who is, of course, does the Lesson on Golf show here. Nice, someone a ticket.
Gives you a little bit of everything up there at Hidden River. Yep. Lots of the up north feel, and there's like a little bit of a got a little bit of a links course feel on a couple holes. It's just a nice course.
Yep. So I was away playing golf. Kang went to the National, which is the card show. It's collectibles, right?
Yeah, sports cards and sports memorabilia, sports collectibles.
Okay, so you go to this every year, and this is the biggest memorabilia show annually in the country, correct?
Yep, for all sports collectors, this is our Super Bowl.
Okay, and how was it?
It was awesome, and it's just getting bigger and bigger every year. That's the only issue now, is it's just insanely packed, insanely crowded. But I guess that, obviously it's the good and the bad, right? With people enjoying what you enjoy and it getting popular is just more and more people.
Any big scores by you?
Yeah, actually I did. Bought some cards, of course, sold some cards, and I got my favorite purchase was actually done after the show. Is a lot of times people buy and sell on social media, connecting through Facebook, Instagram, things like that. And I had actually saw someone post a card on Instagram that they're at the National, and I wanted this card. I was looking for this card while I was walking the show, never saw it. We're leaving, and the day we're leaving, I see him post it. Hey, I'm at the National in Chicago. If anyone wants to do a deal, I message. I want to do a deal. I'm not there. How do I get this done? Fortunately for me, I do know people at the National that are set up as vendors. And shout out to my guy, Jason Luton, who owns a shop. I actually sent you there, Gator. Luton's in Clawson.
But I thought you were there.
Royal Oak, yeah.
No, I was there, but I was leaving.
Okay,
I was not
okay.
attending the show that day. I was leaving Chicago that day. So I had him drop it off to Luton's, and Luton's took care of it for me. I'm going to pick up the card after the show today, actually, so I can't wait. So that was my best, most favorite purchase.
What was the card?
It was a Michael Jordan card. It's a refractor. I'm not going to get into the cost or anything like that, but it's a card I've been looking for, and it's hard to find.
Okay.
Glad you got it.
Thank you.
So the news out of the weekend was they announced that the 2027 National is going to be here in Detroit. Is that correct?
2028.
2028.
Oh.
Yeah. So we knew that the vendors and dealers, they all get together and they get to vote on the locations. Every other year it's in Chicago. So you're basically voting for the in-between years, right?
Okay.
Last year was Cleveland. Was that right?
Last year was Cleveland. This year, Chicago. And then next year would be somewhere else usually, but it's actually going to be Chicago again, and then Chicago. So 2026 is Chicago, 2027 is Chicago. So they're voting for what would be 2028. And it was between Detroit and Atlanta. Vote came in, announcement was made, Detroit won it. It's going to be at the Huntington Place in downtown Detroit, which is fantastic
cool.
news for local
big
collectors.
Place, yeah.
And they're renovating too.
Yeah.
Okay, but something very odd happened.
Very odd.
I don't know if I want to oversell this or if it's an oversell and undersell.
I think it's odd.
I brought up to you guys, and you guys were alarmed as well this morning in show prep. Yeah, so we traveled to Chicago, of course, and we stayed a couple nights, and we always usually get a Airbnb. And one of my buddies, it's four of us, he's in charge of getting the location, all that stuff, and he got the Airbnb. It was great. Nice house. We each had our own rooms, all that stuff. There was a ping pong table in the basement, which was actually really fun. And the first night, it was Wednesday night. First night we get there. Just got back from the show, got some dinner. It's about 11 o'clock. We're kind of just unwinding, just talking about the day, things like that. My buddy gets a message from the host of the Airbnb. And he says, "Hey, Matt." His name's Matt. "Hey, Matt, are you up?"
What?
And Matt turns to us and goes, "The host just messaged me, guys." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, he just asked if I was up." And he's got a Ring camera outside in front of the garage, so he knew we had just gotten home or whatever. But he still had the audacity, I thought, to even ask if we're up, which I thought something was wrong, though. So we all said, all right, go ahead and message him back because maybe something's up, right?
Right. Hey, I just noticed that the Fetzer valve isn't working.
Yeah, exactly. I hate when that happens. So I go, go ahead and message him back, say, "Yeah, what's up, man?" So he does, and he says, "Would it be okay if I came over and grabbed something out of the garage to take to the garbage or something like that?" And I'm like, "No, It's 11 o'clock at night. What kind of do this next week when we leave? You should have done before we got here, or whatever it is. That's weird, right?
Like wait 2 days and
he asked to come in the middle of the night to get something from his garage.
Was trash day the next day?
I don't know, but that's not urgent.
No, it's not urgent.
And it's not stinky trash. It was like I think it was the old ping pong table. He has to move or something.
Yeah, no. Do you mind waiting until we leave? Is what I would. Did Matt respond?
Matt said yes, and I said what? I go, well, you're going outside talking to him. I don't want to see this guy. This is weird.
So he showed up.
Yes.
And what was that like?
So we only could hear the conversation through because they only went to the garage, and the garage is actually next to it was like they built it onto the house as a recent addition or whatever.
Yeah.
So we're in this room like a sunroom or whatever, right next to the garage.
You're dipping, like trying to hear.
We're hearing what's going on, and he's talking to him, and my buddy Matt's just not confrontational, just he's a real nice guy, and just had him. Yeah, he just stood there, and then he said before he went out there, he goes, "Listen, if I scream for help, come get me." He's like, is this guy coming here to like murder me, or why would you come in the middle of the night and check on us, right? So we heard everything going on. It seems legit. I guess he really wanted to get this ping pong table out. I have no idea, but that's not good etiquette, right? As a host,
I think it's really kind of weird. Yes,
it's very weird.
What would you guys have done?
Ignored it.
I probably would have ignored the text, because if it was something urgent, he'd text again and say, or he'd call if it was urgent. This clearly wasn't urgent, so I would have just blown it off.
Even the lever, whatever you said.
The Fetzer valve?
Fetzer valve, yeah.
I mean, if it was a problem, then let me know it's a problem. But if it's,
if the house was going to blow up.
If it was urgent, he'd either show up or call you or follow up with another text instead of doing the old, hey, you up? What are we doing here?
So
is this from whose wife is this? Who's got a burner phone?
We have probably, I don't know, 20 times we've rented a house or a condo or something. This has never happened to us once that we got the "hey, you up" text from an owner. I don't know how often this happens. I would imagine from a host, it doesn't happen very often. But maybe it happens more often than we're aware of. 248-539-9797.
And I don't think as often as you do, Doug, as these Airbnbs and Verbos.
Yep.
I remember you had the issue with the toilet paper.
Yeah, we ran out of toilet paper, and the owner said, "Then go buy some."
Yeah. These hosts are getting lazy, man. Seriously. So at the end of the
that's what they said.
Yeah. Before we left, Doug, he messaged my buddy Matt a list of things we have to do before we leave. And you know what?
What, other than leave the keys and lock the door, or what?
He wanted us to do the laundry.
What?
Like the sheets that you slept in, he wanted you to wash them?
I don't know about the sheets, but definitely the towels. I'm like, does he want us to clean the toilets while we're at it? Aren't we paying a cleaning?
What is that? Is that I've never done Airbnb or any of these things. Is this normal?
Doug, and we had to take out the garbage, literally.
So, you do usually pay a cleaning fee. Like on all those, there's like, and it's always like, wait, we're paying $200, but
then why am I cleaning?
Why are you doing anything?
Paying a cleaning fee, don't do anything.
And then he said also, if you used any dishes, to run the dishwasher. I think all this is ridiculous for a couple of reasons. One, by the way, if I'm a host, I wouldn't want a stranger doing that stuff because they might mess it all up. It could be overflowing.
Right.
They don't know how to use the laundry or the washer, all that stuff. But the fact is, what else do you want me to do? Cut the grass? Edge it?
Right. Is it a Thursday mow?
Yeah. It was, I think, Thursday.
Need some painting done to the exterior?
I don't know. I think this is the norm now. A lot of people have been complaining like, hey, I'd rather just stay in a hotel if I'm going to do all this stuff. But,
can you weed?
Yeah. We did have enough toilet paper, though.
I'm glad.
Go buy some. I'm like, I remember I just sent a message to the owner. I'm like, hey, you're out of toilet paper. Can you tell me where you keep the spare toilet paper? And the message we got back is, we provide one roll, and if you need some, go get some. And I'm like,
provide one roll.
One ply.
I'm just like, what? You want me to go buy you can't buy just a roll of toilet paper.
No.
So you basically want me to stock your house with toilet paper.
No, you take that home.
Yeah, I guess I would.
Hell yeah, I'm taking that home. They're asking you to do to the sheets and do the laundry, do the dishes. No, what is this?
I think it's the norm, man. I don't know.
Is that
I don't
the norm?
Get it. I don't think it's
Because I'm like, I would have assumed there was some sort of cleaning fee attached to all this. It's like, okay, if I'm there for 3 days, that under the assumption, yes, there's not turn down service every night like you get in a hotel, but I ain't cleaning this stuff up.
I'll tell you what's not normal is coming over in the middle of the night to
No,
grab
that is
some
unusual.
No, that's weird. That's just weird, dude.
All right. Well, maybe this happens more frequently we're aware of. 248-539.
Hey, you up? Hey, I noticed you guys just got in. Are you still up? Up for what? Some stuff, shenanigans.
Meet me in the garage.
I need you to meet me in the garage and wear something nice.
Stuff's about to go down. All right, back to your open line calls next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then you have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. Visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Daryl and Taylor. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, how's it going today?
We're great, Daryl.
Yeah, I want to give y'all two quick scenarios. I want to hear y'all opinions. The first one, Jameis Winston's going to sit in the crowded quarterback room with Dart and Wilson over there.
Mm-hmm.
And then my dark horse, do RG3 or Cam Newton got anything left in the tank?
I think RG3 and Cam Newton are done.
Yep.
Safe to say that. As far as Jameis Winston's concerned.
Intriguing.
I mean, if they I trust in Brad Holmes. Whatever Brad Holmes wants.
I got to tell you, Jameis Winston is intriguing. I have gone from being anti-Jameis to pro-Jameis. I don't know if there's a player that I've grown to like more, and I think he is a backup quarterback, a respectable backup quarterback in the NFL.
Because he showed you last year with Cleveland a couple of games, like when he beat Pittsburgh in the snow. Like if we need 1 or 2 games, I actually think Jameis Winston is the perfect situation, especially when you look at everybody else backup quarterbacks. I'm quite sure he's better than at least 25 of them.
Yeah, I don't.
I think he'd be a really good backup.
I think that's an intriguing call. We had mentioned Skylar Thompson, mentioned Kenny Pickett. If they have to make a move, I don't think Jameis Winston would be a bad option at all if he truly is the odd man out in New York. They also still got DeVito. I keep wanting to say Danny DeVito.
Tommy DeVito.
Thank you. They've got Dart, they got Russell Wilson, they got not Danny DeVito. So Jameis Winston could be the odd man out.
Or Tommy DeVito could be.
248-539-9797. Matt in Highland, you're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Matt.
Hey, Champ and Chump. My Chump will segue into my call. Champ starting pitching this weekend. I thought they were nails. I did not see the Morton game going like it did last night. I thought he was going to give up a few, but that was nice. The Chump was the Penn Friday night, and more so, they put us in harm's way in Philly. And these people there are absolute savages at a AL-NL game in early August. So they're sucking their thumbs the whole game until the bottom of the 7th when they score 3 runs. Bryce Harper gets kicked out. They're all jacked up. And then Perez comes on and hits a home run, and I decide to get loud for the first time in the game. And everybody turns around and stares at me. So you can only imagine how the bottom of the 8th and the top of the 9th, especially with Duran coming in for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And I'm with my 12 and 14-year-old. I've got one in front of me, must have turned around 10 times in the last inning and a half to say something. And if you could ever pull the video from after the Perez home run, there was a fight in the right field there, and it was a Tiger fan and a Phillies fan, and everybody started talking about how Tigers fans started cheering and Philly fan just started punching them.
Great.
So are you chumping? Here's what I'm asking. Are you chumping the bullpen? Are you chumping Philly fans? Are you chumping yourself for talking too much? Who are you chumping?
Well, now that you lay all 3 out, Doug, I'm going to chump myself.
Sometimes it's best to keep the mouth shut.
Yeah, that's funny. And no, Philly fans have a reputation.
That they do.
And I imagine deep down it's a great environment to watch a game, isn't it?
Oh, the stadium was awesome. We did Yankee Stadium Thursday, Citizens Park Friday. Yankee Stadium's just a concrete jungle. I mean, it's so cool going to Monument Park in there and all that, but ultimately the stadium's just a concrete building. Citizens Park I was impressed with that place. Petco and Citizens are probably at the top 2 or 3 on my list in the MLB right now, outside of Comerica. But yeah,
Philly looked great. It looked great on TV because it was packed. And then when Duran comes in to close things out, and they do that whole presentation for him with the Undertaker gong and all that, it's fantastic.
It was. I'll admit. I sat in my seat for it. I can't stand up. My kids did too, but we've been talking about it for days now. That entrance, and my oldest was like, "We saw it for the first time in Philly." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Don't remind me."
Matt, thanks for sharing the story. 248-539-9797. Open lines. We go to Tom on a cell next. Hi, Tom.
Hey, hi guys. How are you?
Great.
So,
you were talking about rentals, Airbnbs. I have a house in Florida that I rent, or I did rent, and I've got the opposite side of horror stories. So I had a tenant who broke the light bulb out of chandelier, and it's one of these ones that look like a candle, and they couldn't get it out. They broke the glass. So they call the rental agency. They send somebody over for $110 to change the light bulb. I said, okay, have them take a potato. Oh, they won't do that. Well, they couldn't get it out. So then they call the electrician for $300, who brings a potato over and changes the light bulb. Cost me about $400 to change the damn light bulb. So, another horror story. The tenant, different tenant, runs out of propane on the gas grill. It was half full. So they send somebody over for $110 to take the propane tank, go over to the place and have it refilled for $25. That cost me $135 to fill the thing. So,
how'd they run out of if you had a half a tank of propane? How do you run out of it? They just left it on all night?
You do the grill well, they're there 3 weeks. You use the grill every night.
There you go.
I see.
Yeah.
You run out of propane. But I also leave probably at least a half a dozen rolls of toilet paper and paper towels, stuff to do the laundry. I don't overdo it because they'll abuse it. I mean, I feel like I'm abused by renters horribly. Now, I think it's terrible to leave one roll of toilet paper. So, Doug, if you ever want to rent my place, I'll allow you to rent my place, and I'll leave you plenty of toilet paper.
I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, I mean, look, like our place up north, we've talked about putting it in a rental program. And there's a lot of people making a lot of money off your house when you are renting it. And the rental property companies, $110 to come over and change a light bulb or bring a new tank of propane is how they're making their money.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like, in our personal situation, it didn't feel like we'd make enough money. The house would be charged for so much, but our take home after all that seemed a little thin, a little light, and we just decided it probably wasn't worth it.
The potato, for people who are wondering, what the hell does a potato have to do with a light? If the light bulb is broken in the socket,
yes,
and what's left is shards of the light bulb in the socket end in the socket, you take a potato, you cut the potato in half, I guess, or whatever, and you would stick the potato into the shards of glass of the light bulb, and then turn it counterclockwise so it'll come out of the socket.
We do have some breaking news from the world of college football. We'll get to that today at 102, plus your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so from the world of college football, the first polls are out. Top 25. This is from the coaches. They put out their poll. Preseason coaches poll. Number 1 is Texas. Number 2 is Ohio State. Number 3 is Penn State. Number 4 is Georgia. Number 5 is Notre Dame. In the new world order of college football, I don't love a lot of what's been going on. There are some upsides. And one of the upsides, I think the thing I like the least, Scott, is conference expansion. But because of conference expansion, you get things like Texas and Georgia being in the same conference, which can lead to better matchups. So I'm just checking to see if they play each other. Here's that top 5 I gave you. That means we open the season in week 1 with a 1 versus 2 matchup. Week 1 has Texas at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. So that'll be a 1 versus 2 matchup to open the season, which is actually kind of awesome. Other Big Ten schools that God love, Oregon checks in at number 7. Illinois is number 12.
Illinois is 12. Lots of Luke Altmaier love.
Number 14 is Michigan. Number 19 is Indiana. And I believe that's it. I always got to double check because I don't know the new Big Ten. I forget who's in the Big Ten. I don't really forget.
No Washington.
No Washington, no USC.
Where was Penn State?
Penn State was, did I say 3? Let me scroll. Penn State is 3.
So how do you feel about this? There was a tweet last week from Adam Rittenberg from ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, this wasn't among the talking points for Big Ten coaches and officials in Las Vegas, but I brought it up to several, and they agreed. The preseason polls should be obliterated. They carry too much meaning and shape debate, overvaluing and undervaluing teams before we know anything.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I've agreed with that for 20 years. And the problem is, you could tell coaches and media, stop. Just stop. Other people will come out with polls. You'll still have your Lindys and your Athlons and your Phil Steeles, and CBS will do it and ESPN will do it, and they will shape opinions when they really shouldn't. But yes, I 100% agree with. I think preseason polls carry too much weight. They give teams head starts. Essentially, right?
Yeah, they do. And it has the same effect. Even if they're going to delay when they do their first college football poll or whatever,
mm-hmm.
It shapes that.
Yep.
Without question, it shapes that.
Yep.
I think it'd be an interesting experiment if for 1 year there were no preseason polls.
Of any kind?
Of nothing. Like you don't do anything until like week 6, and then you start ranking teams.
Mm-hmm.
Or whenever the hell the college football poll comes out.
I like it.
Just that way you get no outside influence. It's just the amount of work you see done by the teams playing this season. You might think that some team's great, but there's no number attached to them just yet.
It's a crazy thought, but then you would be ranking teams on the resumes that they built exclusively in that season.
What?
They would never do this, though, guys. You know that.
No. But I'm saying for 1 year, I'd like it.
They could
Not even for a year. But
they could get rid of the coaches poll and they could get rid of the official media poll, but other people will come out with polls and those will influence.
Exactly. And then those guys would capitalize on it, and NCAA would be like, no, we need to come back and capitalize because this is our thing.
We need the clicks.
Yep. And then they also love the fact that, one, it causes debate. They love that. This is free marketing. They want people to argue and debate about this poll that shouldn't mean as much as it does. 2, it lets the casuals who aren't really into it like you guys are know who's supposed to be good, or at least who they think is supposed to be good. Then you can match up like, 1 versus 2. That means that must be a huge game, right, Doug? Yep. 2 versus 5 must be a huge game. More people will watch. More people pay attention. That's the reason these polls will never go away.
Oh, I understand why they'll never go away. I think it's an interesting concept to see what would happen if they did, how that would change how teams are ranked at some point during the year. But yes, 100%, they'll never do it because it makes all the sense for marketing purposes to build up the hype for the game, so you get more people to watch, so you get better buy rates for commercials, and the machine keeps turning out money.
Anyway, there you go. 248-539-9797. The good news is, like in the Big Ten, you usually have to play your share of tough games, so you have to earn your stripes. But the conference is too big to really get a true conference champion, and that's why I'm the biggest. That's probably the number one thing I've hated most about all the changes in college football. Conference expansions, to me, is the worst, because you get watered down champions. You get, you don't need to be traveling cross country. I miss the Pac-12. I know I might be the only one, but I miss the Pac-12. I think that's a shame. But anyway, college football practice started in East Lansing and Ann Arbor. Hoping for the best for our local teams. 248-539-9797, Eastern, Western, and Central for that matter. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ed in Hamtramck. Hi, Ed.
Hey, good afternoon, Doug, Gator, King.
What's up?
Hey. I got a little comparison on the Lions and Tigers. I don't think people in Detroit will really like. I'm going back 2 years ago when the Lions were picked to be kind of a mediocre team, but they had a phenomenal finish where they ended up winning the first game in the playoffs, and they went to San Francisco. People were talking about them going to the Super Bowl, but as you know, they lost and didn't. Then along come the Tigers, another mediocre team, weren't doing anything. The end of the season, they have a phenomenal end. They get into the playoffs. They knock off Houston. They look like they might be favored over Cleveland and might go to the World Series. But again, they lost. Now come the Lions the next year. They're a favorite to win the Central Division. But not only the Central Division, they wind up with the best record in the NFC. Yeah. And they, in the first round, they draw a bye. The second round, they're bounced by Washington. So now here comes the Tigers with their comparison. They're picked to probably win the Central Division. But win the Central Division, they look like they may be the best team in the American League. Does that mean they're going to get a bye and get bounced just like the Lions did? They're does it mean everything they've done in 2 years in a row?
Right, so you want? I mean, interesting comparisons. But do you want them to get the bye in the first round, or do you want them to play a first round?
No, naturally, I want them to get the bye in the first round, but I don't want them to get bounced in the second either.
Is the point of this to say you're seeing a unusual correlation?
Yes,
okay,
correct.
That it's just a coincidence?
Yeah, it could be, but you got people out there say the stars are going to meet. That's the way it's going to happen, and no, I hope it don't happen. I hope the Tigers go to the World Series and win it.
Well, Ed, I hadn't thought of this until you brought it up, the parallels between the two teams, but now if it does happen, I know who to blame.
There you go.
It's you.
Oh.
I would say this.
Okay.
I like the comparisons, but I think my opinion is I think the Tigers are so far from being defined right now because what's to come in the next couple months, there is going to be such an influx of more pitching coming that we don't know how it's going to work. There are guys that have not played at all this year that are going to be playing this year that we haven't seen. We don't know how it's going to work out. They just added new players to the mix through the trades that, first go through. They look great, but are they going to continue to? And if they do, that's a completely different look than what you expected. I think it's completely undefined here, other than I think it's a good baseball team, a very good baseball team, but they have potential to be even better. But I don't think people are buying into that because of who's to come. It wasn't who they wanted at the trade deadline. Instead, it's guys that we haven't seen yet this year, like perhaps Alex Cobb or Alex Lang.
I really hope at one point we're saying, boy, this Urquidy really helped, or this Cobb really helped. And we're mentioning players that we haven't seen yet that they clearly are hoping can impact this season.
I hope we're saying that the Finnegan acquisition was great and that the Troy Melton experiment to put him in the bullpen was brilliant. That's what I'm hoping.
248-539-9797. Tim on a cell is next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
All right. Way to go, Gator. I'm glad you kicked Jeff Spiney.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Hey, I just got a quick question here. What do you guys think about them bringing in C.J. Beathard for a look as a backup?
Is he even playing right now?
Not right now. He's not.
Haven't given it much thought, so I'm not going to blow smoke at my channel. Why do you like C.J. Beathard?
Well, I seen him when he was with backing up for Jacksonville. He played a couple of games, and he actually won both of them. And he looked pretty good. That's when he hurt his shoulder. He got hurt in the second game. But he's always been a pretty solid quarterback. I mean, he's no big flash or nothing, but he's pretty solid. He's a backup, but I'm just looking what we got here. And, yeah, I'm a little worried about the Lions backup. I mean, you hope it don't happen, but I wasn't very impressed at all. And, I had high hopes on Hendon Hooker, and maybe this week will be a little different, but I just don't know,
Didn't play last year.
No.
Bounced around, was a backup. He's
a little bit.
He's a professional quarterback who is 3-10 as a starter. My guess is the ship has sailed. He wouldn't cost anything because he's not on a roster right now.
Right.
So, there's other guys like Carson Wentz, who's not on a roster right now. I'm going to guess that if they are worried about the backup quarterback situation, I feel like they'd probably want to make a move for somebody more certain than a player that hasn't been practicing or playing anywhere, and who I think of is a spare quarterback somewhere else. The names Kenny Pickett, Jameis Winston, Skylar Thompson, who are all currently in camp and practicing, are players that I think they'd probably be more intrigued in, because if they decide these guys aren't the guys, then I'm going to guess that they are going to want to make a bit of a commitment to somebody that they have more certainty is the guy.
All right, because I know he did have a tryout with Cincinnati this year.
The other thing is, who do the Lions have the joint practices with? Is it Miami? Because usually teams that they play, right?
It's who they play, and it's going to be
Miami and Houston?
In Houston, I think.
Okay. Sometimes those are the times where you find your guy. Going up against your defense.
Saying Zach Wilson's coming here?
Zach Wilson. Your guy Zach Wilson, who's a backup in Miami.
Well, slow down.
Well,
him or Trey Lance, I'll be happy too.
Could be your guy.
248-539-9797.
Home ownership is closer than you think with a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union. Imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee. And right now, get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. They offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life. Whether you're a first-time home buyer looking for pre-approval or you're ready to build or refinance. UMCU is here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal opportunity housing lender. Doug Hurst, Scott Anderson, open lines. Champ and Chump, last chance to get your votes in is this hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's talk more to the people. We go to John in Livonia. You're next. Hello, John.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
We're good.
Hey, I'm still just a little disappointed about the trade deadline, I just don't understand, if this year is not the year that you're going to go all in, then when is it, we have School Bowl, we have for the best team in the AL right now, why not trade some of our farm system for a championship run? It's just still not understanding it,
Well, you said if not this year, then when is? Oh, how about next year? How about this off season? Because if you use the way I look at with the top prospects they have, if people are hell bent on wanting to trade one of those or a couple of those top 5 prospects, wouldn't you want to do it in the off season when you could include 29 other teams to trade with, as opposed to a trade deadline where you're only dealing with whatever it is, 10 teams that have said they're going to be sellers at that point? At least in the off season, you've got a much bigger pool to go with.
Yeah, but it's also not a guarantee that we're going to be this good next year, injuries are always a thing, contract negotiations are always a thing, I don't know. I feel like it's so clear that this could be our year, and just
well, there's no negotiations they have to worry about other than if they're going to extend Skubal or not. And if they're not going to extend him, then you have him. So that, then next year, I guess to answer your question, next year is a year to know that it's the same situation as this year.
John, I guess I put it to you like this, just so we're clear, because I don't want it to get misinterpreted. Both Gator and I are disappointed as well. We thought there were bigger moves that could be there to be made, but I'm far from giving up on this season and it being a championship run. There are a lot of unknown variables, and the early returns from what they did, what if they didn't give up much and they actually found help? Because they didn't give up much at all, and these 3 guys that have pitched for them so far have looked really good. Now, to be clear, go back and if you look at the game log for Charlie Morton, he'd have a start here and there where he looked like last night. And same thing with Chris Paddock. It's about, can they repeat it? Can they do it more often than not? But, I'm intrigued by an organization that's done a good job of repurposing pitchers, getting guys that they think could help them.
Yeah, but hey, Doug, I know you were a huge Jake Bird fan, man. We couldn't even give up anything for that guy. Or
I wanted Jake Bird bad, and Jake Bird got traded to the Yankees, and Jake Bird has started to stink lately. I don't know what happened to Jake Bird.
I think that's just the New York environment. Detroit's different.
I don't know. Bednar was no good either, and Doval was the third one. Yeah. Well, the thing with Jake Bird is that also, when we were looking closer at him a couple weeks ago, he had strange splits. He was a great pitcher at home and an awful pitcher away, and yet he was pitching in Colorado, where nobody has good stats pitching-wise there. He did, but he couldn't pitch away from him. And then I guess lately he'd been not so good at all.
In July, he was awful. His ERA was 19.89.
Yikes.
In July, he gets traded from Colorado to New York. He goes a third of an inning, gives up 4 earned runs, and came back on Saturday, went 1 inning, struck out 2, and had a clean sheet. But it's weird because I'm disappointed, but I'm also going to try. I am open-minded to what they got, because they might have their superpower might be Fetter. It might be. Chris Fetter sees something that he can work with in pitchers who haven't gotten the results and says, I can fix him.
Yeah.
It's early.
Look, he's been able to do that a couple times. For sure he's been able to do that, but there have also been so many arms this year where it hasn't worked out like that. You got your Hernandez and your Brebbias of the world that just have not worked out for this team. But they also just demoted an arm that was pretty good for him in Hannafy.
You know what's funny is all the players that got moved, if I'm being totally honest with myself, are the one player that I probably would have wanted more than any of them that legitimately got moved is Bednar.
Yeah.
And I was starting to worry about Suarez, and we'll see what happens with Suarez, because he was so off the charts good this year. I was starting to worry about Jake Bird, who I'd been a big fan of. But he had such a bad July.
I will tell you that when the deadline was coming and going, Bednar
Bednar
was a
was-
name that I
Bednar
really thought they were going to land. I'm like, they're going to get this guy, and then they got Finnegan, and Finnegan's numbers are fine. They're not eye popping, but they're fine. And it felt like that was a little bit of a letdown. And then the instant gratification, Finnegan does his job, Bednar doesn't do his, and okay, a few days later, I feel a little bit better about it. But in the end, it's trusting a plan that they're going to promote from within, or they're going to develop from within with guys that are coming off of injuries. And you got to hope it works, because the opportunity was absolutely there for them to go out and get bullpen arms. And I don't think too many people are bent out of shape about not landing Duran. Right? Within division, hard for Minnesota to want to trade their big piece to the Tigers. They can trade rental pieces all day long, but this was a guy who's under control for a few more years
You can
after
see
this
why
one.
he didn't end up in Detroit.
I can see why he didn't end up in Detroit. It was a big
Even if
price
the Tigers
to pay.
wanted him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all of a sudden it feels like there's a ton riding on Troy Melton.
There's a lot. I think there is. I think there's an awful lot.
Next up is Patrick on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
I also wanted either Bednar or Duran, so I'm a little disappointed as well. But the reason I was calling, I think, Gator, you said that the Tigers really are kind of undefined at this point. And actually, I thought last night was a perfect example, microcosm, of how they are defined. What you have is a team that's really going to focus on small ball and defense. If you look at that game, it was basically a 1-0 game until the very end. And if Riley Green wasn't playing left field, if we had Christian Stewart or Marcus Timms or someone like that playing left field, that was a 6-0 game, a 7-0 game. And that's the way they're going to play. You saw some great plays defensively by Ibanez. You saw some great plays when Torkelson started up that double play. Sweet play, the turn 2 on that one ball. That's, I think, what they're going to be, a defined team. They're going to focus on making no mistakes defensively, doing that little extra to make that really tight play that makes it very hard to score against them, and then try to score, especially by wearing down a starter or getting to a team's bullpen late to win a game.
I guess I would push back a little bit that I don't think they're a small ball team. I think they're a team that runs the bases very well, but I don't think they're a small ball team. They don't sacrifice. They're a team that's top 10 in OPS, top 10 in home runs. You know, teams that hit they're 8th in home runs, that's not a small ball team. But they play
maybe
defense.
small ball is not the right word. Let's just say they're going to really focus on running the bases, getting those timely hits versus beating you 7-4 or 7-5.
Well, at the same time, they also hit 4 home runs the other day. I mean, in a single game. I mean, they've proven to be a team that hits for power this year.
Yeah, I think if you ask people about their concerns, they're probably centered around the bullpen and the offense. And the offense, I mean, look, they're facing one of the better young pitchers in Christopher Sanchez.
Well, all weekend long. Here's another pitcher with a 2 ERA.
They only faced Sanchez once.
Well, I know, but I mean, they had Suarez. They had the face right, and who was the other one that the name's dropping out of my mind here? But all 3 of the guys had ERAs under 3, if I'm not mistaken.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Just found a interesting little ranking here, Gator. The NFL fan base tier list.
The fan base tier list.
Yep, Kang, I want you to get your opinion here. These are the tiers that your fan bases are ranked in. The best fans, 5 teams occupy the best fans. Great fans, there are 10 teams there. Okay fans, there are 7 teams there. Insufferable fans, there are 5 teams there. Non-existent fans, there are 5 teams there.
So which sport is this for again?
NFL.
For NFL.
Yep. Best fans, great fans, okay fans, insufferable fans, non-existent fans. I just want you to give me one team that you think belongs in one tier. Okay. So you have the best, great, okay fans, insufferable fans, and non-existent fans.
All right. For great, how many teams are in there? You said 5?
Yep.
I will say Steeler fans.
You said for great.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, for the top, for the
best fans.
Best fans.
Okay.
For best fans, I'm going to go with the Packers.
Good call.
I hate saying it, but it's my guess.
Okay, Gator, you go for best fans. You're going. You said Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And Kang, you said
Packer
Green Bay.
fans. Yep.
All right, let's go to non-existent fans.
Ooh, non-existent. Interesting. Ken, why don't you go first on this one?
Chargers.
LA Chargers.
It's a great guess. I'm looking through what team I want to say. I want to agree, but I want to pick something different. So I'll pick something different. The Saints. Probably not right, but
Okay.
Damn it.
Insufferable fans.
Insufferable fans. Fans are the worst.
Can't stand them.
Cowboy fans.
It's a good one. It's on my list. To go with someone different, I would just go the Eagles fans. Insufferable.
Yeah, they're pretty insufferable right now, too.
Okay. Okay fans. These fans are just okay.
They're just like the thumb?
Yep.
How about Carolina fans?
Carolina fans. Kang, what do you think? Just okay.
Titans.
It might be non-existent.
And then the great fans. These are 10 in this category of
Lions.
Great fans. You go Lions.
I'll go Bills.
Okay.
The Mafia.
Yeah.
All right. This is tough, and I just sprung it on you, to be fair here.
Well,
Great.
you're never fair with us, but yeah.
This is also somewhat true. Great fans. Gator, you said Pittsburgh. Kang, you said Green
No,
Bay.
these were the
best
top
fans.
fans. Best
This is
fans.
The best fans. I'm sorry. You're right. Best fans. My apologies. You said Pittsburgh. Kang, you said Green Bay. The 5 fans that are in the best fans category are Seattle, Buffalo, the Vikings, the Lions, and Green Bay.
I got one.
So King wins.
And I definitely lost another one.
And you lost another one. And I lost. Yeah, I definitely lost.
Great fans. Gator, you said Lions. Kang, you said Bills. Both wrong. They are New Orleans, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Tampa, San Francisco, Cleveland, Houston, Pittsburgh, Tennessee, and Indianapolis.
Well, I had New Orleans as non-existent, so obviously that's not going to fly.
I had Tennessee as okay.
Under okay fans, Gator said Carolina. Kang said Tennessee. Okay fans are Miami, Denver, the LA Rams, Chicago, the Vegas Raiders, Atlanta, and the New York Jets.
So we have no idea what they're basing this on.
Right. I know. Well, that's of course.
Teams. We
This-
just pick teams.
This is what Doug does.
Yeah.
Let me be clear. No criteria was given either. This is just one. This is one Twitter account's ranking of fans.
Who is it? Jim's Twitter account?
I'll get to that in a minute.
Rando fan 64.
Insufferable fans. Gator, you said the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Kang, you said Philly. Those are both correct. There are 3 more in that group. Who else would you put in the group of insufferable fans?
I would have said Bears, but I think you already mentioned the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with the Jets.
Giants.
Giants is correct. Jets is incorrect.
One of the New York teams for sure.
Yeah. There's two more.
Patriots?
That's one of them.
And Chiefs.
That's the other.
Well done, my friend.
You guys did a very good job. Insufferable fans, Dallas, the Giants, Philly, New England, and Kansas City.
I feel like we redeemed ourselves a little bit there.
You did. And non-existent fans, Gator, you said New Orleans. Kang, you said Chargers. And Gator, to be fair, you said, God, I want to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Because he went first. They are the Chargers, Jacksonville, Carolina, Arizona, and the Commanders.
The Commanders?
Yep.
They love football.
They absolutely love football in Washington. What are they talking about?
This is
and
put
particularly
together
now.
It's put together by a Twitter account. Football's greatest moments. Rank the fan bases in those tiers. And yes, I mean, the fact that the Rams fans got named okay fans, and I'm like, okay, you're only better than the Chargers. And like, that's it. Your stadium gets taken over no matter which team is at home, the Rams or the Chargers.
No, but sure, they got better fans than the Commanders.
Dude, the fact that you guys crushed the insufferable fan group is awesome.
Well, they are insufferable.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Paul in Auburn Hills. Hi, Paul.
Hey, afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey,
What's
Paul?
up?
I got a big question, kind of big concept, and then one individual I'm wondering what you guys think about. So, Harris, I was looking at the contracts and the obligations the Tigers have going forward. They have a ton of flexibility and are going to have a ton of money to spend. We got a lot of guys that aren't going to be free agents for a long time. A lot of guys that are just going to be arbitration eligible.
Right. Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Spencer Torkelson are all free agents in 2029.
Dylan Dingler's going to be a minute.
A long time for all these guys.
Yep, and then Dingler and guys like that even farther out. So max flexibility, they do these one-year contracts, and the one guy that I'm looking at that I really like is Gleyber Torres. I think he's a professional, and probably that rubs off on the other guys. He's that pro presence. What are the odds that we could sign him, and what would it cost us? Because
I like the way you think, because you're talking about a prime of his career player who's really had a good year here in Detroit, has a chance to score a big contract. I mean,
and yet
I guess one of the things I want to know is who is his agent. Because
I'll help you out. I think it's Paul, I would love for them to be able to sign Gleyber Torres, and I think they can. The question is, if you're Scott Harris, you're probably not going to, because you'd be committing like 5 years to him at least, because he's only 28 years old. So he's in the prime of his career. He's earning the big contract. The Tigers gave him the contract this year to give him $15 million. The year he has had, he's got the career high in batting average was his second year in the league, and he hit 278. This year he's hitting 273. He's got a career high on base percentage of 373. He's played awfully well. I think he's great for this team, but he's likely to land a contract that's going to pay him $25 million a year for 5 years.
If you're keeping him, if you're going to get him a 5-year deal, now he becomes your second baseman in a world where you have Colt Keith, Kevin McGonigal, and Bryce Rayner. Now, maybe that's shortstop, outfielder, and third baseman when it's all said and done. But it feels like I don't know that they would make the kind of commitment that would be necessary to keep him. But I love what Gleyber Torres has meant to this team, and I think it's an astute observation by you, Paul. I hope and really would love to see them keep him.
I think it's the problem because, you mentioned those guys, plus Hao Yu Lee, and they have others that Jace Young has taken reps at second base. They have so many guys that can play that position, let alone the guys that are already on the roster that can play that position. I think that's one that they're going to let go to save money there and spend it elsewhere. But they better spend it elsewhere, because that's a big chunk of change. This is one of these things where you can start to pile money together and say, all right, we're going to stockpile for Tarek Skubal. If you don't think they can afford $40 million a year, here's how you can. You look at Javi coming off the books in a couple of years. Well, there's $25 million that gets freed up. You're not going to sign Gleyber Torres. Well, that's $15 million you paid him this year. You're not going to sign him to a long-term deal, so he's not going to tie you down for $20 to $25 million a year. That's two players right there that won't be here in a couple of years that add up to over $40 million. Just, you can say, give it to Scuba while you're going younger with all these other guys, and Harris doesn't want to block guys.
It'd be really cool if they could get him on a 3-year deal.
But if you're Torres, you're not going to sign a 3. And when somebody's going to offer you more.
I didn't say if you're Torres. I said it would be really cool. Why don't you start paying attention?
You're right.
Start paying attention.
Cool. I'm sorry. You're right.
God.
That would be really cool.
Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. That's why they're responsible for the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. It's a huge differentiator. They choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms, and they do it on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, and that formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Call Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit Autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. Scott, who defended the pride of, his own by defeating Jeff Rieger in a close golf match by 11 strokes.
It was the show's honor. He
I
was
had
upset.
I had nothing to do
No,
with
but you kind of, you're part of the show, and he was upset that we had said at some point in time a couple months ago that we were making fun of him. Like, well, Rieger, why are we using Rieger as a yardstick? He sucks at golf, basically, or something like that.
Yes.
I think we said he's terrible at golf, which brought about the funniest thing I heard all weekend.
Oh, you're going to tell what happened?
Yes. So Rieger wanted to. We had this annual golf event for people at the radio station, and we raised money for Michigan Humane Society. And we do it in honor of people who are no longer with us, sadly. Steve Stryker and Rebecca Falk, who worked with us in production and promotions. They were awesome. And then, unfortunately, 5 years ago, a couple days ago, Jamie Samuelson died as well. And we've lost some other people in the time being. But we do this as a memorial to those people. So we play this event at Oakhurst Country Club out in Clarkston. One of our sales managers is a member there and does a great job of putting this event on. They're very, very generous with us out there, and we appreciate the membership out there that allows us to get out there because it can be a long round and then block off the time. And we have a great time. But Rieger wanted to take. You say, "Oh, you keep calling, you taking I'm terrible. Let's go. Let's go straight up." Like, all right, fine. So he had his parameters of the bet, but bottom line is, if he lost, he was going to have to shoot the boot. So he ended up losing, like you said, but it was close by 11 strokes. That close. But we're so the second hole. This is the funniest thing I've heard all weekend. The second hole, we make our tee shots, and Jimmy and I, Georgia Jimmy, our program director, is in the cart with me. We go out to his ball first. I smoke my drive way down the fairway, and Rieger is looking for his drive, but he can't find it because he lost it. Because he hit it in the crap. He gets another ball, hits a ball from there towards the green, and he's way off the green to the left of it in a swale. It's not a very good shot. And as he's walking up and he's speaking loudly about it, I can't believe I hit it that badly. There's a maintenance worker who's working on somebody's house who's up next to the green, and he had just gotten out of the truck, and he yells out, "Rieger, you suck at golf!" So this guy is he's just working in the neighborhood. Here's Rieger, because, Rieger's loud everywhere he goes. That voice carries. You're going to hear him on the golf course. This dude, a listener of the station.
Some rando
knows of the bet, puts two and two together. That's Jeff Rieger. Hey, I just saw this shot that was bad, and says, "Hey, Rieger, you suck at golf."
It's so great.
Although I believe he threw an F-bomb in front of the word suck, but I can't say that.
Hysterical.
So that was the funniest thing that I heard all weekend. That was pretty great.
And then Rieger proceeded to, it sounded like the moment things started going wrong, which was the first shot of the day for him, he fell apart. Am I wrong?
He's a basket case. And it was funny because before we teed off, his brother came up to me and said, he's an emotional basket case. I'm like, yes, I understand this.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. He said, he's very fragile. I'm like, I know he is, but
I too suck at golf. I just care less.
I'm just not as bad as he is. Yeah. That's what it comes down to. And I played well, and he ended up not scoring well. He hit the ball well, but he didn't play well. So that was that. It was.
It doesn't sound like he hit the ball well.
Well, but I mean, he did until he did, but he would find himself in trouble. I mean, he looks a lot better as a golfer just from a swing standpoint.
Better looking swing.
He outdrove me on a couple holes. I was like, what? Where did that come from? I happened to drive the ball very well that day. It was just not normal for me.
You had a good day.
I had a good day. It was a good day to have a good day.
Yeah.
And he did not. So
in fact, they were playing. They weren't playing like match play or anything. It was total strokes,
just
right?
Straight up stroke play. Yeah.
He turned to you and conceded on 11.
It was early. Yeah.
I'm like, all it takes is a few snowmen, and he's right back in it.
Exactly. I think I had an 8 and 2 7s, and still beat him by 11 strokes. So it was that.
Yep.
And then to top it off, the good news was the Tigers were able to hang on and win that game that day, which some people were perhaps rooting against them. But it was nice to see the Tigers win that. Pull it off.
Back to just before the break there, Gleyber Torres, a caller brought up Gleyber Torres. And yeah, he's 28 years old. He's in the prime of his career. He's having a really good year on a team that's getting a lot of attention. He will be a coveted free agent and will probably get a long-term contract. Longer term than the Tigers probably want to give him what they have on the way up. It'd be great if they could get him in a shorter-term contract, but that's probably not likely. When you're 28, you're probably thinking, this is my last chance at a money cannon contract.
Yeah, so I could totally see him getting a big deal from some other team. Something that's going to be well north of $100 million when all is said and done with that contract offer. The Tigers, if they didn't have Kevin McGonigal, if they didn't have Hao Yu-Lee, if they didn't have Max Anderson, if they didn't have all these guys that can play that, but Colt Keith, who's already up here playing that position, had to move over because they signed Gleyber Torres. If they didn't have all these guys, then yes, by all means, and we'd be, please God, give him an extension now, right? Because he's been great.
I don't know if I'd ask God for that.
Well, maybe reserve my questions to God and my pleas to God for other things.
Asking things of God, it's usually much more important than Gleyber Torres' next contract.
How about this? Please, Scott Harris, sign him now. It might be more appropriate. But it's just a situation they're in. And Scott Harris has been very upfront that he doesn't want to block players, doesn't want to block the young players from advancing. So I don't think there's any shot that Gleyber Torres is a Tiger after this season.
It seems.
And don't they get compensation if somebody signs your free agent anyway?
Yeah, I don't know what their formula is, but yes, you can. 248-539-9797. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us. What's up, Rico?
Well, sounds like I'm happy to join you guys today because if what I just heard is correct, I think I owe Gator lunch.
Oh, this is true. Yeah, you do.
Well, why is that?
Congratulations, Gator.
Because he wanted me to win the match against Rieger, and as incentive, he said, "I'll buy you lunch if you beat Rieger."
Why did you want Gator to win the match?
I did.
I know, but why?
Because I got sick of Rieger.
Oh, okay.
I just got sick of Rieger. And it's like, hey, and then he just gives all these different facts. And I'm like, Rieger, your golf game's awful. You always lose. No, this time's going to be different. And he's just, and finally, enough was enough. And I was like, Gator, if you beat this man, I'll buy you lunch. It was a win-win for Gator. Had he lost, he owed me nothing.
It's true.
Just go and beat him.
If I lost, the parameters of the bet, if I lost, this is how ridiculous it was. All I had to do if I lost to Rieger was say into a camera, I'm just as bad as Jeff Rieger at golf. That was it. I'm like, if I had lost to you, you would have had bragging rights. You would have beaten me.
Dude.
You should have had me say
so Rieger even made a bad deal as to what he would have won.
Bro, it's poor people logic. Like, he's never had any success in his life, so he doesn't know how to glove.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
I mean, he's maintained standing here at this radio station.
No, I'm just saying on the golf course.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, yeah.
So, well, I don't know, man. Hey.
I mean, you look like you're ready to golf today. You got the golf shirt going.
No, I'm just faking the funk, man. I've never played. They were trying to get me to fill in for somebody. They're like, we got an opening. Guys, I'll drive the cart. I've never played, so I'm good.
Yeah, well, you saved yourself some frustration then.
So, yeah, I'm just so happy. Gator, you let me know when you want it and what you want, and it'll be here for you.
Thank you, Rico.
That was very kind of you.
Doug, have you ever just had somebody and
you just had
you know
enough.
What? Enough.
Okay.
Just enough. I'm tired of hearing about this.
Love it.
I can't believe you're supporting Gator. And this is why I supported Gator. Right here. Gator comes through. Rieger will always do Rieger things. Did you beat him badly?
Well, I don't know. Do you think 11 strokes is a wide margin, or is that narrow? Is that wide?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
double digits?
11 strokes is
if you beat somebody by double digits in pretty much any sport, that's pretty much a beatdown.
Double-digit discos, what the morning show said. So.
Yeah, you know what? There it is.
What do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk about this Rieger thing. No, actually, we're not. Mike is back.
Okay.
From Saratoga in a great mood.
Oh.
And we're going to get his take on some of the events that happened last week. And also, is being good enough?
Being good enough. Have a great show.
Thank you, buddy.
Rico Beard.
You go enjoy the rest of this smoggy day.
Mike Valeni is back. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Yes. All right.
Oh, he's back.
I am.
He's back.
I'm ready to rock. I think we've got a lot to talk about.
Looking like $1 million minus New York City taxes.
Fair. You are wearing the color of the shirt of potentially the flowers I'm going to deliver to you today.
Oh.
We do need to we just need to get to business.
Okay.
You were the only one at this place that got it right. I want to can we revisit the trade deadline? Is that okay? By the way, shout out Jeremy Otto's fertility. Another kid. I swear to God, his wife gets pregnant every 3 months. Also,
yeah, I was laughing. I was like, did the kid come out yelling mustard?
Amazing. But I want to revisit the trade deadline. Not because I wasn't here, but because I think the weekend could provide perspective, context, and frankly, for some people, Jim Costa, a chance to cool out a little bit. Now, you were the only one who got it right. Rico Lamar Beard from the top said, guys, they're not going to do much of anything. They are not going to give you the blockbusters you're looking for. You were the only one who believed it, and you nailed it. And I think it's where I want to start.
Oh, I appreciate that.
It's the truth, though. You were steadfast, and I fought you.
Because, Mike, sometimes you just have to. It's not even the tea leaves. It's when somebody leaves the playbook open, they just left it open. And Scott Harris, and even in this press conference after the trade deadline, said everything I thought he was going to say. Didn't want to regret. Kenny, what was the term that he said?
Haunting.
Haunted. Yeah, he didn't want to be haunted by some trades that he made, and they were just here to try to make the playoffs. And
stop right there. This is the crux of the deal. There will be no yelling from me today because I've given up because of what Rico just said. The Tigers have told you. They've been the most honest. They've told you exactly who they are and what they want to be. And none of this is ad hominem. This is just my view of reality, is that they want to be good. They want to be consistently good. But I don't think the World Series is the obsession that it is for some organizations, or in the Canadian language, organizations. I don't think that the World Series, look, when Mr. I was here, they burned to win. And I don't think that's what we're seeing. Now, here's the other problem. Rico, not every trade is equal. I can't scream and yell today about the bat they didn't get. Eugenio Suarez was the only big bat that moved. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. The reliever was the thing I wanted, even to a point where I apparently I was being made fun of for it. Well, interesting. One of the guys I wanted did. Oh, wait. Both guys I wanted got moved.
No, he wasn't supposed to be moved because, that's
the point I'm making.
Gold
is this weekend, I watched last night and I was jealous. I admit it. I was jealous because I looked at Duran coming into that game and I'm like, that should be Comerica. That should be us. We have this team that's, 15, 16 over. They're clearly the best of this bad division. They're one of, if not the best teams in the AL. Like, we have a real chance at special things. And it's kind of a straw man to me because no deal that was going to be made would ever have involved Clark, McGonigal, Briseno. Look, you would have protected your Rainier. You weren't trading your top 4 or 5 prospects. It just wasn't happening. But when I read reports, and Evan Petzold put this out there, essentially executives said the Tigers, if you asked about anyone with a pulse, the answer was no.
Correct.
So my view is this. Take a Duran or a Griffin Jacks. Duran specifically. Signed this year, next year, and the year after. How would you possibly regret that? Linking up an elite closer in the Scooble window, in your World Series window. Rico, he's on the season tickets next year as one of your 3 or 4 most recognizable players.
Yeah, I'm with you. Because the people that you're talking about regretting,
that's a rental player.
You're talking about 5-6 years down the line, the guys that are in the minor league before they become that guy that you think they're going to be. There's a good chance you're not even here when that blossoms. So
I'm going to ask the question. No, you're getting right to it. People, and I don't think you need to feel bad about it. This is your team. You do what you want. Is good enough? I think if you've listened to this show for any amount of time, you know how I feel about it, and I don't need to yell to communicate it. I don't have time for good. Win the World Series or burn it down and try again. I can't be anybody else. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I'm me, okay? That's how I am with sports. If you think that's a miserable existence, that's cool. I think being good but never risking being great is a waste of time. That's my view on sports. Any sport. On ice, hardwood, dirt, grass, AstroTurf, or otherwise. So I want to ask the question, now that the deadline has moved past, and look, I'm not going to use this weekend as this big referendum, but when you play good teams, you're not good. What are you, 19-26 against teams with a winning record? The Phillies are exactly the type of you-know-what you're going to see.
Right.
And Christian Sanchez threw like 5 pitches in 7 innings. I memean, the swings are awful. You got Matt Vierling leading off against a lefty. Like, man, I'd love to see that against Max Fried. So I want to know where you guys are at. There's no point in me yelling and screaming because it's not going to change anything. I will credit the organization. They are actually quite honest about what they're doing. I said to you a year ago, I'll say it today. It's wait for the kids.
Yep.
And I think, here, let me ask you this. Is this unfair or slanderous if I say this? I'm asking you in this beautiful rose-colored shirt.
Because, Mike, sometimes...
I'm asking you.
It's not GM talk. Sometimes it's just the truth. Wait for the kids. They believe that.
What if I said you're the Tampa Bay Rays with a beautiful stadium? Always there, always plucky, but never truly going for it, never being willing to bottom out at risk.
You know what?
Stay good, stay relevant.
I will allow that because basically what you're saying is get me a seat at the table.
Yep.
Maybe I'll get lucky and win a World Series because somebody's injured, somebody gets red hot. Basically, you're winning because of outside forces, not because you have the best players.
And again, Scott Harris has made comments that say, hey, look, your best shot is make the playoffs as many times as you can and give yourself as many chances.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not wrong. I'm not yelling and screaming about because again, it's not as if 7 high caliber right-handed bats moved. No. But when you continue to shop at the Lethal Weapon 3 DVD bin for relievers, look, Finnegan is fine, and he was one of the guys on the lower end of acceptable. We're good. The Charlie Morton thing, pitched well last night, and I'm not going to hold April and May against him, but I also don't think a 41-year-old's going to be there in October for you the way you need it.
Correct.
So I'm asking you guys, is good enough? And I truly believe all 4 franchises in this town have a little bit of this issue about being good long-term, be good, be relevant, sell tickets. I don't know that anyone wants to step forward and do what it takes to be great, because what greatness requires in professional sports is generally risking your job, risking it going wrong. It's up to you guys. I'm never going to change.
But here's the thing about greatness. Good, you're in the game. Great means pressure. Great means that all of a sudden now you're on the clock. Yep. Great means that, okay, what moves are you doing? Because everybody's going to judge you off of what you say. If you say, I'm just going to make the playoffs, you made playoff type moves, but you also had a head start in this division and you play in one of the worst divisions. If you say World Series, now you're going to grade it a little differently. Now It's like, you know what? Pressure. So long as you don't say those magical words together, the pressure never comes.
And again, if you guys want to mock me watching Sunday Night Baseball and it bumming me out a little bit because I go, man, that could be us. That's fine. Laugh at it, poke fun at it, do whatever you want. That's Dave Dombrowski doing what Dombrowski does. And, it would have required a top 100 prospect. I don't care. One of those prospects that they traded for Duran was a catcher. You have 2 of them. You have redundancy. Pick the guy you like better, send the other one out. Well, Briseno's a first baseman. Okay, then I'll find another catcher because I have Dylan Dingler. Yes, Kenny.
No, I think Rico pretty much nailed it. What I wanted to say is the starting of the clock, the starting of the window. So, like, the second that a Scott Harris or a Steve Eiserman or any GM in this town, call it, starts that window, as in makes that big trade, makes that big move that you want, they're declaring to everybody that this is our window, we're going to win right now. And if we don't win right now, then I have failed. And I feel like a lot of GMs in sports, in particular in this city, are afraid to do that.
Let me explain what happens. And both of you, feel free to disagree with this, honestly. I think what fans do is they conflate two value systems, meaning, like, if you have a financial advisor, let's say someone who plays the stock market, when he makes you money, oh, he's a genius. His algorithm's perfect. I made the right picks. Look at me go. Right. And when it's bad, it's market conditions and it was unavoidable. Well, hold on. These GMs, it's the same thing. In sports, when you do well, you get all the credit. And when you do poorly, you absolve yourself. See, it doesn't work this way. If you take all the credit, you get all the blame, or we can play a different game. When you do well, you got lucky, and when you do poorly, you got unlucky. Yeah. You can't conflate the two.
No, because the way I see it, Mike, and it's a great analogy. I look at it more of using that stock market long-term versus short-term investing. The aggressive GMs are trying to win right now, but chances are, if you fail, you're going to get burned out and you're going to get broomed out.
You've just described a hedge fund. Congratulations.
If you're going the long-term route, you got a little job security, and you could always, hey, when these guys on the farm system judge me based off of them.
Check out that compound interest, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're not wrong. So, look, for me, I don't have the ability or the emotion to scream about this because, as Rico put it, he's been right all along. They've told you who they are. Do I agree with it? Of course I don't. But I'm banging my head off a toilet seat here. There's no point. I didn't think you were a World Series team before the deadline, and I don't think you're going to hoist the trophy after it. Because, again, I think Harris is telling you, I just want to get in the dance. I want to be good. I want to have a rock star farm system. And if they win, if they happen to win a World Series, well, all the better. But no, I don't believe it's their obsession.
Did you listen to his press conference on your vacation? Because he said all those things.
Rico, I unplug. I don't drown myself. No. I still pay attention.
I'm just saying here, so long as we don't see you out there in the bathing suit photos.
No.
Looking at you, Jim Costa, because we actually didn't want to look at you.
No, again, the difference between me and him, I live on my vacation.
I was about
Jim,
to say, you got hugged enough?
Yeah, honestly, yes.
You didn't go candle making or whatever he did?
We're going to have to discuss. I'm going to need more intel on that momentarily. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from you guys. With the Tigers, the deadline, few days out. They dropped 2 or 3 to the Phils. They're 19 and 26 teams with a winning record. Okay. Is good enough? Because I think this is what they're offering you. Rico, take them to church. We'll get to the phones next.
All right, you guys ready to turn your basement into something that's absolutely
booming,
perfect for you? Well, your basement will be booming, but not that. Your basement will become the man cave that you want, or if you want to add an extra bedroom, you want to add a bar, you want to add a half bath or a full bath in your basement, game room, whatever you need to do, you need to give my guys at Matrix Basement a shout out. They will come in there, free consultation. They'll come up with a design, and they won't stop until you absolutely love the design. And then after that, they'll get all the permits, they'll do all the work, and boom, your basement is going to be done very fast. They've been working on mine for 2 weeks. It's just passed another inspection this morning, and I'm looking to have it up and running and ready for football season. Check out matrixbasements.com for tons of great ideas and some before and after photos. You can check the progress of my place on their YouTube channel. Matrix Basement makes your basement dreams turn into reality.
All right, we are revisiting the trade deadline and just seeing where you guys are at with it. Drop 2 or 3 to the Phils. There's no shame in it, no crime. But look, it's just pretty clear. When you play good teams, you don't look nearly as sweet. And that happens to a lot of teams. But if the goal's the World Series, I don't know how you can have a trade deadline like that. And I just want to be clear about one thing. If good is good enough for you guys, that doesn't mean you're bad people, okay? Hell, a lot of people think I'm bad because it's championship or nothing. And oh my God, you must be miserable. It's like, well, I don't know, man. I can't be anybody else. And this is how it works for me. This is how it works in many big sports cities. The point I'm making to you is this. I don't like straw man arguments. When Scott Harris talks about, I didn't want to make deals I was going to regret, no one was asking you to buy rentals by giving up top 100 prospects. No one. No one. Not me. Not any of my coworkers. When you talk about trading for Yohan Duran, you're trading for a guy that's signed this year, next year, and the year after. Yeah, I'm going to have to give up a top 100 prospect. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Because I have arguably the best closer in the sport for 3 years. I'm sorry, but none of these prospects will contribute anything in the way of what Duran's going to give you now, next year, and the year after. So that's what I don't like. I can't scream about not getting a right-handed bat. Not many bats I cared about moved. The Suarez thing, I would have loved it. But I understand if you didn't want to give up your number 6 or 7 prospect for a guy who's gone in 3 months. But to me, it is unacceptable if you really are trying to win the World Series, if you are burning to win the World Series. This can't be here's some names, including, Paul Sewald's been dead all year. You know what I mean? And again, I have nothing against Brandon Finnegan. I think he can help you.
That to me was probably the best move that they made.
But I wanted a hammer like Duran.
Right. But Finnegan was that marginal arm that I thought you would add in the bullpen.
Yep. And listen, I don't have anything. There's nothing wrong with the Charlie Morton thing. Reese Olson out, Charlie Morton in. Bottom line is I don't want that guy pitching for me in the playoffs at age 41, 42, whatever the hell Charlie is.
41.
Okay. Yeah. But that's, for me, it's just, I want to know where people are at. Kenny, what's the early returns on Ticket Text? We'll get to the phone callers. Look, if you're going, geez, how come Mike's not throwing a chair across the room? Because I don't have it in me. Because they've told me who they are. I've told you who they are. It's wait for the kids. It's the slow burn. It's stay good, low risk quotient, and just stick to the plan. And I think it's very Tampa Bay Rays, which, by the way, there are a lot worse organizations, but let's check that Tampa Bay Ray title update desk. And again, if you like your team being good and interesting, it's daiquiri time. Cool. That's cool. I don't sit in that seat. Mm-hmm. I want a trophy case. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
The Tigers have failed this deadline. They will lose in the ALDS to Seattle. Well, I think constantly being good and always competitive keeps the window open to always win a ring. That's from Rick. Here's another one. Finding it very hard to be a fan of a team with such low expectations.
Well, okay, let's go to people, see what everybody's got to say. And again, I think people will be all over the map on this thing. I don't think this is a town that has super high expectations. I would imagine 2/3 to 1/3 will say, I'm totally good with it. It's better than the last decade and fun.
And that's just it, Mike. It's fun. It's hanging out at the park with slick back hair Kenny because we're not the laughing stock of the league.
Can I just say one thing? Do you know what's not fun? Matt Vierling batting leadoff on Sunday Night Baseball. I'm sorry, that's not fun.
You mean face of franchise.
That is not fun. Let's go to Dre in Southfield, 97.1. Dre, what's going on, bud? And Dre. All right, we'll check that phone line. Kenny looks confused and is scratching himself. All right, we'll go to Alan, 97.1. Alan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm feeling you. We talked a few weeks ago whether there was going to be urgency, and we, I think, agreed, let's wait and find out at the trade deadline. There was a little bit of urgency pitching-wise. I'll give them maybe a B- with what they did. I mean, they did give up one guy they put a lot of money into, or decent money into, in the signing bonus, that switch-hitting catcher. They gave him up. So they had some urgency, maybe not enough in the bullpen, but they had some urgency with pitching. With the position players, they showed no urgency. So I give them an F. I don't know if Suarez would have been the answer, but they're playing 5 guys every day. They're playing Gleyber Torres, Baez, for the most part, Torkelson, Riley Green, and Dingler. And they're relying on magic and cuteness platooning the other guys. They look better against the righties with the left-handers, but I agree with you about Vierling at leadoff, and sometimes didn't they have Andy Ibanez batting third? That's a little concerning. And then I'm glad they played the Phillies because it showed they can't compete with a team with Kyle Schwarber and the first baseman, the home run hitter or whatever. Yeah, Harper. And so, listen, they can make a move on waivers and potentially improve the team, but they're relying on magic. I thought last year in the postseason, I didn't expect them to beat Houston. Once they did, I thought they were going to beat Cleveland. Cleveland had Kwan and their third baseman, which were better than what we had, but they got clutch performances, and not getting it this year, from Lane Thomas and the other guy. So,
yeah, and look, Alan, you can catch lightning in a bottle. I mean, I go back to it a couple of years ago. Texas barely got in, caught fire, won the World Series. I am not saying with any authoritative statement that they can or can't. I didn't think you were a World Series team going into the deadline. I don't think you're one now. Could easily be wrong. Baseball's weird. But, man, when you look at this and you look at this lineup, I mean, Parker Meadows, whether he's here or not, has been dreadful. Matt Vierling has been dreadful. Guys like Baez and Dingler have come back down to earth. Riley Green is your best player. He's not had a good July. Some of these at-bats are really bad. So there is against bad teams, everybody will look good. The rest of this month, Rico, have you looked at their schedule?
Yeah.
They're playing the equivalent of the Bad News Bears. Right. They will win games.
Right. They're going to look great, and it's going to be, see, they made the right moves.
And my point to you will still be 19-26.
I'm with you.
It's what you do against the good teams that gives you a window into who you really are.
Which is why I was really interested in what happened this weekend. So, yeah.
I'll get to the phone calls. We got the phone line straightened out. We'll get more to calls. We got football to cover. We do have a little Lions discussion. Nothing crazy. No, there will be no breakdown of the Hall of Fame game. No, there will be no, oh, my God, the battle for the 7th wide receiver. Not on this show, there won't be. Wake me up when they play the Packers.
It's Tesla.
I don't care. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Straight to the people, we are revisiting the deadline. Not to be redundant, but because A, you needed time to cool your engines a little bit, really settle in with your feelings. But also, you lost 2 or 3 to the Phillies. And I look, again, you're not a good team against teams with a winning record. Okay? I'm uninterested in the flashy record. Like, I understand it's been a thing, and you obviously love winning. Winning is fun. But I'm past the novelty of last year. Last year was a Disney movie. This year, I'm treating you like a big boy. This is about winning the World Series. I don't care that you dominate the dregs of the league. I care about this weekend against Philly, you were up against it. Your lineup is not good enough. And against real pitching, and you saw it against Seattle, you saw it against Texas, you're seeing it again here. Against real pitching, you are largely rendered helpless. So the combination of a deadline that they did nothing to address the offense, and again, I can't scream, I won't, it's silly. I don't know who the right-handed bat was they were supposed to go and get. It's not my job. I'm not going to yell about Suarez.
Right.
I wasn't going to overpay on a rental. You know what I wanted. I listed, and I even got made fun of for it, so it's rather hilarious that the team did trade both guys I brought up.
I thought about that.
Let me put on my...
I'll let it go.
Again, let me put on my little Burger King crown. The point I'm making is last night when I saw Duran come in the game, with the intro, with the electricity, I just that's what we lack in this town is Dave Dombrowski has one job, win the World Series. Willing to lose his job in that process. Here, if you read Evan Petzel, the Tigers, if you called and asked for a human being with 4 limbs, they said no. Because they weren't giving up anything. I would have exploded if they gave up a top 3 or 4 prospect for basically anything on the board. That was never happening. So the question Rico and I have asked is simple. Is this good enough? Meaning, if this is who they are, that they're never going to really go for it, they're going to try to be good, they're going to try to put a nice product on the field for you guys, daiquiri time, but they don't burn to win. There's a difference between an aspiration and a goal. I think those are different things. Kenny's goal is to get drunk tonight. That's doable. His aspiration is to be Scrooge McDuck, probably a little further away. The point is, I don't know that winning the World Series is an obsession here. I think they want to make the playoffs 7 of the next 12 years, and if it happens, all the better. Yeah. That doesn't work for me. It might work for way more of you. Is that a fair way of describing what we're doing?
Mike, it is. You say World Series, and now there's pressure. Because everything you do better be geared to winning a World Series. This way, playoffs lowers the bar. Everybody has fun, and then we take our chances and see what happens.
248-539-9797. Dre is up next, 97.1. Dre, what's going on, brother?
Hey, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. What's going on?
Yeah, so, I think this weekend was so ironic and, for so many reasons. Dave Dombrowski, he will always have my misrespect here. And I could tie this into both Scott Harris and Brad Holmes. I never once had anger for Dombrowski once he left and he won a World Series for Boston. And if he wins one for Philly, I still would have a misrespect for him because the one thing I could say about his tenure here is that he did everything he could. He did everything he could to win a World Series. He built his team from being bad to good, and then once they got good or relevant, he went all in. Multiple times, mind you, in different ways. And he put a product out there where the talent was always there to win a World Series for probably a good 3 or 4 year stretch. They just fell short. The players fell short. And when it turns to Scott Harris, and I also would throw Brad Holmes to his category as well, yes, you want to be good. You want to be relevant. But the only way that I would look at you as a failure or you would start to lose my respect is at the end of your tenure, no matter how good a GM is, they never are the GM for that particular franchise forever. There will become a point in time when Scott Harris and Brad Holmes are no longer the GM for their franchises. If you don't win a World Series or a championship, I will only be upset at you if you never deter from your initial strategy to go all in or to change your approach to be aggressive. Because that will speak to me of you being timid and scared. And I can't respect that. no matter how good you do in terms of all the other things. Yeah, it's great. Scott Harris built up the farm system. That's good. He found some diamonds in the rough. That's good. But you have an immense opportunity here. You're going to be in the playoffs. The American League, quite frankly, is wide open in that there are no great teams, but there are some good teams. And you have the best pitcher in baseball. You have to you can't be so stubborn in your approach that you're not willing to let what present results and opportunities to have wiggle room to make a detour. Not a detour that's irresponsible, but a detour that is reasonable. And I feel like the moves they made were necessity more than aggression. Case in point, you lost Job. We know Job was not going to pitch all year, but you lost him early. All right, so you were down a starter. You then lost Reese Olson. That's another starter. You're down to 3 legitimate starters in your rotation. You had to get Charlie Morton. You didn't get Charlie Morton because you were trying to win. You had to get him because you need a body.
Well, right? and because Alex Cobb, I view it like I'm never going to see him.
It's not going to happen. Terrible signing in the Maeda miss last year, who could have been that additional long-term reliever who could have filled in, was also a miss. But the point is that your moves at the deadline were made out of necessity to maintain water, not to get better. I don't care what anybody says. Bo Brisky, Tyler Horton, Jason Foley, 2 of the 3 guys are gone for Bo Brisky's not as good this year. Foley's hurt, and Horton's not as good.
And Lang will find out in September.
But the point is, Mike, is that the bullpen, the reason why you added guys in the bullpen, to me, were guys out of necessity because the guys you banked on last year are either hurt or not as good.
That's right.
So I didn't feel like they tried to make moves to get better, and that's why I'm upset.
No, and Dre, you have every right to. I mean, like I said, this is always Dre. It's hilarious. It's turned into politics. Basically, if you disagree with what the team's doing, you're wrong. And it's like, well, no. And it's like, if you agree with the team, it doesn't mean you're also wrong. It is very complicated. This is about what you as a fan want, need, demand, if you will. And again, I think this town is, you know what this feels like as a city is that if fans are okay with the Tigers just, hey, they want to be good and competitive and stay the course and be relevant, it's almost like you're admitting you're a small market. That you were admitting you don't want to swim with the big dogs anymore.
I think that's happened, Mike. That people actually think that Detroit is a small market. It's like it doesn't have to be.
No, it's not.
You've accepted the role. I guess we are just small market.
Well, look at the Lions. Now, the NFL does not care about market size.
No, they
meaning you can be Pittsburgh and be the envy of everyone. Green Bay, yes. Look at the way the Lions have behaved themselves. No, we're good enough. We're good enough. We have bills coming due. We want to take care of our people.
Right.
I look at it as you're in a Super Bowl window. It is time to put the accelerator down, and if we have to retool in a year or two, we'll do it.
But see, the thing is, when it comes to, it seems like, looks like, feels like with all the GMs as they sit around the Coney Island and have these, discussions with each other, the window does not exist. There is no window. Let's not act like there's a window. Let's just keep going. Let's just be relevant. Let's be above average, and we'll be great because guess what? We'll all make our Monday meeting here at the Coney.
I feel like the first guy in this town, the first GM in this town that makes a blockbuster move. Here's what the other 3 are going to say at the Coney.
Yep.
Now I gotta be bold. Oh. Look what you did, Bob.
Because you can only imagine that one shows up late, and the other 3 are sitting there reading the paper like, did you see what he just did? Didn't we have an agreement?
Look what you did.
Had an agreement.
Now I got my owner calling me. He wants a bold move.
Yeah.
It feels very passive because it feels like all 4 teams in this town be good, stay in the mix, but don't start the clock on any of our jobs or start the clock on a window.
Preach future, not present.
You can always sell hope. That's why the backup QB or backup goalie is always a popular player in this city. It's hope. You're set like the prospect thing. No, I value having a system so I can trade them. I value having prospects, but I view it as the best window for the Tigers to win a World Series is one that includes Tarek Skubal, meaning this year and next year. Now, will they have the opportunity to bid on him in the open market and all that? I don't even care anymore. The whole point is I have the ability to do this now. You're in a division that can't get out of bed in the morning. You're in an AL that is amongst the worst. I would certainly defer to Caputo on this. It is one of the worst in my lifetime. This AL's awful. I view that as skinny one on the right. Put the accelerator down and let's go. You know what I mean?
Like, what? Oh, hit the gas.
Instead, I'm out here trading for Paul Sewald. What? 248-539-9797. You guys tell me how you're feeling about it. We'll get more to phone calls, touch table on some football. And yes, we'll have a little Lions stuff later on. I have a potential Chernobyl event for everybody.
Okay.
This football season, elevate your tailgate with Moran Chevrolet, proud sponsor of all training camp coverage on the ticket. And tailgating starts with the right vehicle. 25 Silverado. You can lease yours $279 a month, 24 months. Only at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Keep up with the rest of your summer plans. The all-new Trax. Lease it, $279 a month, 36 months. You could skip the gas station altogether with the Equinox EV, $199 a month, 24 months. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast and easy at MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Oh, the man of the hour, Kenny Nuptials Cott. Mr. Kenneth, it's football today.
Exactly. Let's take a look around the NFL here.
Kenny just does the breeze by on some of the
Yeah,
drops.
I just choose to ignore it at this point. I mean, it happens every so often. I'm just used to it. Here we go. We got the Yahoo Sports interviewed odds makers in Vegas regarding how the differential is when you take a starting quarterback out. They ranked all the quarterbacks based on, all right, when you take this guy out, this is the point differential. This is what you lose.
Okay, and by the way, here, can I just help Rico with this? Because I know the first one you're going to do will be like 17.5. It's really only a couple of points. So
the highest one on this list is 6.98 average.
Just be conservative, because I know what you're going to do. $73 billion.
So we'll start at 15. That's the man of privilege. That's Brock Purdy with 423. That is to his backup, Mac Jones. What do you think about that, Rico?
So explain this again.
Kenny, one more time for Rico.
If you take Brock Purdy out of this game, that costs you roughly 4.23 points.
Wow.
I say higher.
I would say the same, except I guess they're looking at Mac Jones actually has game experience.
He's a doorknob. I'm defending Purdy.
No,
Don't get used to it.
I think that it should be higher. Yes.
Like if the Niners were a 7-point favorite and Mac Jones is the starter, you think that goes down to they're a field goal favorite?
No. I think you're probably the other team is now favored.
Mac Jones is awful.
Well, to put that in perspective, Trevor Lawrence is the next on this list with just a little bit higher, 4.4. Then you have Tua.
Who's the backup in Jacksonville?
Backup in Jacksonville is Nick Mullins. Oof.
Oh, my God.
Is that Indiana?
No. Nick Mullins? No, that's Southern Miss, isn't it? Nick Mullins was the idiot who played for the Vikings 2 years ago. He always looked like he sucked on a lemon.
Okay, yes.
Remember he always had that stupid, like his helmet, they shoved it on. His face looked like it was squished in a vice.
Yes.
I hated Nick Mullins.
Now, Tua's next on the list for more perspective. It's 4.5 points. Do you think that's too high, too low?
No, I actually think it's too low because Tua is an anticipatory thrower, meaning he throws guys open. Mm-hmm. Waddle and Hill are exactly the types of receivers you must let them run into the ball, run under the ball. You go from that to Quinn Ewers, Skylar Smitherman. I'm going to say that's kind of low. No,
yeah, Zach Wilson would be the
Zach Wilson
backup in Miami.
Nope, wrong one.
Jeez. Is that how we feel
you know
about
what? But
that?
then again,
he did get married recently.
I was about to say, and then again, if something happens with the ex-Jets quarterbacks when they go to other teams, they don't look as poverty.
As Jetsian.
Yeah.
Kenny.
The next couple are, they're basically the same number. It's just a little north. It's like 4.75. You have Baker Mayfield, you have Jordan Love, and you have C.J. Stroud.
Okay, now hold on. If Baker misses a game for Tampa Bay, the backup is Kyle Trask?
Kyle Trask, who I just am now realizing plays football.
There you
I
go.
haven't thought about Kyle Trask since he was in Florida.
See, I view Baker Mayfield out, Kyle Trask in. As a fan looking at it, that's a 7-point swing to me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's if they were a 3.5-point favorite, they're now a 3.5-point underdog.
I think you're being conservative with the 7, but yes, Kyle Trask in the game.
Hold on. Want to have some fun?
Your defense is now saying, okay, guys, forget all the schemes, meet at the quarterback.
Give us this division. Packers, Vikings, Bears, Lions. Let's have some real fun and guess.
Okay.
What is Goff's value if he's out and Hendon Hooker starts?
And you said I can't go 17.5.
You can do whatever
I saw that preseason
Well,
game.
again, for perspective, the highest is number 1 is Josh Allen at 6.98. So just almost a 7-point difference.
6.97.
All right. Yeah, at least 6.
We are looking at Jared Goff, 5.06, only 5.06.
I'm sorry. I question the computer on that one.
You're closing in on the devil's number at that point.
We need better AI.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Go from Caleb Williams to who's the backup in Chicago?
The Chicago Bears. Give me a second.
You're fine. Who is the backup?
Caleb Williams, Tyson Bagent.
Oh, Bagent.
Yes.
He's the goofball that won a couple of games a few years ago.
That's
All
a
right.
4.1 point swing.
I think that's appropriate because Bagent actually played okay ball and Caleb's yet to prove anything.
And here's the thing I like about that. Ben Johnson will tailor the offense to him.
Yes.
And say, okay, don't worry about these plays. Just run these 10 plays.
All right. Who's the backup in Minnesota?
That would be Sam Howell. And
Actually, they'll get better if McCarthy sits.
That's kind of it. They're telling you that they don't really know what to do with this quarterback's part because it's only like a 2-point swing.
Well, you know
so
what?
it could go either way, really.
I was going to say 2 points. Kenny,
It
that
depends.
makes sense.
It also depends what you're reading. McCarthy, there are some reviews that are like, whoa, buddy. And then there's other reviews where they're like, no, they're excited about him.
Yeah,
it's why I hate preseason.
This is one of those that we may be talking about how stole the job, and now he's the guy.
Green Bay. Who's backup in Green Bay?
Malik Willis.
Okay.
Sure is.
That is worth 38 points.
It is
Malik
not.
Willis is awful.
Kenny,
that is
4.5.
almost 5 points.
Okay.
I was going to say 4.5.
Hold on. Ready for this? The Giants is actually a 0 because they're all trash. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart. Does it even matter?
I'm going to say 3 points.
1.4.
I got it right.
Almost nothing.
We're absolutely terrible. Kenny, what are some of the other highlights in here?
It's basically the who's who of everybody else you would expect here. Jared Goff, 8. Dak Prescott, 7. Justin Herbert, 6. Burrow, 5. With the first 6-point difference, it's 6.3.
Wait, you say Goff is 8?
Goff is 8, yes.
He places at 8.
Oh,
not
okay,
the
gotcha.
value.
No, the value is 5 total
okay.
points for him. Then you look at, that's where you get your Joe Burrows as 6.31.
And what are the three? What are the bottom 3 value where starter could die and it doesn't matter? Cleveland's got to be on there.
Russell Wilson is on there.
Yes, Cleveland.
Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins. It's basically like they're trying to figure out which is which.
So long as Cousins is there, they won with Cousins
Okay,
before.
all right.
So yeah, I get
That's
that.
fair.
And Anthony Richardson. And
Okay,
you know
my
what?
boy Danny Dimes.
Hey,
That's Spider-Man meme.
I'm
Because you know what? Guess what? Both were named starting QB. They pulled a D'Antonio.
I'm calling it right now.
They
Danny
pulled
Dimes.
an Orr.
Danny Dimes is starting week 1 in Indianapolis.
They pulled an Orr.
Yeah, it's Andrew Maxwell or
My biggest one on this list, though, is the Dak Prescott thing. He's one above Jared Goff. Joe Milton is listed as their backup. He's 5.15 as a point differential. I don't know about that, man. That seems a little high for Dak.
Did you see Cooper Rush?
No, 100%, but also I don't think Dak's all that good.
Yeah, but hold on. See, this is where a player's contract is clouding your viewpoint. With Dak, they're an average team.
Right.
Without him, they're going to be picking in the top 10.
I was about to say, with Dak, they're a playoff team, or at least they will flirt with the playoff all the way to week 15 or 16.
And what do we always say? When we look at lists like this, we say it's a lot easier to get worse at this position than it is to get better. You lose one of your top, anybody in the top, I'd say, 20 of this list. Aaron Rodgers is at 20 at a 3-point differential.
Or if you're the Giants, you just use a magic 8 ball.
I was about to say, if you're one of those teams, Kenny, where the quarterbacks, there's no difference, you're just going to go back and forth until you get the hot hand and hope that you stay lucky. Because
I bet you Tennessee's one of those teams. It's a rookie QB and Will Levis is dead.
Yeah, Cam Ward, Brandon Allen, 2.6. They're, I think, 24th on this list.
Spider-Man me.
Yeah, 100%. And also for local flavor, just so you guys can play this little guessing game, where do you think Matthew Stafford ranks?
Backup
and what
is
number
who?
of points?
Who's backup?
Matthew's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, Jimmy G.
Oh, Rico's man crush.
You know what? I'm going to say
3.5.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go 3.6.
I'll say 3.75.
It is 4.1.
Okay. We sold Matt Stafford short.
How dare you?
How about Jimmy G hanging around the league?
Another quarterback that I forgot entirely existed.
I love Kenny's discovery that Kyle Trask is employed. That was the moment of this.
But you know what, Mike? If you can win somebody some games, it's why Teddy Bridgewater, I promise you, will be back.
Yep. No, quite. Yeah.
and maybe in Honolulu blue and silver.
All right, that's enough.
And that is in football today.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have everybody with us. We are circling back to the trade deadline. After the Tigers drop 2 or 3 to the Phillies, is that a World Series preview type series? Yeah, you could view it that way. And I just think one team looks drastically different than the other. And if you were tuning in thinking I'm going to throw a chair or go nuts about the trade deadline, I can't because A, Rico was right all along. They weren't going to do anything bold. And B, nothing has changed for me. I mean, you guys know how I want the team to be run, And we all know together they're never going to do that. So there's no point. I've stated my case a million times. I don't care about being good. I only care about being great. Scott Harris and this organization have said openly, honestly, it is about make the playoffs as many times as you can. It's the best way to try to win a World Series. And you know what? The farm, wait for the kids, the system. If you read Evan Petzold, Tigers weren't giving up any prospect worth a damn. So, yeah, it's okay on Sunday Night Baseball if you were watching and you were a little bummed out as the lineup got carved apart. And then Yohan Duran comes in with the, gladiator entrance and the whole thing. And you're like, man, that could have been us. But the question is this. Is being good enough for you? Or are you a different type of fan? Not better or worse, different. Yeah. For me, I don't care about the whole, we made the playoffs 8 out of 12 years. Did you win it? And I don't believe you got tangibly better this trade deadline, which is a shame because this is one of your best opportunities. Yeah. The AL's crap. The Yankees' best pitcher died in spring training, and you have the best pitcher in baseball. You have the ability to make a real run here. And what I don't like, and then Rico's taking you to 6, I don't like when straw man arguments happen.
Yeah.
Meaning Scott Harris saying, I didn't want to make a deal I'd be haunted by. And it's like, okay, but nobody was asking you to.
Right.
Nobody was saying sell the farm for a rental in some form of Milwaukee Brewers, CC Sabathia.
No. But see, I took that as he looked at prospects 6 through 10 or 6 through 12 as, you know what? I don't want to part with any of those guys either.
The problem
I'm taking the top 5 off the board.
But the problem is all the players I mentioned on this show had term.
Yeah.
Duran, who was casually assassinating people at 103 miles an hour last night, signed this year, next year, and the year after. That's a season ticket player.
No, it is. But I think the question, it's funny, Mike, because if we come back here and ask this same question 5 years from now, I promise you some of the people's answer will be different. Right now, you're not used to the Tigers being a have. So, of course, it feels good. You go down to the ballpark knowing you have a chance. But after a while of just having a chance, you're going to be like, are we ever going to win this damn thing?
Well, that's the question. Is good enough? Kenny, go ahead.
No, I hate that we have to have this conversation, whether it be the Tigers, whether it be the Red Wings, whether it be the Lions or Pistons. It just seems like they're trying to feed you this narrative of the future will be here, and that's when our timeline will start. But it always seems like the future is always 2-3 years away. What do we always say with the Tigers and the Red Wings specifically is, this upcoming offseason, it's going to be big. We're going to see splashes.
But look, Kenny, here's the one thing I'll tell you. I think the teams operate in a market, and they're responding to market conditions. If this market demanded more, they would have to do more.
So that's why my question to you is, why do you still view this as a big market? Because technically, in all technical aspects, it is a big market. But we act like small market, and
That's
it's
correct.
Across the board.
Also correct. I don't think anyone here, from an organizational standpoint, burns to win it all. Look, Mr. I was different in that he was a fan, not a businessman. And by the way, he was terrible at the start of his tenure with the Tigers. The money didn't matter. He burnt to win. He knew his time was short. Mm-hmm. He did everything he could. Was all of it good? No. But it was never about the money. And You had Dave Dombrowski, who was the perfect GM here to get it done. You look at things now, you have businessmen that own these teams, businesswomen. This is a different thing. Look at Brad Holmes. Why are we talking about long-term sustainability when you've never won a Super Bowl? See, that's where there's like a fork in the road. Teams either are myopic in their pursuit of a championship or they're not. I don't believe we have that in this town. And I think these teams know they can get away with it because these fans don't demand it. What are the Yankees responding to? Market. What are the Phillies responding to? The Sixers. Market condition. Those fans booed Santa Claus.
There's a jail cell
in the link. Right.
But that's where people conflate the two things, though, is you say, okay, well, you're asking me to spend the sun and the moon. No, nobody said that. Nobody said, let's sell McGonigal, let's sell Max Clark.
Because those
Nobody
are
did
straw
that.
man arguments.
Yes.
And that's where I get annoyed. I said from the beginning, there will not be a player outside if the Skeens thing ever was real, which it wasn't. There would be no conversation of your top 4 prospects. It wouldn't happen. But when you're sitting there and watching Griffin, by the way, make fun of me again out there about Griffin Jackson Duran, and both guys got dealt. The point is, those guys have term. Both are signed for 3 years. How do you not make that move? Versus, here's Paul Sewald, Brandon Finnegan, Rafael Montero. It just felt like more of the pitching chaos. Hey, the guys who helped us last year aren't helping us this year.
So let's go get new guys.
Yeah, go get me a 4-pack and hope one of them works.
I think you were gone. Somebody on the morning show was like they went to pitching Costco.
Why buy one steak when you can get 4?
Came with Finnegan, and then you got these other guys that came with it.
Right. So, look, they're going to be good. They're going to make the playoffs, and maybe they catch lightning in a bottle. But the conversation we're having is your guys' opinion of it all. And is being good enough? And was this weekend, I hate using terms like reality check. That's not fair. They're a good baseball team. But I think there's a difference between you and the team you're going to line up against in the World Series. Let's go to Mitch, 97.1. Mitch, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Hey, Mike. Hey, Rick. How are you guys doing?
Hey, good, pal. What's up?
Good. So I guess to answer your initial question, I think good is good enough for Harris and Illich, but not for me. I want great. So that's kind of my answer there.
All right.
But as far as how the series this weekend, I thought it was an example of a Harris-led team versus a Dabrowski-led team. You have Harris's team who's good enough, and then you have the Dabrowski-led team who has great players. And you saw a GM who's willing to trade top prospects to bring in Duran, and you had a GM who was willing to deal nothing to get, to not really move the needle. And I just thought it was, you'll be good enough, but you won't be great.
No, and look, I mean, you just get down to business. I mean, one team's got a $300 million payroll, the other team's got 150. I mean, you had Matt Vierling on Sunday Night Baseball batting leadoff. I don't know what to do with that if that's a playoff game. That can't happen, Mitch. Can't.
And I just felt like this series was an example of a playoff series. You're good, you'll get in the playoffs, but I think when the chips are down, you don't have the horses to get it done based on, the stars are going to show up when the lights are bright.
No, but here's my problem, Mitch. I want you to answer this because Rico and I have already bickered enough. Like, Mitch, this unwillingness, if you read the Petzold piece, to give up any prospect of any value, forget about the elite ones. Mitch, what prospect is going to bring a value even 25% of Duran over the next 3 years? That's the part I can't figure that out.
None. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, if you didn't want to part with Bristeno, okay, well, you're going to worry that he's going to haunt you in 5 years versus having Duran,
there it is,
elite closer for 3 years.
There it is. Yep. I have a modern Mariano Rivera. When he comes out of the bullpen, everyone bleeps themselves. I got a giant tarantula climbing the wall. Like, yeah, Mitch, that's the part. So don't bring this whole Doyle Alexander thing to this time slot. No one. I never would make that demand of a rental. I offered players with term, and I was willing to pay the freight.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even with Doyle Alexander, Smoltz wasn't one of your top prospects.
Well, the whole,
I know, but I'm just saying.
I got you.
It wasn't like, oh, he was your number one. He was just a throw-in. Like, yeah, take this guy.
I just think it is dishonest to do this thing and act like something was asked of you that no one asked of. I never made some big demand. I don't think any show on this station did. I don't think callers did. We all would have loved Suarez. But I totally will defend the organization that if the ask from the Diamondbacks was egregious for a guy that will not be here in 3 months,
correct,
I'll defend the organization. Don't do that.
Correct.
But the bullpen thing I can't figure out is, how are you not a better baseball team with a Duran or a Griffin Jacks on this team the next 3 years?
Yeah, and
how are you not better?
And even with Duran, I would be willing to say, okay, I'll give up my 5th best prospect because it's just I'm going to have this guy for the next 2-3 years.
And by the way, arbitration.
Yeah.
It's not like he's making $20 million a year.
And if you really want to keep him, you can keep him and extend this. Right. It was all there. So I'm not going to worry about 4 years from now. When I told you, I believe in that scuba window. He's saying all the PC stuff like, guys, quit asking me. Talk to my agent, which means, yeah, I'm probably not going to be here because I don't think the Tigers are going to pony up $400 million, and I wouldn't either.
By the time he hits free agency, I'll be the guy telling you not to do it.
I'm telling you now, I wouldn't do it. Not for $400 million. I'll let somebody else foot that bill.
But it just, do you believe in your heart the Tigers are doing everything they can to win a World Series? Do you really believe that as fans? I don't. And again, I'm not telling you they don't want to win a World Series. Of course they do. But wanting something and then being willing to die in order to get it are two completely different things. And when you look about certain franchises and what they are willing to do to get it done, no, I don't believe that you're in that classification. And again, if you're good with that, that's okay. But don't get mad at me if I'm not. Hey, let's check 1984. It's 2025. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I want a championship. That's it. Nothing else matters. I don't care about shirtless Kenny, daiquiri time. I don't care. Oh, well, how do you know you'd win it? I don't. But I know doing it this way probably won't get it done.
Because if you do win it, you won it probably because circumstances or things kind of broke your way. It wasn't because you had the best players in the World Series.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls are next. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. All varieties of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have everything you need when you need it. Plan it and build it. Do it with the best. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or stop by their new showroom. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Let's check in with Kenny before we get to the calls, ticket texts. What are people having to say here now that they are emotionally stable after the trade deadline?
How am I supposed to emotionally check into a team that doesn't appear to be trying to win it all? That's from Gabe.
Because Gabe, ultimately, you have to decide whether being good is good enough and you leave a lot of it up to chance versus giving yourself the best possible shot and living with the fact it still might not work. I don't think this town, Rico has always said this, and he's right, guys. I hate saying this. I shouldn't start the week with this. His ego will be outrageous by Wednesday. But you've said it. Hey, last decade was rough. I don't want no more of that. This is fine enough. And I do feel like there's been a shift. I feel like the last 10 years changed this city. Yeah. You were born and bred here. I've been out here for 27 years and locally 22 years. Look,
Mike,
this town didn't used to act this way.
No, but the last few years, I think, was the first time that all the teams overlapped and they were all bad. It used to be 3 teams were good, 1 was bad. We never got it where all 4 were good. Now it's like, wait, we all have the possibility of just being good. But yeah, Tigers, well, basically all Detroiters saw the past few years, and it was just bleak. It was just one season after the next where you're like, okay, well, maybe basketball. Okay, well, maybe hockey. Okay, well, maybe football. Okay, well, maybe baseball. And then it was just a vicious circle. You just needed somebody to be good. And now,
help me.
I like being good. I like Detroiters like seeing their name. You're in the graphic. And now you're not just in the graphic, you're at the top of the graphic.
So this is the question for Tiger fan. If you're comfortable with that, say it. But if you're not, I don't want you to feel like you can. And please don't take the fact that I'm not yelling today. I've listened. I've listened to what Rico said. I've listened to what Scott Harris has said multiply. I read what Evan Petzel wrote when speaking to MLB executives. This team did not do everything they could to get better. They didn't. They put up a stone wall around any prospect who was younger than Wilford Brimley and said, that's it. We'll acquire someone if we have to give up junk. Well, that's not cutscene Dave Dombrowski. They just got Duran. That guy's going to be a Philly for 3 years. The impact or the end result of whoever they traded is largely inconsequential. Even if Mick Abel, one of the kids they traded, turns out to be a good ball player, who's going to care? Mm-hmm. He has to first establish he can play the game. Second, he would have to even approach the value of what Duran brings you in a World Series window. Mm-hmm. Well, what the Tigers, the Pistons, the Wings, and the Lions are doing is not window shopping, it's windowless.
Right.
Because when you establish a window, you establish a pressure, an urgency, and an accountability. One that Rico, who once again used the Coney example, at the Monday Breakfast Summit.
Right.
These guys all sit down and go, Bobby, don't you go making a bold move. You make the rest of us look bad.
Were you thinking about getting it? No. I wasn't. No. We're going to all be in the same boat.
All right, let's get to the people. Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
All right, guys. A couple of things. I am not happy with this. Mike, I agree with you. I want championship. I don't want a lot of good teams that nobody ever talks about again. Secondly, somebody's got to tell me, what was Steve Yzerman doing handling the trade deadline deals for the Tigers?
Oh, dear. It did feel similar, didn't it?
It feels exactly like that. And what I don't understand is the lack of urgency. They talk about they're not worried about the window. I think they ought to seriously be worried about the window. You were dead on about how weak the American League is. If they had made the right moves, especially with relievers like you're talking about, they would have had a serious shot to do something. And I think they're going to be a weaker team next year, and for a couple of reasons. You're going to lose Gleyber Torres when he's free agent at the end of the season the way he's been playing because somebody's going to pay him more. And I think even if they're supposedly putting together an additional offer to Skubal, it's not going to be enough. He's got the greediest agent in the game, in sports in general, and he's going to hold out for the last penny. And I think you may not have a choice except to move him in the offseason to get what you're going to get out of him. At the trade deadline, he's a rental. Nobody's going to know if they can sign him. You're not going to get what you'd get. So you might have to move him in the offseason if you have no choice.
Well, Jeff, you understand why I don't want to go down that road right now. I still think the best practice. No, and you're not, Jeff, you're not crazy. You're not wrong. I think the best practice is once you went to the deadline last year and didn't offload him, you unless something goes haywire and you're terrible next year, you got to just pitch the hell out of them and give it your best shot. And what's going to happen is they'll get one of these compensatory picks, and we'll hear about what a great player they got for 2033. I mean, that's just what it feels like. I look, they have every ability to make the World Series, but when you look at Phillies, Mets, Dodgers, you're not close. And baseball is coin flipping. I admit that. But the coin flip could also mean you don't even get there.
Right, but the thing is, are you going to feel better that it's Mookie Betts at the plate or Veerley?
Well, and again, how about this? Okay, so the Dodger thing is not fair.
Okay.
No. I want to say this, and because you're right, it's the idea of the payrolls. It's not this vis-a-vis. But do I have more faith in Teoscar Hernandez and Mookie Betts not being garbage like they are now in October, or Matt Veerling and Parker Meadows? That's the difference. Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, you want me to believe that against Max Fried type lefty or Christian Sanchez type lefty in the playoffs, that Jahmai Jones is going to save my season. Mm-hmm. See, that's the problem. And I can't yell about the right-handed bat because the only one who moved of any that I care about was Suarez.
Right.
And I totally understand why they didn't do it. But that doesn't mean because no one else moved. Well, here's an idea. You didn't offer any of your decent prospects. Not Clark, not McGonigal.
Right.
Leave that alone.
Well, and Arizona wanted pitchers, and I don't think you really had any they cared for. So that was one where I wasn't upset because you were speaking two different languages.
That's very fair. Let's go over to Jeff. We got multiple Jeffs. 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, bud?
Hi, at least this time I'm speaking when it's actually my turn. So I jumped the gun last time.
You were talking into the vortex last time. I'm sorry, Jeff.
Absolutely, I was. But fortunately, there's no one around thinking I was crazy. Okay, what I wanted to do is you guys have hit all the points, everyone that I talked about, so I wanted to look at things a little different. I believe we do have a 2-year window with Scoogle. And let's play this for instance game. We do go 2 years, make it like a window, make the moves to actually make a run at the World Series. In 2 years, we're going to have very little payroll at all because most of the contracts will be off the books. We'll have those prospects that they've been talking about. In 2027, we'll be ready. We could be coming off a labor stoppage for all we know. But we can go all in, and we don't have to, and we can then turn around and restart the thing in 2027 with a fresh payroll and a bunch of prospects. So I don't understand this absolute, we got to hang on to every prospect. Can't they go out and get more? That's another thing I was going to ask. Brad Holmes trades a young guy or a prospect. We say, hey, why don't he just go get another one? Can't the Tigers, if you do trade something, what's wrong with going and getting more and keep replenishing it? You've shown you can do that. So, again, I think they can go all in without damaging their future, so I don't understand the reluctance.
Well, and Jeff, look, the point you make is true, but they didn't have to go all in. Making quality moves for players with term is not going all in. You'd still possess, I'd argue, look, Philly gave up two, sub 50, between 50 and 100 ranked prospects to get this done. You know what? I'm willing to do it for Duran because I got him for 3 years. Because I had better stuff to offer than Philly. Griffin Jacks, obviously. There's no Taj Brad. I mean, is Casey Mize, Taj Bradley? Is that what you would have had to have given up? I don't know, guys. I just know there were better players available with term that still don't involve giving up the untouchables. But this team, by all accounts, including by people who have spoken to baseball executives, wasn't even willing to have a conversation. If you called up and asked about any of their top 10, 12 guys, they weren't going to talk to you. Well, that's not a serious ball club if it pertains to winning a World Series. Mm-hmm. Because if you're not willing to have a conversation, if you're not willing to, then what are you really expecting? This isn't a fantasy football league where I trade you a dead guy and you give me Ashton Genty. Right. That's not how this works. So I that's where I have a hard time believing that the World Series is their ultimate goal.
Well, you shouldn't have a hard time believing that, Mike, because at any point, look, Scott Harris could have said, hey, we want to make the playoffs so that we can win a World Series. He just ended it at, we want to make the playoffs. And that's okay. But you're going to take your chances. But if you say World Series, we will judge you differently.
And before anybody gets their undies in a bunch, understand the comp I've made is not an insult. But it's also not anything I'm interested in. I think you want to beat Tampa Bay with a much better stadium. Hey, Kenny, you're number one. Tampa's always around. They're always making the playoffs. Hey, let's check that World Series hotline. That doesn't work for me. All right, now Kenny can hit the button. 97.1.
Hey, guys, if you're a high school senior out there and you're still trying to figure out what you want to do, let me tell you about Lawrence Tech. Lawrence Tech is having a preview day, and it's going to be August 15th. So if you're that high school student and you're getting ready to start your pre-college journey and you're looking for some great college experience, make sure to visit LTU on August 15th. You're going to learn about scholarships, the tech jobs. You're going to learn the specs at LTU if you want to go into radio, TV, or graphic design. And you'll learn about a whole lot more. Here's what you need to do. Go to ltu.edu/admissions/visit to sign up today. You don't wait. You start your future. You'll find out all about Lawrence Tech, located right here in the city of Southfield. So once again, you go to ltu.edu/admissions/visit or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today. Make an appointment with an admissions counselor and get ready to start your career.
Kenny nuptials caught. We'll get to that later in the week. Tigers trade deadline, revisit it. A little bit of the Philly series redux. What's your read? You've had a chance to kind of settle in, emotionally settle. Did the Tigers do enough in your world? And look, I'm not trying to take pot shots at any of the other shows, but I mean, I was told earlier today, another show on this station said no to a Stephen Kwan trade for Parker Meadows. I can't help you. I can't help you. So, hey, a lot of people think everything's fine, and that's cool. I think you're good, but I think you got to be great to win a World Series. I have a hard time. I didn't see it before the deadline. What do you think I'm going to tell you today? And I just don't like the thought process for me personally as a fan. That's what I am. I'm not interested in a franchise that, hey, let's be good. Let's make sure we get a seat at the table. And that's as far as that goes. And you read the Evan Petzold piece, and it's, how did you expect to get anything done if you weren't willing to give up anything of substance? And then, yeah, I admit this. This is the fan in me. I'm admitting this. It's hard for me to watch Philly get the guy that I wanted, and they're doing the grand entrance, and he rolls in the game, and you have absolutely no chance of hitting what he's throwing. Yeah. None. And he's going to be a Philly for the next 3 years. Yeah. So, like, that's not when Scott Harris goes up to the podium and goes, well, I didn't want to do anything I'd be haunted by. How would you be haunted by getting the best closer in baseball? Who's signed for 3 years?
Because you're looking down the line. But what if this guy, any of my prospects actually turn out to be that? But here's the thing. The majority of them won't. History says it's not favoring those guys. History is saying maybe one or two comes back to haunt you. Maybe.
Yeah.
Or you could take what's behind door number one, the sure thing. You know what you're getting.
My man, I'm living it right now. And I'm not asking anyone to cry for me. I'm just saying, hey, Anthony Volpe, Jason Dominguez, these guys were – Dominguez was called a Mickey Mantle clone. Oh, okay. Remember Clint Frazier? Like, the Yankees, I'm living it now. Yeah. So it's real. Prospects, to me, weaponize them, deal for guys with term. And when you got a chance to win a World Series – give it your best. Put your best foot forward. As long as I wasn't dealing Clark or McGonigal or Rainier.
Well, that's just it.
I was willing.
If you have a realistic chance at winning the World Series, that's when you go all in. If you're a fringe team and you're just like, well, I don't even know if we're going to make the playoffs. No, you don't do that.
Hell, the Yankees and Mariners did more, and they're fringy.
Yeah, you're right.
And I don't think the Yankees are any good. I've said this. But what did they do? Oh, yeah, how did it work out Friday? Okay, let's take a one-game sample size.
The bullpen, yeah.
I know. Let's go to the people. We go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, brother?
Good. What's on your mind?
Glad you're back. I wish you would have not taken that last week off. I had to wait to listen to you today, but I'm glad you're back.
Oh, come on. Listen. The baseball was going to be here no matter what. What do you got?
You're right. Just real quick, I got a different take on Scott Harris and the offer to Bregman. I think that offer, he knew that Bregman and Boris were not going to take it. That's why they released it after he refused and signed with, Boston, and let it out. Hey, I made this great offer. He refused it. He knew people would say, yeah, that was a good offer, and just accept it. Well, it's not okay. All he had to do was, put a couple opt-in years. You don't want to pay the man after a year or two. Let him walk. You don't have to pay him then. But you got what you needed. If we had Bregman, let's be serious and talk about this. He's going to take us to the World Series this year. So that's just my take. I could be wrong. It's my opinion. But I think he did that offer knowing that they weren't going to take it.
Look, can I prove you're wrong? No. I can't prove you're right. But, John, look, I thought they made a credible offer. And I'm not going to kill him about the opt-out stuff because let's be clear about something. John, by going with the Red Sox, Bregman got more money than Aaron Judge on an AAV basis. I was never going there. With the idea that he would opt out if he was good, and you're stuck at an Aaron Judge number if he's bad, that is a one-sided deal. Now, I've defended the organization on that. I can't defend the deadline, and I won't try. I'm also not screaming about it because I've had Rico screaming at me for weeks that they weren't going to do anything, and he's right, and that's why he's wearing his rose-colored polo.
Is that why?
I know you.
Let's go. Happy that you're back, bud.
Thank you. Let's go to Logan, 97.1. Logan, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, Mike. I just thought I'd like to give my take that it's not that I guess I'm, okay with the deadline. I would have liked them to do more, obviously. But with that being said, it was obvious that they didn't deem, any moves worth it because I believe that their plan is they're going to be moving in the offseason, just like they tried to do this offseason.
Yeah.
They tried to plug a gap with Bregman. They're going to be able to use then all these prospects and go after all 32 teams now because in the offseason, everyone's in it, right? So essentially, they now have the ability to go in this offseason, be strategic with what holes we show this playoffs, and then have another year with Scooble, potentially make a big move. I'm not saying they will or won't, but they could, and then potentially, be more strategic this next deadline because the way I look at it is in order to go all in at the deadline, you have to believe you can win a World Series before the deadline. Now, I think a lot of teams like the Phillies, and some other teams, they could before the deadline. Now they have an even better chance. Like you had just said, Mike, if you didn't believe they could beforehand, I think that's what the office saw as well. And there's nothing they could do to patch all the holes to make everything okay. So again, I think they're being more strategic. And I don't really know what Rico's talking about being 4 or 6 years away. I mean, McGonigal could be on the team next year. He's in Double-A right now. So, there's just a bunch of possibilities for them to do whatever they want to do now with Scooble window still.
Logan, when I say 4 years away, I'm saying that you're that really good major league player because there's still going to be a learning curve once you get to the league. Rarely do you just come up here and knock the cover off the ball immediately.
I mean, McGonigal could be.
Yeah, but no
guy,
one's talking. But Logan, you got to stop. See, hold on. We got to pump the brakes on this. No one's talking about McGonigal. He was never available for trade. There was never going to be a player where his name would come up. And if a team asked for him, the answer is no. So hold on. They can ask for whatever they want. Here's what we have. The Tigers weren't even talking about prospect 8, 9, 10, 12. That's in the Petzold piece. So don't bring up McGonigal as a way to crutch this. No one is saying McGonigal's 4 years away. We're saying the rest of these prospects, the Chris Rodriguez's of the world, etc. Yeah, they are, Logan. And if I have Duran for 3 years, I don't care.
And I get that. And I guess that's not the point I was trying to make. I guess I'm trying to say that you could deal all those guys in the off season for a more strategic approach. So they're just being more strategic about this with a team that they didn't believe could do it, beforehand. And they're not going to be able to. They're not going to give up some guys just to potentially try to patch it and win it this year. When next year they have a huge ability.
But what's not strategic about a Griffin Jacks or a Yohan Duran? What's not strategic about guys with 3 years of term that are elite?
You're right. I mean, Scott Harris must have thought that the return on that must not have been, or what they were going to be giving up was not in their plan. Also, you have to think about what he said at the start of his tenure, which was he wants to make this place a place where people want to come and get better.
Right,
so I
but
don't
Logan,
think he's ever in the position of trying to give away guys that he believes can do that.
But Logan, here's the thing, too. You don't want to sit there and wait until next year because next year you could be the Orioles where it all fell apart.
How dare you?
And what happened? Right now, you're going to the playoffs, so let's take advantage.
And we're up against it. We'll continue this in a moment. Look, a lot of you guys are going to need to replace your roof this summer, right? Be forewarned, though. A lot of these companies are out here skipping steps. They're cutting corners. It's not what you want to deal with. And if the attic doesn't have proper air circulation, you got more problems like mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter. Get with Victor's Home Solutions. 21-point roof inspection that includes a very thorough inspection of that attic and its ventilation. And Victor's well thought out plan. That's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. What do you got to do? You get with Victor's now. Get the free inspection, get the estimate. And a lot of times, a simple repair actually fixes everything. But if you need a new roof, this is the place to go. 866 Victor's. That's 866 Victor's, or book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. No time to waste. Going straight to the people. We're talking Tigers. Lose 2-3 to Philly. Duran's entrance. I admit it. I'm like, damn, that should be us. And again, if they couldn't get him, get another reliever of real substance. I didn't feel like they did everything they could do or should do. And I want to finish this point because Kenny was breaking my balls about the break time. The whole point is, Logan, if you're still listening, you're doing the very thing I loathe. Kevin McGonigal was never getting traded at this deadline. Therefore, don't say his effing name and act as if, well, how can you say prospects take a while? First of all, the ones you'd be dealing would. Second of all, how do you know he doesn't come up and end up as Anthony Volpe or Jordan Walker? Or, oh no, he's Royce Lewis and can't stay healthy. Or, oh no, he turns into a guy that needs, like Dylan Cruz, gotta send him back down. If you think every prospect is just going to be James Wood, and for those of you who don't know who that is, feel free to Google, that's not how it works. Duran is the real McCoy. Griffin Jax is the real McCoy. David Bednar is the real deal. Now, for the previous two with the Twins, divisional deal, more expensive, sure. Show me a report where the Tigers even engaged in a conversation. Because the only thing we have is Evan Petzold telling you they weren't willing to do anything of substance, and that's how you backfill.
Yeah, I guess an anonymous GM came out and said that, you know what, Detroit was just like, yeah, we're not willing to part with anything, but we want to jump in here, but just don't ask for nothing.
Sounds like a great deal.
Kobe Bryant for Mike James type of thing.
Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Michael. How about you, Rico?
Hey.
Listen, guys, couple things. I must have missed the whole Meadows for Quan thing. Was that real?
No. That was something suggested to a person on this station, and they said, no, thank you. And I'm in a good mood, and I'm not trying to slander anyone I work with. I'm just telling you, that's the type of stuff you get from some people in this town, and I just can't help you.
All right. Well, look, you've had a few younger callers today, and you had a very, very intelligent gentleman early on, second or third call, I don't remember, that mentioned, getting these guys not because you wanted to get better, but because you had to fill those needs of guys that went down. And he's absolutely right. That's really all you did, maybe outside of Finnegan. But, the thing with me is simple this. Of all the four major sports, when you hit the trade deadline in baseball, that is your golden opportunity to get better because a lot of times those guys are there. Football, it doesn't happen. It once in a blue moon, but you got to give up the bag of gold. Hockey, you're not going to get the franchise goaltender. He's not available. Basketball, if you got deep pockets, sure, no problem. But baseball, you can get better. And we chose to stay pat. Okay, all right, cool. Now, maybe the previous caller, who sounds young, to me at least, and I digress, but I'm old enough to have seen 68, 84, obviously 06 and 12. So I'm fortunate. I'm 2 for 4, and there's nothing like it. There isn't. So I'm looking at this Tigers team. Yes, you're good. And you know what? I liken back to how many times I've heard the organization and people around the organization say, oh, he's a 5-tool player. He's a no doubt. Is he? Because they never were. So why? And Duran was totally off my radar, Mike. I had no idea. And you got him locked up for 3 years for chump change? Are you kidding me? Why didn't you pull that trigger? What are you doing?
And again, I just use him as an example. There were other really, and again, look, they did some stuff. But Paul, I'm with you. The Charlie Morton thing is replacement cost. This Cobb thing has been a disaster. Olson's out for the year, and look, Job, I have to count him, even though I think by this point he'd be innings restricted. You needed to add somebody. Okay, respect. Fine with it.
Right.
Charlie Morton can eat up some innings, no problem. But Finnegan...
Yeah, the right-handed, I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like Finnegan and friends, that's the part that irks me is, man, we could have done better than that in the bullpen. We should have done better.
Too. I don't mind the Finnegan move. I think he's going to be an asset. Charlie Morton was in need. And he's not going to be around for a million years. In fact, he'll be around till October if we get that far. And, the thing is simply this. It's like, of all the things you could have done, and I was never banking on a right-handed bat. And to be honest with you, I really wasn't sold on Suarez. He has a history of cooling off. If he'd have gotten you 10 knocks the rest of the way, all right, yeah, that's something. That's cool, It's like, finding an amusement park ticket on the ground that gets you on the really cool roller coaster, but still, to me, you could have done so much more with a lot less than you may think. So what is the plan, Steve, Scott, Brad? What's the plan?
Yeah, and Paulie, I appreciate it. We're up against it. It just, look, I can't put what the Red Wings do on Scott Harris or what the Tigers do on Brad Holmes. But when we do discuss collectively in this town, there doesn't seem to be an urgency amongst our four teams, two of which are championship caliber, three of which are playoff caliber.
The Monday morning Coney meeting. That's what it feels like. Looks like, seems like.
It's fair because no one wants to be the guy to step up, and that turns up the heat on the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, there's just no urgency to it. I mean, you're going to make the playoffs. And if you just say, look, I don't believe that Duran or Jax or Bednar or any of these guys are going to help us, you have a right to the opinion. I'm not telling you that it made you bulletproof. But I don't know who the closer is going to be in this organization moving forward. Getting a guy like Duran, who I know I can just pencil in. And by the way, if AJ wants to use him in a high leverage spot in the eighth, newsflash, the Twins would do it all the time. Mm-hmm. It's a weapon. And by Rico, you nailed it. They weren't going to give up anything remotely interesting. So, okay, then we'll wait for the kids. All right, if you've been injured in an auto accident, now you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies that don't care about you, David, Fem, and Inio, you got to call him. Bottom line, he'll get to work day one. Get David, get paid isn't just a catchphrase. It's a promise. They're going to take care of you and get you the results you deserve. Call David, Fem, and Inio, 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's check in on the world of football. We'll get back to business momentarily. Hit the music. Rico's the band leader. No, college football doesn't know what they're doing. Yes, Rico.
You know what? That was the best drop ever, Mike.
Okay.
Because here's what happened. Today, the coaches poll came out. So
I'm not doing this.
Wait, hear me out.
Can I leave?
No. I need, one more time, Kenny.
Okay. What happened while I was gone? You know what? Focus on college football.
I want you three to answer this question because we're not going to guess who's in the top 25. No. For the last 4 years, historically speaking, Mike, on average of 12 teams in the preseason
aren't there at the end.
Yeah. So we're going to play a little game. Are you there or are you not at the end of the season?
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
I can't wait to be woefully wrong on this.
You want to start at the top? You want to start at the top? You want to start at the bottom? Dealer's choice. All right. Guys, 25 Boise State, in or out? At the end of the season, will they still be there?
They'll be there because the Mountain West is atrocious. They have a returning starter at quarterback with this Maddox Madsen kid. They always seem to find really good athletes from the state of California. Yeah, I know they lost Ashton Genty. The program is more than just that.
Okay.
I'll say in because they'll probably get to 10 wins.
Okay.
I'll agree with Mike on this. I second everything he just said.
Yeah, Ashton Genty, it seems like the knee-jerk reaction would be to say no, but yeah, I think with that conference, you could definitely be in there.
Is there any arguing they're the best G4 program of the last 20 years? They just win, man.
Yeah, but more so the earlier years and the more previous years.
Okay.
All right, let's...
Wait a minute, you didn't give your answer, Mr. Receipts Man.
He doesn't have to. He's Alex Trebek.
Right. All right, I'm going to give you the next four, and you just let me know if you hear something that they're not going to be there. At 24, Texas Tech. 23, BYU. 22, Iowa State.
Stop. BYU's out.
BYU is out.
Retzlaff transferred because of the violations and the accusations. You can't just lose a quarterback at a place like BYU. And what are they replacing him with? Plus, they're a fraud-ass program. And they're not allowed to drink caffeine. I can't do it. BYU out.
Okay. And also
ISU in. Rocco Becht is back. They'll be fine. And the Big 12 blows. Who was the other idiot team?
Iowa State.
They'll be in.
And Texas A&M.
Oh, we're doing this again. This is the year A&M gets it right. I'll say they'll be ranked.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. Remember, on average, 12 teams.
I know. I've already given you two that are out.
You only give me one.
Two.
You gave me BYU.
Oh. All right, FA&M. They're out. There's two. Next.
Okay. Kansas State.
Out. Avery Johnson's a bum.
Okay. Indiana.
Out. Signetti, fraud. And they are not going to have lightning in a bottle twice. I don't care how soft the schedule is. The idea that Mendoza's going to go there and be Rourke. Now, everyone is on notice now. Okay. They know. And you know what? The way Signetti angered people are going to try to go belt ass on them. Indiana out.
Okay. Now, have you guys heard anything?
Well, no, I disagree. I just simply because this is top 25. This is not playoffs. I mean, they'll be ranked.
12
how
teams
highly?
in the preseason end up unranked in the postseason.
So, Kenny, between Kansas State, A&M, Texas A&M, Iowa State, BYU, Texas Tech, you think all of them going to be there?
I think BYU's out. I think Indiana's out because I think, like Mike said, I think Big Ten teams are going to try to prove a point that what Indiana did last year was just a joke.
And it's unsustainable. Paul, they had 70 super seniors from JMU.
Yeah, so I think those two teams for sure are out.
Okay. 18, Tennessee.
Out. No quarterback, no chance. Okay. Gone.
I stand with Mike on that one.
Yeah, that's 100% right.
Okay. Florida, 17.
Out.
In.
Done.
In. Napier is back. Florida's going to be good, man. Come on. Lagway's a superstar, Kenny. I'm not telling you you're going to beat Georgia. They will. But they're in.
What about the senator from Florida over here?
I hate the Gators with a passion, but Lagway's really good, and they're going to be good. And unfortunately, they're going to be in the top 25.
All right, 16, SMU.
Out. Frauds. Total frauds. And if Jennings is back, they might not win. Jennings is awful.
I don't know about full frauds, but I agree with Mike. I think they're out.
I think they're out of the top 25.
Well, you yelling about 12 teams being out now?
Yeah,
We're
no,
putting
no.
bullets in teams left and right.
Okay. Oh, I know where you're going with this one. 15, Ole Miss. In.
No, I can't say that. What? I think the SEC provides great volatility. I'm not sold you're going to replace all the NFL talent they lost on offense. I'm going to say out.
I'm keeping them in. I'm keeping them in until proven otherwise.
I'm going to keep them in, too. I think they'll be somewhere between 20 and 25.
U of M, Michigan.
Out.
I'm going to say out. It has nothing to do with Bryce Underwood or whether he's going to be generational or not. As a true freshman, I just feel like you're going to lose 4 games minimum.
So do you think the brand is why they're here right now?
Yes,
where they're
that's why
currently-
they're always
exactly.
here.
I agree. Out.
So you're saying out?
I'll say out.
Out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going
Mike?
to say out, too. I think if they do make it in, it'll be like 24 or 25 at the end of the year.
Just so you know, for the record, Mike, you already have 8 teams out. So
I'm killing everybody.
South Carolina.
In.
13.
Lenoris Sellers, FTW.
Lenoris,
Cockaboos, let's
Sonoris.
go.
Oh, wait, no, that's...
Lenoris Shadoris Baloris, your corner, the corner for the Niners. That guy straight out of a Key and Peele skit. Lenoris Shanoris Lenoris.
All right, Kenny, South Carolina.
Yep.
Yeah, they're in there.
Okay. 12, Illinois.
I can't. I don't like Altmaier. The coach wears a bedspread. I can't do it.
Add it to the list. Can't win with bedspread.
The idea that Illinois is the 3rd or 4th best team in the Big Ten, I can't live in this world. Out.
Well, it's where we live. I'll say in.
I think we live in that world, too. I'm going to say they make
No! No!
11, Arizona State.
Out. Fall from grace.
Okay.
Can't kill everybody, but somebody has to make it.
Well, Mike has hit his quota.
You can't lose to Scatabo and expect to still make it in the top 25.
That's
the next
right.
year.
This sport sucks. They're out.
Kenny?
I'll say they're out.
Wow. The U at 10.
Oh, no.
Paul is in. I already know.
Oh, not this
They're going
again.
to be in, but it's going to not be as high as it should be.
Yeah, they'll be in, but Cristobal guarantee will bedpan a game like he does every year.
Yeah, he'll James Franklin his way into a dumb loss
yeah.
100%. But yeah, they'll be in.
All right, at 9.
Mario, you know Mario's going to pop a squat in the 4th quarter.
He's going to hand it off when he doesn't need to
Yep.
take a knee, and they're going to fumble and lose.
That's right. He went full Cristobal.
At 9, LSU.
In. I may not think much of Brian Kelly, but they are loaded.
Yeah, they're going to be probably in the top 10.
You calling that right now? Top 10 LSU?
They
Yeah.
finish in the
All
top
right.
10, yeah.
Yeah, especially if they break out those special white helmets with the purple jerseys.
Kenny, you in?
Yes, I'm absolutely in.
All right, Bama, 8.
I don't know anything about Ty Simpson. The hell am I supposed to say here? For Kalen DeBoer's safety and for his family's safety, I'm going to say in. You can't be unranked at Alabama. In.
Okay.
Do they have a good witness protection program in Alabama? Because if they're not in the top 25 at the end of this year, he's going to need to call some people.
He's going to move to Yuma, Arizona.
So yeah, I'm going to say they're in the top 25.
I would love to say no and no like Steve Eiserman, but I just can't do it. Just can't do it. They're in.
Oregon, 7. Clemson, 6. Notre Dame, 5.
2 of the 3 I'm convinced are in. Now, Notre Dame, admittedly, I'm a slap for Marcus Freeman. But who do we got at quarterback again?
Is
It's kind of the problem I run into with Notre Dame, too.
Huh?
Is this the Lloyd Carr's
Didn't they
grandson?
go to the portal and get somebody? I got some work to do here. I got to learn 130 quarterbacks here before next week.
And then you have to relearn them again all over again once everybody transfers out.
I will say in. I don't want caller Rob from Brighton like having a heart attack in the car and crashing. In.
Clemson, Oregon.
In. I'll tell
All
you.
3 of those in for you guys?
If Oregon's out, it means Dante Moore is the biggest quarterback bust since Shane Morris.
Okay. At 5, Georgia. At 4, at 4, Georgia.
How about this? They're in, but they're out of the top 10.
Okay.
I don't buy this Gunnar Stockton stuff.
I'm not sold yet either. I would still put him in the top 10, but
Oh, and by the
how
way,
much?
how many more of your players are going to need to go to driving school before the start of the season?
Over under, legitimately, maybe 5 or 6.5.
3.5? Hey, Bobby got caught on a scooter going 130. What?
That might be a good business decision for you, Kenny. Open up a driving school outside Athens.
Penn State 3, Ohio State 2, and Texas is back.
Now they're all in.
Okay. So here's
Look,
the tally.
And can I say one thing for the record? Like with a school like Michigan, the other thing is without a schedule grid in front of us, it does become a little more like if Michigan's got a cake schedule, I could see a way they're 8-4 and in based on the brand. But when we're doing this on the fly, I still go massive losses.
Well,
freshman QB, I don't know, man.
The fun of this game was over the last 4 years, 12 teams that start aren't there. Here's the final tally. Kenny said 5 of the teams won't be there. Paul said 6 of the teams won't be there. And Mike had 10 of the teams not there. You all are still the under.
I know, and that shows you how dumb we're all going to look in a few short weeks.
There's going to be a real bad receipt segment for us coming up.
We walked right into it, Kenny.
That's your college football pre-top 25 blitz 97-1. Hey, change is always happening. It's a part of life, whether it comes to music. Change is always around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will remain absolutely the same, and that's the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. Yeah, what does that mean, Rico? Well, it means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for the price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Life is full of them, but not with this. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Award USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'd like to ask a question before I get to the rest of the calls. We've done over 2 hours of Tiger trade deadline and kind of now that you're emotionally settled, but that last segment got me thinking.
Oh boy, should I keep this sheet for?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Because the receipts things, as much as I hate them, I love them. So, you brought up that. Where was Michigan on there? 18?
Michigan was 14.
Do Michigan fans expect that? Like, there's no smarm. Like, I have an old school view of it. Like, and I know you're going to tell me, oh no, our quarterback has a golden penis. Listen, wow. I've seen every 5-star true freshman in the history of this sport, and like 2 of them have managed to have really good years. Chad Henne, 20 years ago, and Trevor Lawrence quickly approaching like 7 or 8 years ago. That's it. My Michigan fans out there, are you expecting a 10-2, 9-3 kind of year? Like, are you expecting Bryce Underwood to walk in and be awesome? Is that, I want to know the world I'm walking into.
I think they expect Bryce Underwood to walk in there. I don't think he's going to, after Oklahoma, I think that's when his era will start. I don't think they're going to send him on the road at Oklahoma.
Okay, but I'm asking the fans.
Oh, okay.
Like, when they heard you say Michigan 14 or Michigan 18, were they nodding and going, yeah, that's exact, or were they like, wait, that's a little much?
Michigan 14, and they are the 5th best team in the Big Ten.
See, the Big Ten I think is way overrated, so I don't care about that. It's more about them.
Right.
Like,
brand new quarterback. You're going to miss a lot of your defensive line is in the league.
You don't know the other team's plays.
You don't know the other team's
Come on,
plays.
I had to with David on vacation. Give me one. Remarkable. I just wanted to ask. Like, if you're a Michigan fan and you see the coaches poll, is that your expectation for your team? I just, like, to me, the idea that you're better than Texas Tech even, or the idea that you're better than Texas A&M with an established quarterback in Marcel Reed, that's hard for me to understand. And before you do the whole Sparty Radio thing, step back and listen to what I'm saying.
Well, I can give you their schedule if you would like it.
Let me hear it, just for fun.
They're going to start off Big Ten Saturday night against New Mexico.
Oh, for God's sakes. Coach Bob Eck, or whatever his name is, down at New Mexico.
Giving away free seats. At Oklahoma, week 2.
Loss.
Central Michigan at home. How fitting. The jokes just right themselves.
I'll stay away from it.
At Nebraska, week 4.
I'll say loss.
They got the week off. Wisconsin for homecoming.
You know who's going to get fired this year? Luke Fickell. That's a win.
At USC.
I'll say win because I hate UNLV's quarterback who's now at USC.
The next game is going to be my special, but because I think this team's going to be a lot better. Washington Huskies. At Michigan.
Damon Williams at QB?
Yeah.
And that's at Michigan?
It's at Michigan.
They're not coming here winning. That's a win.
Okay. At Michigan State.
That's a loss, or Jonathan Smith should be fired that night.
Okay.
I'm done. Like, this guy either taps in, gets a clue, and wins a game of substance, or he can go back to Oregon.
Let's church say amen. Then they got Purdue at home.
Win.
Doesn't matter. They could have played that in the parking lot.
Yep.
They got an off week. Then at Northwestern.
Win.
At Maryland. And
I'll
then
say win. I gotta figure Maryland out.
And then they close the year out with Ohio State at home.
So that'd be 4 losses. Yeah, they could be in. That schedule's trash. My goodness.
So
where the hell's Penn State on there?
Penn State is off. 18 teams.
But see, this is what Michigan and Penn State should play every year. That's a classic. That's a helmet game.
It is, but
that's a wonderful game.
No Penn State, no Oregon.
Ugh. Yeah, maybe they can. I don't know. I just have a hard time with a freshman QB.
See, that's the problem that I have is that freshman QB, because I don't care how great his stats are in high school. That's high school. And the players.
Is it wrong the Belleville thing sticks out? Is that Belleville players generally don't?
No, because it's not a one-off. It's pretty much all of them just don't pan out.
I don't know. I mean, he's clearly a special player. I hate the idea that the pressure's on. The kid's got to be great year one. It's like, okay, well, there have been 2 players in the history of the sport, basically. Then that's not fair.
And I think, with the quarterback room and everybody being injured, it's his job. It's just nobody else.
Okay.
I mean, they brought in the kid from what, Coastal Carolina?
Okay, it's East Carolina.
East Carolina.
And his name's
yeah.
Jake Garcia.
Okay.
And I'd rather have Jake from State Farm.
There we go.
He's terrible.
So therefore,
I think he had 11 turnovers in 3 games.
Yeah. So therefore, it's his job. He hits the ground running. They look like geniuses. But if he struggles,
here's the other thing: you play him based on what you paid him. Now, as long as you're willing to live with the growing pains.
See, I don't think Michigan fans are willing to live with those growing pains where if he doesn't come in because of the money, because you're paying him that much, you're expecting something special.
And you know what you should have done? You should have paid a grown-ass adult. You should have gone in the portal and paid someone who's won 20, 30 games, who's grown.
I think that's what they thought they got with the Fresno quarterback, and he got hurt.
Mikey Keene?
Yeah.
He stinks.
I think he was the starter, and I think they were going to slowly bring Underwood along, and then he got hurt, and it's like, well, we got to play Underwood.
If Mikey Keene's your starter, you're effed.
Well,
he was terrible at UCF. He's not good at Fresno.
He had a good game against Michigan.
Did he?
They almost won.
No,
he overthrew a wide open receiver.
Okay, good call. The point I'm making is I just wondered, and again, maybe Michigan fans don't want to speak. That's fine. I was just surprised they were ranked that high. A lot of losses to the NFL, a freshman QB likely. I do get the schedule now that you've presented it.
But see, here's the thing, Mike. If you just take the name Michigan off and put them in black and white uniforms, and I give you that scenario, and I say, I'm not going to tell you the name of the team, I don't think you're thinking, oh, this team is going to go out there and win 8 games. That's the difference. He goes out there and, like most true freshman quarterbacks, turn the ball over a lot.
Like, how much better is, and I'm asking, because the recruiting game is clearly your wheelhouse, how much more well thought of was he than a Dylan Raiola or a Dante Moore? Like a guy from each of the last couple of years. 5-star kids, number 1 QB in America. Is Bryce thought of exponentially better than those guys?
No, I think he was right up there with Raiola.
Okay, well, Raiola stunk last year,
but I expected that of a true.
And Dante was unplayable. He was unplayable. He threw a pick 6 every third pass.
Dante wasn't that guy, but I think for LSU, he was going to go to LSU and sit for a year, whereas Michigan is going to throw him right in the fire.
Well, here's the other problem, and like Evan was talking about this earlier before the show, and it was like, now you're getting like player quotes. He could throw it left-handed almost as good as right-handed. I'm like, are we really doing this to this kid?
Well, yeah, anything be a step up from Alex Orji. So, yeah.
Fair. Kenny, go ahead. If I was unfair with anything in that segment, feel free.
No, I mean, it's just with the thing that you finished with there is it's the same as it ever was. It feels like every offseason we hear a Michigan headline. That's why we played that game all those years ago of like, all right, which headline of which quarterback is this of? And that's basically what this has turned itself into when you start talking about, oh, we can throw it with both hands.
Like, Kenny, like I said, I look at this and I just think it's going to be difficult for him coming right out the gate.
Hey, if they finish the year in the top 20, that is an incredibly successful season.
And I need to see what their offensive line is going to be like.
But is that what fans expect, though? Fans of Michigan, do they expect that kind
I've
of
asked
season?
them. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what you want me to do.
I don't think that they're ever going to think they're going to take a step back. Like last year was a major shock to a lot of Michigan fans how they started the year off. Everybody but David. David saw it.
Yeah, to his credit, he called that from the beginning.
But most Michigan fans were like, what are you talking about? We're going to come out here and we got this dual threat quarterback. And except in order to be a dual threat quarterback, you have to throw the ball. 248-539-9797.
I just wanted to ask the question. I was really surprised. 14 is that's aggressive.
Look, I don't take a lot of stock in spring games because it's like preseason football. But I just looked at him and the speed of the game is if they had 4 easy games to start off with, great. But I don't think you can start that kid at Oklahoma because Oklahoma is actually trying to be good again. I think that
this is also part of the issue. I take it. It's nothing to do with Michigan. Please don't take it this way. But that schedule is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. How is it that your schedule was more difficult in the old Big Ten than the new, bigger, badder Big Ten? Hey, look at, I mean, it's nonsense.
Well, because here's the thing.
Again, not a Michigan thing.
Because,
this is happening all over college football.
Because there are two teams that are a name brand, but not really that great in Nebraska and USC. Great helmet games doesn't mean it's going to be great football games. Because neither one of those two teams are what we thought their expectations were going to be, at least as of right now.
Hey, remind me again, how many teams are in the Big Ten?
18.
Oh, that's so stupid. Okay, 248-539-9797. God almighty, I hate this sport. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We've seen it. Cars swerving all over the place. People are just not paying attention. If you don't have life insurance and you get aced out by one of these idiots, you're screwing your family over. Call Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And what makes Mike and NBP the best? 30 years of experience, 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, and they guarantee you the best possible rate. So what are you waiting for? Go to nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's get back to Tiger callers. Just kind of putting a bow on the trade deadline, and there's been no yelling, screaming, anything like that for me because they've told you who they are, and what they want to be. And look, they want to be good. They want to get as many bites at the apple as they can. But they're not going to do all-in stuff. And look, no one with a brain was suggesting trading any of your top 3-4 prospects. It just doesn't add up. I don't think those players were available in the marketplace.
I would even go top 5.
Okay. But
6 through 12, 13 should have been available.
Yeah, Charlie Morton, no issue with it. He's a fit starter. He's been much better the last 2 months. You needed something because Cobb just may not even be alive.
I don't think he's going to play this year.
And you lost Reese Olson. I mean, Job, I never considered a starter later in the year. So you needed something. Addressed it. Finnegan is a solid late inning guy. I don't think he's great. He's certainly better than the other guys you got. I don't have a lot of love for Rafael Montero. I just wanted more. I have also said I don't have a big issue with the Suarez thing. I was not going to pay a premium for a rental. I don't think it's smart business. I don't. But would it have killed you to have added a legitimate bat? Oh, well, I didn't see, bust Jeff Passan's report. Here's an idea. A lot of players get traded you don't hear about. It's, are you willing to pay? So when Evan Petzold writes, essentially.
Kind of like Johan Duran.
I know that. And listen, let me be very clear. I'm not freaking out about it.
No. Okay, here's the thing.
I was a little bummed that he did get traded.
No,
and then I had to watch him close the Tigers out twice, and I'm going, damn.
Here's what I'll say. You've given me my flowers today. I'm going to give you yours because you brought him up a while ago before, it was like, hey, go out and get him. And some people laughed at you and mocked you.
Yeah, and that's, dude, I don't care. Hyenas are hyenas. It doesn't matter to me. It's just, I don't feel like this team, either they don't feel they're ready or their plan is that we cannot push the rev limiter because it'll take away from possible good years down the line. Well, that's fine. But if good is good enough, cool, go enjoy it. I think they should have done more based on this is a terrible AL. And I do think you have a shot to get to the World Series, but what you're going to face when you're there, that's where I go, oh, man. Like against a lefty in the playoffs, I'm going to look at Matt Vierling leading off. Oh, boy.
See, I think that they didn't want the pressure of World Series. They like being good. They like being relevant. They like hearing their name. They like seeing them in that graphic for playoff teams, and that's good enough because the long-term plan is working. We're ahead of schedule. We got all of these young players under team control. We're going to be good for a long time.
And I agree with a lot of that. But I think for instance, whether it was Griffin Jacks or Duran as the main two, those guys have control. Those guys are signed for this year, next year, and the year after. I'm adding a core piece. The prospects that you would give up, they're not going to contribute in that time frame, and I'm sorry, there's no guarantee they ever approach the value of having that type of high leverage reliever in the sport, in the playoffs. So I want to know where you guys are at with it. And I made a comp earlier, and I don't think it's insulting. Clearly, you have a higher payroll, but it's the Tampa Bay model. You're just going to, hey, be good. Obviously, you got a way better ballpark. But is it really about winning the World Series, or is it about be good? And if the World Series is a byproduct of that, then all the better. Because that's kind of what it feels like. So, again, there's no yelling. You certainly didn't get worse. The back half of this month, you play nobody. But here's the issue. Against teams with a winning record, 19-26. So you juxtapose the two things and you go, okay, well, here's our record, which is super impressive. But then you go, all right, well, when we play the best teams, what do? Well, we don't win. And then you have a trade deadline that was, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. I thought, like I said, Morton, I'm fine with it. I'm never going to knock adding a starter. Finnegan is fine, but is that a guy I'm going to have close out Game 5 of the ALCS? I doubt it. Right. And it's still the other relievers you brought in. I mean, Paul Sewald, the guy's been dead all year. Montero, I wanted more. Mm-hmm.
I mean, basically, it was like, Federer, we got you
Here.
a bunch of fixer-uppers.
Here's 4 arms.
Yeah.
Produce one.
Can you work your magic? Turn them into something.
And look, if you do not think there's a heightened window with Skubal, that's fine. I do. I think you have him now and you have him next year. I do have a little bit more urgency. No, I'm not thinking about 2028. I'm not. I admit that. That is my weakness, is I'm fine when I'm in a cycle to try to win, I go for it. And then I'll deal with the consequences later. The problem is, and I'm not putting this on Scott Harris. This isn't his fault. It's just no GM in this town or president in this town wants to step forward and go all in. The Lions are in a Super Bowl window. I did not particularly like their offseason.
No, because
the Pistons had this amazing turnaround. I'm not asking for some debilitating all-in move, but they did next to nothing that anyone would look at and go, oh, that was amazing. The Wings are just dead. And then you have this Tiger team that over the course of a calendar year has had one of the best records in baseball. AL's bad, division's worse. They're going to get in. And you go, okay, we have needs that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you're not willing to give up anything of substance, how serious are you?
No, it's like every team is residing in a bomb shelter with no windows whatsoever. They're afraid to say we're in a window. What window? That's what these people on the radio talk. I don't see a window for us.
No, and I'm not yelling and screaming. I'm still a fan. It bummed me out to see the Duran intro last night. I'm like, how amazing would that be if we brought him here? And not just for now. He'd be the closer the next 3 years. That's a weapon. And you put that in the hands of AJ Hinch, yeah, I'm think about what that does. And let's say Lang gets back. Vest, Lang, Canely, Finnegan. You guys just worry about the 7th and 8th. I got the 9th.
Right.
Or, hey, somebody just got me in trouble. Hey, Duran, I need a 5-out save in a playoff game. You know what?
Gotcha.
Go.
Yeah, sure. I can get you 6, Skip.
Take it easy. 248-539-9797. Let me, Kenny, do I have any time? Can I go to Bob and Troy? We had him. We lost him. Bob is back. I want to bump him to the front of the line. Bob, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Good, Bobby. What's going on?
Well, my son and I are big baseball freaks, and everybody keeps saying how the National League is garbage and trash. And I'm not. No offense to you just saying it, Mike, because I heard it for the first time from you. The National League has a .490 win percentage against the American League this year. And that's not Colorado just beating up on the A's. They really are not beating up on the American League whatsoever. It's sort of a reverse. Now, in no way, shape, or form after the Tigers taking the Cubs and Padres and San Fran in series, I don't think they're going to win the World Series. I don't think they're going to make the ALCS. Tell you the truth, with Spencer, I mean, it's just not going to happen. But
no, the top. But Bob, here's my thing. Okay, who in the American League is better than the Dodgers? Who in the American League is better than the Phillies? Who in the American League is better than the Cubs? And we're talking 7-game series now in the World Series.
Yeah.
Bob, I'm just making a point. I'll take the top 5 in the NL before I get to an AL team.
Oh, I understand that, but after I saw these trades and everything, I'm telling you, Mariners have some pitching, and they have some hitting. Toronto did a couple good things. They got a lineup. I mean, things have switched up since 5 days ago, and they already were in the lead in a .510 winning percentage against the National League. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Mike. Trust me, the Phillies, they're badass. We went and saw them last year, and we went there just because of the Phillies. And it was great. My son and I just go to see great teams and great players. We don't go to see the Rockies and the Tigers. We pay tickets on the day. We see the lineups. We get them for $25, and we sit right behind the dugout.
That's great. No, Bob, and listen, Bob, I mean, I will be surprised. I mean, I know you said you don't think the Tigers are going to make the ALCS. I'd be bitterly disappointed if they didn't, because Bob, I think it's the inverse. I think this team, the shorter the series, the better. When they get in a 7-game set, that's the problem, because 5 of those games are not going to be Skubal games.
Can I just get one last?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Sporadic Spencer. This guy, when he hits a Spencer a torque bomb, it drives me nuts because he hasn't hit one in like 14 games. He hasn't walked in 14 games. This guy's on-base percentage is going down the crapper when we need him. And in Game 5 last year, he hit 2 doubles. That meant nothing as we lost because our guy gave up a grand slam, and our team struck out 16 times. You know who's on that roster this year that's different? Gleyber. That's it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you the other one. And look, Riley Green's a really good ball player. Bob, go look up his numbers with 2 outs and men in scoring position. Let me tell you what it results in. Go look. That's just data. And I like Riley as much as the next guy. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. You're the team's best player. I need you. He's been awful this year in that situation. That has got to change because the playoffs, that's your season on the line.
Yeah, solo home runs don't get it done.
Well, when you're already up 7-3 and you make it 8-3? Yeah, no, I don't. That's look, he's a really good ball player. I'm hoping he can get it. I'm not like freaked out, but the data's building about the 2 outs and runners in scoring position. All right, this coming football season, elevate your tailgate, Moran Chevrolet. They have got you covered. 971theticket.com. Tailgating starts with the right truck. 25 Silverado, lease yours now. $279 a month, 24 months. Only at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The rest of your summer plans, the all-new 25 Trax. Lease it. $279 a month, 36 months. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Find your ride fast and easy. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Exactly. Let's take a look around the NFL here.
Kenny just does the breeze by on some of the
Yeah,
drops.
I just choose to ignore it at this point. I mean, it happens every so often. I'm just used to it. Here
Okay.
we go. We got the Yahoo Sports interviewed odds makers in Vegas regarding how the differential is when you take a starting quarterback out. They ranked all the quarterbacks based on, all right, when you take this guy out, this is the point differential. This is what you lose.
Okay, and by the way, here, can I just help Rico with this? Because I know the first one you're going to do will be like 17.5. It's really only a couple of points. So
the highest one on this list is 6.98 average.
Just be conservative, because I know what you're going to do. $73 billion.
So we'll start at 15. That's the man of privilege. That's Brock Purdy with 423. That is to his backup, Mac Jones. What do you think about that, Rico?
So explain this again.
Kenny, one more time for Rico.
If you take Brock Purdy out of this game,
Right.
that costs you roughly 4.23 points.
Wow.
I say higher.
I would say the same, except I guess they're looking at Mac Jones actually has game experience.
He's a doorknob. I'm defending Purdy.
No,
Don't get used to it.
I think that it should be higher. Yes.
Like if the Niners were a 7-point favorite and Mac Jones is the starter, you think that goes down to they're a field goal favorite?
No. I think you're probably the other team is now favored.
Mac Jones is awful.
Well, to put that in perspective, Trevor Lawrence is the next on this list with just a little bit higher, 4.4. Then you have
Who's
Tua.
the backup in Jacksonville?
Backup in Jacksonville is Nick Mullins. Oof.
Oh, my God.
Is that Indiana?
Nick Mullins? No, that's Southern Miss, isn't it? Nick Mullins was the idiot who played for the Vikings 2 years ago. He always looked like he sucked on a lemon.
Okay, yes.
Remember, he
yes.
always had that stupid, like his helmet, they shoved it on. His face looked like it was squished in a vice.
Yes.
I hated Nick Mullins.
Now, Tua's next on the list for more perspective. It's 4.5 points. Do you think that's too high, too low?
No, I actually think it's too low because Tua is an anticipatory thrower, meaning he throws guys open.
Mm-hmm.
Waddle and Hill are exactly the types of receivers you must let them run into the ball, run under the ball. You go from that to Quinn Ewers, Skylar Smitherman. I'm going to say that's kind of low. No,
yeah, Zach Wilson would be the
Zach Wilson
the backup in Miami.
Nope, wrong one.
Jeez. Is that how we
But
feel
you know
about
what? But then
that?
again,
he did get married recently.
I was about to say, and then again, if something happens with the ex-Jets quarterbacks when they go to other teams, they don't look as poverty.
As Jetsian.
Yeah.
Kenny.
The next couple are they're basically the same number. It's just a little north. It's like 4.75. You have Baker Mayfield, you have Jordan Love, and you have C.J. Stroud.
Okay, now hold on. If Baker misses a game for Tampa Bay, the backup is Kyle Trask?
Kyle Trask, who I just am now realizing plays football.
There you
I
go.
haven't thought about Kyle Trask since he was in Florida.
See, I view Baker Mayfield out, Kyle Trask in. As a fan looking at it, that's a 7-point swing to me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's if they were a 3.5-point favorite, they're now a 3.5-point underdog.
I think you're being conservative with the 7, but yes, Kyle Trask in the game.
Hold on. Want to have some fun?
Your defense is now saying, okay, guys, forget all the schemes, meet at the quarterback.
Give us this division. Packers, Vikings, Bears, Lions. Let's have some real fun and guess.
Okay.
What is Goff's value if he's out and Hendon Hooker starts?
And you said I can't go 17.5.
You can do whatever you
I saw that preseason
Well,
game.
again, for perspective, the highest is number 1 is Josh Allen at 6.98. So just almost a 7-point difference.
6.97.
All right. Yeah, at least 6.
We are looking at Jared Goff, 5.06, only 5.06.
I'm sorry. I question the computer on that one.
You're closing in on the devil's number at that point.
We need better AI.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Go from Caleb Williams to who's the backup in Chicago?
The Chicago Bears. Give me a second.
You're fine. Who is the backup?
Caleb Williams, Tyson Bagent.
Oh, Bajan.
Yes.
He's the goofball that won a couple of games a few years ago.
That's a
All right.
4.1 point swing.
I think that's appropriate because Bajan actually played okay ball and Caleb's yet to prove anything.
And here's the thing I like about that. Ben Johnson will tailor the offense to him.
Yes.
And say, okay, don't worry about these plays. Just run these 10 plays.
All right. Who's the backup in Minnesota?
That would be Sam Howell. And
Actually, they'll get better if McCarthy sits.
that's kind of it. They're telling you that they don't really know what to do with this quarterback's part because it's only like a 2-point swing.
Well,
so it could go either way, really.
I was going to say 2 points. Kenny, it
that makes
depends.
sense.
It also depends what you're reading. McCarthy, there are some reviews that are like, whoa, buddy. And then there's other reviews where they're like, no, they're excited about him.
Yeah, because
it's why I hate preseason.
This is one of those that we may be talking about how stole the job, and
Oh,
now
boy.
he's the guy.
Green Bay. Who's backup in Green Bay?
Malik Willis.
Okay.
Sure is.
That is worth 38 points.
It is
Malik
not.
Willis is awful.
Kenny,
That is
4.5.
almost 5 points.
Okay.
I was going to say 4.5.
Hold on. Ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
The Giants is actually a 0 because they're all trash. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart. Does it even matter?
I'm going to say 3 points.
1.4.
I got it right.
Almost nothing.
We're absolutely terrible. Kenny, what are some of the other highlights in here?
It's basically the who's who of everybody else you would expect here. Jared Goff, 8. Dak Prescott, 7. Justin Herbert, 6. Burrow, 5. With the first 6 point difference, it's 6.3.
Wait, you say Goff is 8?
Goff is 8. Yes.
He places at 8.
Oh,
not
okay.
the
Gotcha.
value.
No, the value is 5
Okay,
total points for him. Then you look at, that's where you get your Joe Burrows as 6.31.
And what are the three? What are the bottom 3 value where starter could die and it doesn't matter? Cleveland's got to be on there.
Russell Wilson is on there.
Yes, Cleveland.
Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins. It's basically like they're trying to figure out which is which.
So long as Cousins is there, they won with Cousins before.
All right.
So yeah, I get
That's
that.
fair.
And Anthony Richardson. And
okay,
you know
my
what?
boy Danny Dimes.
Hey,
That's Spider-Man meme.
I'm
Because you know what? Guess what? Both were named starting QB. They pulled a D'Antonio.
I'm calling it right now.
They
Danny
pulled
Dimes.
an or.
Danny Dimes is starting week 1 in Indianapolis.
They pulled an or.
Yeah, it's Andrew Maxwell or.
My biggest one on this list, though, is the Dak Prescott thing. He's one above Jared Goff. Joe Milton is listed as their backup. He's 5.15 as a point differential. I don't know about that, man. That seems a little high for Dak.
Did you see Cooper Rush?
No, I 100%, but also I don't think Dak's all that good.
Yeah, but hold on. See, this is where a player's contract is clouding your viewpoint. With Dak, they're an average team.
Right.
Without him, they're going to be picking in the top 10.
I was about to say, with Dak, they're a playoff team, or at least they will flirt with the playoff all the way to week 15 or 16.
And what do we always say? When we look at lists like this, we say it's a lot easier to get worse at this position than it is to get better. You lose one of your top, anybody in the top, I'd say, 20 of this list. Aaron Rodgers is at 20 at a 3-point differential.
Or if you're the Giants, you just use a magic 8 ball.
I was about to say, if you're one of those teams, Kenny, where the quarterbacks, there's no difference. You're just going to go back and forth until you get the hot hand and hope that you stay lucky. Because
I bet you Tennessee's one of those teams. It's a rookie QB and Will Levis is dead.
Yeah, Cam Ward, Brandon Allen, 2.6. They're, I think, 24th on this list.
Spider-Man me.
Yeah, 100%. And also for local flavor, just so you guys can play this little guessing game, where do you think Matthew Stafford ranks?
Backup
and what
is
number of points?
Who's backup?
Matthew's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, Jimmy G.
Oh, Rico's man crush.
You know what? I'm going to say
3.5.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go 3.6.
I'll say 3.75.
It is 4.1.
Okay. We sold Matt Stafford short.
How dare you?
How about Jimmy G hanging around the league?
Another quarterback that I forgot entirely existed.
I love Kenny's discovery that Kyle Trask is employed. That was the moment of this.
But you know what, Mike? If you can win somebody some games, it's why Teddy Bridgewater, I promise you, will be back.
Yep. No, quite. Yeah.
And maybe in Honolulu Blue and Silver.
All right, that's enough.
And that is in football today.
Okay, that's enough. Honestly, come on. How am I supposed to get into something remotely serious after that nonsense? 5 o'clock. Good to have you. Sorry, I'm saving you from you. Let me reset something this way. We've talked Tigers today, and I guess I shouldn't be amazed because right now people only hear what they want to hear. That's where we are in America 2025. So you take a quick look at the ticket text. Some of you need counseling. At no point today have I yelled. At no point today have I ripped Scott Harris of the Tigers. At no point today have I pounded my feet or made demands. I simply said I didn't love the deadline. I didn't hate the deadline. I'm very neutral on the deadline.
Did I miss these gems of a ticket text?
Yeah, just don't worry. Trust me.
Okay.
So the point I'm making is I said, simply put, what do you guys think? You guys know I just would like to run the team differently, but it doesn't matter what I want. I live in reality. They have a very Tampa Bay Rays, obviously with a better payroll, plan, which is be good, stay good, really value development and prospects, and I don't think they're going to push the rev limiter. Well, Rico had said that for weeks, and Rico was right. So, yes, I think they added arms. I mean, obviously Finnegan's the best one, but the other three, it's a lot more of the chaos model. I mean, yeah, Rafael Montero, when he's good, can be great, but very volatile. The other guys, I mean, Paul Sewald, you can pimp a 30% swing and miss rate. One problem, if the guy can't get out of bed, he's been hurt all year. So I just, look.
Mike, it was a whole bunch of fixer-uppers for Feder.
Right.
And that's seriously, it was like, hey, what do you think you could do with this? Well, I can work with that.
Right.
Okay, we'll go get him.
Now, the one thing I said, and once again, I don't think I was rough about this. I don't think it was me being mean, rude, or somehow deranged. I was just bummed out watching Sunday Night Baseball, and you watch Duran come in and close you out, and I'm like, that could be Comerica Park. That could be us. That is exactly the type of high leverage guy, along with a Finnegan, that I think would have made your bullpen something to fear. If I can't be bummed out about stuff, then do me a favor, don't listen to the show. Seriously, just put your head further up your ass and move on. No, I just this idea of like, if you at all have feelings about this team, there's a sect of Tiger fan that it's like you're the devil, and I don't understand it. Scott Harris is a really smart guy, but I don't have to just sit there and like everything he does. That's called being a member of a cult. The reality is, I didn't kill him because I didn't get a right-handed bat. I don't think there were a lot of right-handed bats available that move the needle. Not going to kill him on it. I don't mind the Charlie Morton thing. I just wish when I read the Evan Petzold piece, it bummed me out. Okay? It bummed me out because it is suggestive that while they know they're good, and while, hey, weird things happen in baseball all the time. Mm-hmm. You know, a month from now, Matt Vierling could be hitting 400. Baseball's really weird. But when it says executives are like, hey, the Tigers just aren't moving anything with any amount of value to it. They're just not going to. Then I asked them, what are we doing? Because the Skubal window, look, I know the window conversation upsets people. No, it doesn't mean you can't win or won't be good beyond Skubal. I'm saying your best self. It's no different than like, what's the prime of your life? Well, life doesn't end after your prime.
Right.
But there's a prime. And then there's not prime. It's suboptimal. I just feel like the best shot is while we have the best pitcher in the game. Whoa, wild thought.
Mm-hmm.
I was just, I don't know, I was a little bummed out. I wasn't Costa. Costa was screaming and yelling Friday.
He was
Not
a little
me.
upset. Yeah, he was upset. A lot of people were because it was very underwhelming because you got volume, but it didn't seem as if you got quality. You got a lot of players, but in the end, did you really? So that's why I think a lot of people like Costa were upset because they wanted to see that all-in move. They wanted to see, and the Tigers were never going to go that route. And they've told you that. And I know a lot of people, oh, well, that's just GM and coach. No, it's not. That's who they are. They're telling you the truth. You'd like to believe that all the presidents and GMs around here are saying one thing and doing another. Mike, they've all told you what they've given you the playbook. we're going to do this. No, you're not. And in the end, they did exactly what they said they were going to do.
Yeah, and look, I think unlike a lot of people, like I'm willing to admit a bias on something. I'm being fully transparent. I'm so sick and tired in this town. This isn't a Scott Harris thing, okay? This is an every team thing. I'm tired in this town that nobody wants to take a risk for greatness.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it's Holmes, Langdon, whatever Yzerman's doing, and yes, Scott Harris, I that is affecting my judgment, and I'm being open about that. No yelling, no anger. Tigers are still a really good baseball team, but like when you look at the Philly series or you look at their record against teams with a winning record, 19-26, I wanted more. And I think it's okay to want that. That's all. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're rapping about today. And the question is good enough?
Right.
Look, the Tigers have shown you they're going to give you a good product. But are they going to do what's necessary to be great? We haven't seen that yet.
Mike, because great starts the clock. And I don't think it appears to me that none of them are ready to start that clock yet, because now you're going to be held to the fire. And you're going to be, hey, where's that World Series / Super Bowl / Stanley Cup we were promised? And I don't think you want the fans constantly bringing that up in your face. So if you don't promise them that and you simply say, hey, I can get you something obtainable, okay, well, you made the playoffs. They delivered on their promise.
And look, you can, like I said this earlier in the show, and then we'll take the rest of the hour and take the calls. People have been patient. Certain cities or franchises, they burn to win. Like it is a 24/7, 365. We have to win a championship. I don't think all franchises do that. I don't think that is breaking news. But I don't feel like that's the Tigers' plan, that it is this maniacal pursuit of a championship at any cost. It's not. My comp to Tampa Bay was not insulting. I think it's an admission of, look, we're going to be able to spend more than Tampa Bay, clearly, and we're not homeless. I was talking about the model, the model of how you do it and how you stay good, you're insulated. And look, like the Tigers, I'm seeing a lot of Tampa Bay Rays in them where they're taking reclamation projects and making it work.
Right.
But it's the idea of, can you get over the hump if you're never willing to risk it? And look, it's a weird place to be because the AL's bad. Your division's worse. You're going to win this division.
Right.
You're going to make the playoffs. I think, I'll already tell you now, you're going to make the playoffs next year. So I view it as skinny one on the right. Put the rev limiter down, and let's try to bring these fans in this city the best chance of a championship we can. Do you believe that they did that at this deadline? That's really the question. That's not ripping it. Does Finnegan help you? Yes. Does Charlie Morton keep you
Does he eat
afloat
some
based
innings?
on the Reese Olson injury? Yes. Now, you didn't do anything to address the lineup. Was a bat that moves the needle available? That's a question we're never going to know because you weren't willing to give up anything of substance. And I'm not mad about Suarez. He was a rental.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't give up prospects 7 and 10 in this organization to get a rental for 3 months. That's a bad move. So it's just it's laughable, and it's like people just want to hear what they want to hear, and it's like then why do you listen? Because you're not listening.
Bro, welcome to 2025.
Oh, I know. It just drives me crazy. I mean, I haven't so much as raised my voice today. And it's like, how could I possibly have a
I need to go read these ticket tags.
Oh, please. Just please. We are living in insane times. Okay. Kenny, would you like to add anything to the mix?
No, I think I agree with you more than anything else. I think also the straw man argument of us as a fan base pounding the table and demanding X, Y, and Z happen, make this big splashy move. I don't think anybody in this room right now has pounded the table and demanded that they sell the farm somehow, because when you get to these ticket texters that Mike was referencing, they're acting as if that's what we've said. Nobody has said, all right, let's sell Max Clark.
Never.
Never
In
once
fact,
have
I
that.
said before I left for vacation, there will not be a trade this deadline or a player available at this deadline that you would even have a conversation about your top 3 or 4 guys. It's not happening.
I told you there was only one name, and one name only.
I know.
And he plays for the Pirates.
Right. So that's the whole point. We even had a caller earlier. And I'm sorry if you're getting in your car at 5 o'clock. I'm not mad at you. But we had a caller earlier like, how can you say prospects are X amount away? McGonigal. Well, there's your first mistake, Spank. No one's talking about McGonigal. You're not trading McGonigal. You're not trading Rainier, even though he's hurt. You're not trading Max Clark. The players we're talking about are pick one of your catchers or you have to decide. Like, look, when you watch Duran come in the game last night, that's not a rental. That's a guy signed this year, next year, and the year after. All sub age 30, throwing 102, wholly unhittable. And that's a weapon. Like, that's a move I make to make my organization better. So, look, if I'm not allowed to be a little bummed out watching that last night, then what the hell do we watch sports for? So, I don't know, man. You guys, maybe you need alternate programming. You're welcome to find something else.
It's all good. Stick with us. You'll go far.
I don't care. I legitimately don't. It's insane. All right. Good talk. That's all. So that's what we're rapping about.
Maybe they just had pent-up frustration for what they thought you were going to say.
But you can't get mad at me.
They preemptive already had the text messages written.
But
Mike,
it's insane.
I can't believe you said that.
But it's insane behavior. I didn't say it. In fact, I've defended them not going after Suarez. I defended their offer to Bregman.
Their text message was saved in the draft for the last 4 days. They wanted to use it.
All right, listen. Hungry Howie's Pizza. I don't know. Some of you need to eat your feelings. You're all very upset. 73 Classic. It's 73 of their premium old school pepperonis on the same pizza, $9.99. It's as basic as it gets. It's premium ingredients. It's a load of pepperoni. 100% real deal cheese, unlike some of these other places. I don't know what the hell a Wisconsin block is. Bottom line, you can upgrade to stuffed crust for $3 more. Go to hungryhowies.com. Place your order for a 73 Classic for $9.99. Thank me later for solving your dinner crisis only at Hungry Howie's. All right, straight to the people. You know the topic. We go to Nick, Farmington, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Mike.
Yes.
Boy, howdy. What a kerfuffle we have here. Never in my wildest dreams did I think we'd be here. No, not having the best record in baseball. No, I totally saw a pathway to that because, a record, your baseball record can mean a whole lot of things. Sometimes teams with the bad records are actually way better than the teams with the really good records. That's just what happens sometimes. But no. What I mean being here after the deadline and feeling like we just went out and accomplished a whole lot of nothing at the deadline. I've lived through 06, 12, all of it. I was 8 years old in 2006. I've seen it all. I don't want to be good. I want to win it all. Now, unlike some of the other losers in this loser-ass fan base, some of you on Ticket Text in this pathetic loser-ass city that claims it's gritty and tough and we don't give up, we're always fighting, comeback city, you ain't breaking our will, and do kneecaps and all the other stupid low IQ saying people thump their chests and claim they are about in this city. No, unlike those people, my drive to win it all hasn't been crushed or drowned in an overwhelming sea of fear because the team went on a historically disastrous rebuilding plan under one of the worst Tigers GMs ever that both failed to fix the analytical and developmental issues that plagued this franchise. Now, you don't break me that easily. And if the city was actually tough and this fan base was actually tough, they shouldn't be broken that easily and be reduced to a bunch of children, going, what if we make big trades and we're bad again? If Scott Harris is as good and as smart as people say he is, it ain't gonna happen. So I want a World Series, and the city should want a World Series so we can lay our nightmares and our memories of the 06 loss, the 2012 sweep, the 2013 image of Torrey Hunter flipping over the fence into Williamsburg on the Ortiz home run. I want to be at peace, like Rangers fans were when I watched them win on the TV in 2023. And my mind went back to Nelson Cruz's dropped fly ball on the last out in the ninth inning in the 2011 World Series that would have won them the game. And I thought, I want that to be us one day.
Well, let me say something. Nick, okay. I want to, no, you're fine. I want to elaborate on one particular point you brought up. And it was, if Scott Harris is so good, ... No, Scott Harris is good. And I think part of what I'm trying to say about wanting to be more aggressive is I have a trust in Scott Harris that the farm system isn't going to fall apart, especially if you're not trading your premium top 5 guys. And you can't have it both ways. That for some of these people who get upset at the slightest displeasure with something, it's like, well, which is it? If he's as good as you believe he is, then shouldn't you have enough faith in him that you can deal a couple of prospects to get a high-end bullpen piece or a bat that we haven't heard of, and it's going to be okay? See, that's where you're conflating two things, is that, no, he's awesome, but I don't want to take any risks. Well, if he's awesome, it's all the more reason to take risks. And no one is saying go all in. No one is saying burn down the farm system. Those things aren't being said. So I'm with you, Nick, is that, look, if you love Brad Holmes, if you love Scott Harris, right? And it's like, if you think they're awesome, then it should make you want to be more aggressive because they're good. They'll figure it out. That's my whole point. So, yes, I'm with you, Nick. And I do. I desperately want to win a World Series because there's nothing else. I don't know what to say. I mean, like for a lot of our listening audience, if you're out there and you're firing angry texts or whatever it is, were you even alive when the Tigers won a World Series?
A lot of them, no, Mike. But here's the thing.
And if you're firing those texts and you were alive, seek therapy. It means you're like 50. Grow up.
It's cool when you first make that playoffs. It's like the Lions. When they made the playoffs and went on there, it was great. But now I think Lions fans have a different expectation. I think last year for the Tigers, at this time last year, no one saw that. They had like almost a 1% chance of making the playoffs.
I think it was 0.2%.
Right. And then all of a sudden they played the Yankees in the Little League in Williamsport.
Yeah.
And then everything took off after that. And it was a fun ride. And now you should want more.
Well,
now
and
just
look,
making the playoff, when you first make the playoffs after not being there for damn near a decade, it feels great. But now it's like, okay, been there, done that. Let's do a little more.
yeah, and baseball's crazy. I mean, look, Parker Meadows has been terrible. Vierling's been terrible. It can turn around and you'll feel differently about it. But I think there are some serious red flags in the lineup. I've said that for a month, and they didn't address it. Now, whether they couldn't, wouldn't, it doesn't matter at this point, right? It's a bottom line business. They didn't. So they've got a starter to stabilize after Reese Olson's done. And yes, I think turning over the bullpen can't be worse. But it's am I going to sit here and lie to my listeners and be like, no, you don't understand. Brandon Finnegan is absolutely going to be no, he's volatile. When he's good, he's good. And when he's bad, he's terrible. So, or Montero, or do I know that Paul Sewald will even be healthy for me, much less return to be a guy with a 30% K rate? I just felt like, I hate saying this, but like, it's a compliment to the Tigers. We're above that. Like, we don't need to shop at the bargain bin. We can get real stuff. We've earned the right to do it. And I believe Scott Harris is really sharp, clearly. Player development, coaching, staffing, minor leagues. What's been really weird is like the Cobb stuff, the Maeda stuff, the refusal to move any prospects of note. That's the part where I'm like, okay, hold on. Scooble window's here. Long-term plan is over here. And look, I'm not saying they can't get it done now, later. Dude, baseball's wacky. Super wacky. But Rico, like any Tiger fan right now, their best shot is now and next year.
Yeah.
And by the time you go to free agency, I'll be the one telling you, no, do not offer Scooble. You'll have wasted the 3 best years he may offer. I can't offer him 10 more on the back end.
Correct. Not for that price. You're right.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls next. 97.1. To the people. We go right to Matt. He's been very patient, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Good. How are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
Hey, you laid out the the window better than I could, but the contribution I wanted to make here is around overvaluing prospects. And I compare and contrast the Tigers and the Red Wings. You know, I can understand Yzerman not wanting to potentially sacrifice the future to make the playoffs, but to not potentially sacrifice some of the future to get a shot at a World Series, I just can't understand that. And the last thing I'll make is, I don't want to put this on Scott Harris, but I think the mindset of the GMs in Detroit, it makes me think back to Dombrowski was the guy who just acquired Duran. And it made me think back to the Cabrera trade. We traded 2 top 20 MLB prospects to get him. And I know this is a little bit of an emotional take, but there's a part of me that thinks some of the GMs in Detroit wouldn't have done that deal. Maybe a small percentage, but it's mind-boggling to me how we have the opportunity and we're not going for it. That's all I have.
Yeah, and no, Matt, you're fine. I don't think it's an emotional take. There's no evidence any GM in this town would pull the trigger on that type of move, because it's almost like a talking point. We want to be consistently good. You've heard it from Yzerman. You've heard it from Brad Holmes. You've heard it from Scott Harris. You've heard it from Trajan Langdon. It's almost, I don't know, maybe the last decade changed how everybody views it. This used to be a win-it-all city, and now I don't feel like it is. I feel like a lot of fans were so scarred by the last decade that they just are like, all right, look, I'll take good.
Yeah,
because I'm worried about great, and if it doesn't work, we're terrible again. I don't want to do that anymore.
I mean, it's been a while, but you saw, whether it was the Tigers and they made an attempt to get to the World Series and failed. Dumars in his final days made deals until he couldn't make deals anymore. It's like the teams all tried to go for broke, and then they failed, and then they sat at the bottom of the ocean for a while.
And look, the Tigers are trying. Let us be clear. Right. It's not that they did nothing. I'm not raving about it, nor am I ranting. It's fine enough.
No, the Tigers' plan to me appears to be that long-term plan of, you know what, it's going to get consistently, incrementally better each year, rather than just going for broke, looking at this 2-year window, and you deal with year 3 later.
Here, let me, it doesn't even matter. I may as well speak Mandarin, but I'll say it for the people in the back. I don't want them to, quote, go for broke. I just want more. I don't think that's an insane opinion, but to some people it is. Okay, cool. Aaron, 97.1. What's up, Aaron?
Oh, it's so good to talk to you, Mike, because I really have a different analogy for this. And Rico, David, Kenny, love this show, guys. Like, you guys are doing great.
Thank you.
So here's the thing. We have athletes on the Tigers who are willing to sacrifice their bodies, maybe end their careers. I mean, if Javi Baez slides into second and blows out an Achilles, he's never going to do anything again, right? Like, let's just be real about this. And if the GMs, if Scott Harris, who, if he screws up royally, if he makes some big trade or does some big thing and we don't win a World Series, we're going to hear about him in 5 years being the GM of the Arizona Diamondbacks or the LA Dodgers or whoever it is. The guys in the field are sacrificing their entire careers to win these games. And when the general managers and the front offices don't put their jobs on the line, that's when we get upset. And I think that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah.
Is that comparison where go ahead.
No, I think, look, I understand what you're saying, and we all want the same thing. That's the weird part with some of the sports stuff, is it feels political almost, where different sides want different stuff. No, we all want the same thing in sports. We want a championship. Mm-hmm. It's just the how to get there thing.
And I think though, Mike, that the risk assessment has to be the same for the front office that it is for the player. In other words, if you're willing to lose your job to make some moves and try and do something real, you are now on par with the players who are putting
I
their
agree.
bodies on the line.
I agree, but remember
that-
something. And Aaron, this is the important part, and it's part of the conversation we've had today, Aaron. It's simple. The teams respond to market condition. The teams that are in markets that demand excellence operate differently than markets that are more social about sports or laissez-faire about sports. Or you get outliers. You'll get a particular owner who's a fan, like a Mark Cuban type fan, or in the old days, Mr. I. And those guys, it's a very personal conquest for them. I demand to win a championship. This is all I care about.
Yeah, it becomes real life fantasy league.
Right. Now, that's just, you don't get to pick who owns your teams or how they operate. We can talk about how they operate. Look, the Tigers added payroll. It's not like they have the 30th payroll. They're not the Marlins. And it's not even a payroll thing. This is like an ideology. It's like the way that they want to approach it is very conservative, pragmatic, long-term.
Yeah, pragmatic was the term I was going to say.
I think that flies in the face of the premium window. I think that's just a sports conversation. To some people, that's an act of war. I don't know how to help them.
Because to some people, Mike, they see winning, and it's like, how dare you criticize winning?
I'm not.
No. But I'm saying that's why a lot of people get upset, whether we're talking about them, talking about the Lions, like, because you could actually do a little bit more. And that's why.
Let's go to Braden, 97.1. Braden, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Sorry. Because.
Oh, boy.
Hello?
Braden?
Yeah, Braden, we're here.
There you go.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you think the new CBA, the negotiations really turn the Tigers into what they're thinking for the future?
I'd have no way of proving you're right or wrong. I mean, I think we all know at the end of next year there's going to be a labor stoppage. I think that's clear. But I can't speak to that, Braden.
That's fair. I was just thinking, like, if that was the money thing and all that, could really stop.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Like,
moves.
even whether it was Duran, whether it was Bednar, whether it was Griffin Jacks, these are guys with term. These are guys under team control. It wasn't a discussion of, hey, we're trading for this $30 million a year player. So I would lean no, but it's interesting. I'm not mad at you for bringing it up. I think it's certainly going to have an impact around the league. Everybody knows this thing's headed for war. And if Manfred really did show up in Philadelphia and mention salary cap, this will be trench warfare. The players are never, ever, ever going to allow that. Now, would it be good for the sport? Maybe. I think a price floor is more important, to be quite honest. You kind of need both.
Yeah.
But like when Ohtani makes more than entire organizations, I view that as a bigger problem than, well, if you establish a floor with no top, those teams will still spend. Well, right, except the floor should be $100 million a year. If you're not going to spend $100 million a year, you shouldn't operate.
Yeah, but see, I think you got to have them both go hand in hand, because if
I know.
not, fine, you'll raise the floor. But because what you want to do is have talent get dispersed throughout the league instead of 6 teams owning pretty much all the best
players. I do
players.
think a way. Look, the Dodgers exploited a rule, and they did a lot of what the Cowboys and Niners did in the late '80s, early '90s in the NFL. Right, you're exploiting some of the cap stuff.
Right.
The deferred
Carmen
money
A policy.
Yeah, hey, that's right. That hair was legendary. I just, you got to get rid of deferred money. It's a cheat code. It's an absurdity to pay guys 30 years into the future. Stop.
Yeah, Barry Bonds, it worked for him. Let's go ahead and end it now.
It's a cheat code for the Dodgers, and you can simplify things, but I can't. Does it play a role? Does it not? I don't know. I mean, my God, Duran's on arbitration, I think, for another 2 years. So no. My answer is just no to that.
No, but like I said, I think you got to have a floor and you need to have a cap. And then therefore, like, let's face it, certain teams are automatically out of it as soon as they lose their first game. The Pirates are done for the year.
I'd argue the current state of baseball. I'm going to be careful. I don't want to send people running for the hills. I think at the start of every season, 12 to 15 teams in Major League Baseball have no intent on trying, being good, or making playoffs.
No.
They just know we exist.
They're
like
baseball's-
Pittsburgh, but the Nutting, he's just there to collect the revenue sharing check.
Bruh, it's the equivalent of a homecoming team. you're a MAC level school. Yeah. You're a buy game. You're just, you're going to lose, but you just want to try to make it look respectable.
Yep. And again, I mean, Twins payroll's gone down last 2 years. It's going to go down a third straight. They're fire sailed. They're out. Royals stink. White Sox can't get out of their own way. And Cleveland just traded. Look, Cleveland is kind of sitting there. I mean, they're cheap as the day is long. You could argue starting next year, all 4 teams in this division not wearing the old English D have no realistic chance of a playoff spot.
Depending on how that federal case goes in Cleveland, they could be minus one more person.
All righty, 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, buy it. Do it with the best in class. It's Northville Lumber. Go to their superstore or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. No, college football doesn't know what they're doing. Yes, Rico.
You know what? That was the best drop ever, Mike.
Okay.
Because here's what happened. Today, the coaches poll came out.
So I'm not doing this.
Wait, hear me out.
Can I leave?
No. I need... Yeah, one more time, Kenny.
Okay. What happened while I was gone? You know what? Focus on college football.
I want you three to answer this question because we're not going to guess who's in the top 25. No. For the last 4 years, historically speaking, Mike, on average of 12 teams in the preseason
aren't there at the end.
Yeah. So we're going to play a little game. Are you there or are you not at the end of the season?
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
I can't wait to be woefully wrong on this.
You want to start at the top? You want to start at the top? You want to start at the bottom? Dealer's choice. All right. Guys, 25 Boise State, in or out? At the end of the season, will they still be there?
They'll be there because the Mountain West is atrocious. They have a returning starter at quarterback with this Maddox Madsen kid. They always seem to find really good athletes from the state of California. Yeah, I know they lost Ashton Genty. The program is more than just that.
Okay.
I'll say in because they'll probably get to 10 wins.
Okay.
I'll agree with Mike on this. I second everything he just said.
Yeah, Ashton Genty, it seems like the knee-jerk reaction would be to say no, but yeah, I think with that conference, you could definitely be in there.
Is there any arguing they're the best G4 program of the last 20 years? They just win, man.
Yeah, but more so the earlier years and the more previous years.
Okay.
All right, let's
Wait a minute, you didn't give your answer, Mr. Receipts Man.
He doesn't have to. He's
No.
Alex Trebek.
Right. All right, I'm going to give you the next 4, and you just let me know if you hear something that they're not going to be there. At 24, Texas Tech. 23, BYU. 22, Iowa State.
Stop. BYU's out.
BYU is out.
Retzlaff transferred because of the violations and the accusations. You can't just lose a quarterback at a place like BYU. And what are they replacing him with? Plus, they're a fraud-ass program. And they're not allowed to drink caffeine. I can't do it. BYU out.
Okay. And also
ISU in. Rocco Becht is back. They'll be fine. And the Big 12 blows. Who was the other idiot team?
Iowa State.
They'll be in.
And Texas A&M.
Oh, we're doing this again. This is the year A&M gets it right. I'll say they'll be ranked.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. Remember, on average, 12 teams.
I know. I've already given you 2 that are out.
You only gave me 1.
2.
You gave me BYU.
Oh. All right, FA&M. They're out. There's 2. Next.
Okay. Kansas State.
Out. Avery Johnson's a bum.
Okay. Indiana.
Out. Signetti, fraud. And they are not going to have lightning in a bottle twice. I don't care how soft the schedule is. The idea that Mendoza's going to go there and be Rourke. Now, everyone is on notice now. Okay. They know. And you know what? The way Signetti angered people are going to try to go belt ass on them. Indiana out.
Okay. Now, have you guys heard anything?
Well, no, I disagree. I just simply because this is top 25. This is not playoffs. I mean, they'll be ranked.
12
How
teams
highly?
in the preseason end up unranked in the postseason.
So, Kenny, between Kansas State, A&M, Texas A&M, Iowa State, BYU, Texas Tech, you think all of them going to be there?
I think BYU's out. I think Indiana's out because I think, like Mike said, I think Big Ten teams are going to try to prove a point that what Indiana did last year was just a joke.
And it's
a fluke.
unsustainable. Paul, they had 70 super seniors from JMU.
Yeah, so I think those 2 teams for sure are out.
Okay. 18, Tennessee.
Out. No quarterback, no chance.
Okay.
Gone.
I stand with Mike on that one.
Yeah, that's 100% right.
Okay. Florida, 17.
Out.
In.
Done.
In. Napier is back. Florida's going to be good, man. Come on. Lagway's a superstar, Kenny. I'm not telling you you're going to beat Georgia. They will. But they're in.
What about the senator from Florida over here?
I hate the Gators with a passion, but Lagway's really good, and they're going to be good. And unfortunately, they're going to be in the top 25.
All right, 16, SMU.
Out. Frauds. Total frauds. And if Jennings is back, they might not win. Jennings is awful.
I don't know about full frauds, but I agree with Mike. I think they're out.
I think they're out of the top 25.
Wow, okay.
Well, you yelling about 12 teams being out now?
Yeah,
We're putting bullets in teams left and right.
Okay. Oh, I know where you're going with this one. 15, Ole Miss. In.
No, I can't say that.
What?
I think the SEC provides great volatility. I'm not sold you're going to replace all the NFL talent they lost on offense. I'm going to say out.
I'm keeping them in. I'm keeping them in until proven otherwise.
I'm going to keep them in, too. I think they'll be somewhere between 20 and 25.
U of M, Michigan.
Out.
I'm going to say out. It has nothing to do with Bryce Underwood or whether he's going to be generational or not. As a true freshman, I just feel like you're going to lose 4 games minimum.
So do you think the brand is why they're here right now?
Yes,
where they're
that's why
currently-
they're always
exactly.
here.
I agree. Out.
So you're saying out?
I'll say out.
Out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to
Mike?
say out, too. I think if they do make it in, it'll be like 24 or 25 at the end of the year.
Just so you know, for the record, Mike, you already have 8 teams out. So
I'm killing everybody.
Okay. South Carolina.
In.
13.
Lenoris Sellers, FTW.
Lenoris,
Jockaboos, let's
Sonoris.
go.
Oh, wait, no, that's...
Lenoris, Shadoris, Baloris, your corner. The corner for the Niners. That guy straight out of a Key and Peele skit. Lenoris, Shanoris, Lenoris.
All right, kidding. South Carolina.
Yep.
Yeah, they're in there.
Okay. 12, Illinois.
I can't. I don't like Altmaier. The coach wears a bedspread. I can't do it.
Add it to the list. Can't win with bedspread.
The idea that Illinois is the third or fourth best team in the Big Ten, I can't live in this world. Out.
Well, it's where we live. I'll say in.
I think we live in that world too. I'm going to say they make
No! No!
11, Arizona State.
Out. Fall from grace.
Okay.
Can't kill everybody, but somebody has to make it.
Well, Mike has hit his quota.
You can't lose to Scatabo and expect to still make it in the top 25.
That's
the next
right.
year.
This sport sucks. They're out.
Kenny?
I'll say they're out.
Wow. The U at 10.
Oh, no.
Paul is in. I already know.
Oh, not this
They're going
again.
to be in, but it's going to not be as high as it should be.
Yeah, they'll be in, but Cristobal guarantee will bedpan a game like he does every year.
Yeah, he'll James Franklin his way into a dumb loss 100%. But yeah, they'll be in.
All right, at 9.
Mario's going to pop a squat in the fourth quarter.
He's going to hand it off when he doesn't need to take a knee, and they're going to fumble and lose.
That's right. He went full Cristobal.
At 9, LSU.
In. I may not think much of Brian Kelly, but they are loaded.
Yeah, they're going to be probably in the top 10.
You calling that right now? Top 10 LSU?
They finish in the
All
top
right.
10, yeah.
Yeah, especially if they break out those special white helmets with the purple jerseys.
Kenny, you in?
Yes, I'm absolutely in.
All right, Bama, 8.
I don't know anything about Ty Simpson. The hell am I supposed to say here? For Kalen DeBoer's safety and for his family's safety, I'm going to say in. You can't be unranked at Alabama. In.
Okay.
Do they have a good witness protection program in Alabama? Because if they're not in the top 25 at the end of this year, he's going to need to call some people.
He's going to move to Yuma, Arizona.
So yeah, I'm going to say they're in the top 25.
I would love to say no and no like Steve Eiserman, but I just can't do it. Just can't do it. They're in.
Oregon, 7. Clemson, 6. Notre Dame, 5.
2 of the 3 I'm convinced are in. Now, Notre Dame, admittedly, I'm a slap for Marcus Freeman. But who do we got at quarterback again?
It's kind of the problem I run into with Notre Dame, too.
Huh?
Is this the Lloyd Carr's
Didn't
grandson?
they go to the portal and get somebody? I got some work to do here. I got to learn 130 quarterbacks here before next week.
And then you have to relearn them again all over again once everybody transfers out.
I will say in. I don't want caller Rob from Brighton like having a heart attack in the car and crashing. In.
Clemson, Oregon.
In. I'll tell
All
you.
3 of those in for you guys?
If Oregon's out, it means Dante Moore is the biggest quarterback bust since Shane Morris.
Okay. At 5, Georgia. At 4, at 4, Georgia.
How about this? They're in, but they're out of the top 10.
Okay.
I don't buy this Gunnar Stockton stuff.
I'm not sold yet either. I would still put them in the top 10, but
Oh, and by the
how
way,
much?
how many more of your players are going to need to go to driving school before the start of the season?
Over under, legitimately, maybe 5 or 6.5.
3.5? Hey, Bobby got caught on a scooter going 130. What?
That might be a good business decision for you, Kenny. Open up a driving school outside Athens.
Penn State 3, Ohio State 2, and Texas is back.
Now they're all in.
Okay. So here's the tally.
And can I say one thing for the record? Like with a school like Michigan, the other thing